Star Wars. Rebel Dawn. Han Solo Trilogy Book 3. By A.C. Crispin. Han Solo leaned forward in the pilot's seat of the Wayward Girl. "Entering atmosphere, Captain," he said. He watched the system's big, pale sun slip into the great curve of ruddy light at the world's edge and disappear behind the planet's limb. Bespin's huge, dark night side loomed up to blot out the stars. Han checked his sensors. "They say Bespin's got some big flyin', or should I say, floatin', creatures in its atmosphere, so keep those forward shields at maximum strength." One-handed, his co-pilot made an adjustment. "What's our ETA to Cloud City, Han?" she asked, a hint of strain in her voice. "Not long now," Han replied reassuringly, as the girl sliced into the upper atmosphere, swooping over the planet's dark pole, lightning far below making a flickering fog of dim light. "ETA 26 minutes. We ought to be in Cloud City in time to catch a late dinner." "The sooner the better," she commented, grimacing as she flexed her right arm in its pressure sling. "This thing itches like fury." "Just hang on, Jadana," Han said. "We'll get you straight to the med facility." She nodded. "Hey Han, no complaints from me. You've done great. I'll just be glad to get this arm into Bacta." Han shook his head. "Ripped cartilage and ligaments, that's gotta hurt," he said. "But Cloud City's sure to have adequate meds." She nodded. "Oh, they do? It's quite a place, Han. You'll see." Jadana Veloz was a short, stocky, dark-skinned woman with long, straight black hair. Han had met her 2 days ago, after she'd advertised from Alderaan on the spacernets for a pilot to fly her ship to Bespin. Veloz's arm had been injured when it was struck by a malfunctioning anti-grav loader, but, determined to meet her tight shipping deadline, she'd postponed real treatment until she delivered her cargo. After paying Han's passage from Corellia on a fast shuttle to Alderaan, he'd taken over as pilot, and brought them to Bespin right on schedule. The Wayward Girl was through the wispy exosphere now, and plunging deeper, moving toward the evening twilight, blue sky building above them. Han altered course, heading southwest, toward where the setting sun must be. As they streaked along, the tops of the piled, puffy masses of clouds far below began taking on colors, deep crimson and coral, then yellow-orange. Han Solo had his own reasons for needing a ride to Bespin. If it hadn't been for Jadana's ad on the nets, he'd have had to dip into his rapidly dwindling stash of credits to buy passage for himself on a commercial vessel. Veloz's accident couldn't have come at a better time, far as Han was concerned. With the credits she'd promised him, he'd be able to afford a cheap room and a few meals during the big Sabak tournament. The buy-in alone was a staggering 10,000 credits. Han had barely managed to scrape those credits together by fencing the small golden Palladir figurine he'd stolen from the Ilesian High Priest Teroenza, plus the dragon pearl he'd discovered in Admiral Greelanx's office. The Corellian wished for a moment that Chewie was here with him, but he'd had to leave the Wookiee behind in their little flat on Nar Shaddaa because he couldn't afford to buy his passage. They were deep into the atmosphere now, and Han could actually see Bespin's sun, a squashed-looking orange ball just clearing a massive bank of clouds. The girl was surrounded by a golden glory of heaped clouds, as golden as Han Solo's dreams of wealth. Han was staking everything on this big gamble, and he'd always been lucky at Sabak. But would luck be enough to let him win? He'd be playing against professional gamblers like Lando. The Corellian swallowed, then resolutely concentrated on his piloting. This was no time to get an attack of nerves. Han made another adjustment to the girl's approach vector, thinking that he ought to be within range of Cloud City traffic control any time now. As if in answer to his thoughts, a voice spoke up from his comm. "Incoming vessel, please identify yourself." Jadana Veloz reached left-handed to activate their comm. Cloud City Traffic Control, this is the wayward girl out of Alderan. Our approach vector is. She glanced at Han's instruments and reeled off a string of numbers. Wayward girl, we confirm your vector. Cloud City is your destination. That's an affirmative. Traffic control, Jadana said. Han grinned. From what he'd heard, Cloud City was about all there was to Bespin. There were the mining facilities, of course, and gas refining, storage and shipping facilities, but more than half of all incoming traffic was probably bound for the luxurious resort hotels. In the past few years, bored tourists had made the city in the clouds one of their favorite vacation playgrounds. Traffic control, Jadana continued. We have a priority shipment for the Yareth Bespin kitchens. Nerve tenderloins in stasis. Request a landing vector. Permission granted, wayward girl, came the voice of the traffic controller. The controller's voice took on a more informal note. Nerve steaks, eh? I'll have to take my wife out this week. She's been wanting something fancy, and that's a treat we don't get too often. These are prime cuts. Traffic control, Vela said. Hope the chef at the Yareth Bespin appreciates them. Oh, he's good, the voice said, then the controller reverted to his official tones. Wayward girl, I have you slotted in at level 65, docking bay 7A. Repeat. Level 65, 7A. Do you copy? We copy, Cloud City Controller. And your assigned landing vector is? The voice hesitated, then gave them more coordinates. Han punched them into the navicomputer, then they settled back to enjoy the ride. He found himself looking forward to seeing the fabled Cloud City. Bespin itself had already been famous, even before the resort was built. They mined Tabana gas here, which was used in starship engines and in powering blasters. Han wasn't sure how they actually mined the gas, but he knew that Tabana gas was very valuable, so the miners must be doing well. Before it was discovered in Bespin's atmosphere, Tabana gas had usually been found in stellar chromospheres and nebular clusters, which made harvesting it hazardous, to say the least. Then somebody had stumbled across the fact that Bespin's atmosphere was loaded with it. Picking up a sudden burst of electrical activity on his sensors, Han hastily changed course. Hey, what's that? He pointed at the view screen. To their right now was a monstrous, half-seen shape, drifting amid those incredible orient clouds. The thing was so large that it would have dwarfed many small Corellian cities. Jadana leaned forward. That's a Belden! She exclaimed. They're really rare. In all the years I've been flying through these clouds, I've never seen one. Han squinted at the mammoth creature as the girl streaked by it. The Belden resembled some of the gelatinous ocean creatures he'd seen on some worlds, with a huge, dome-like top, and many small feeding tentacles hanging down beneath it. Han checked his landing vector. Right on the credits, Captain, he said. Behind them, the Leviathan faded into the distance. Han saw another, smaller shape ahead of them that almost resembled an upside-down Belden, and realized it was Cloud City. It hung in the clouds like some kind of exotic wineglass, topped with a jeweled crown of rounded towers, domed buildings, communication spires, and refinery stacks. In the last wash of sunset, it glowed like a Karuska gem. Staying on their approach vector, Han sent them skimming over the domed buildings of the cityscape in the clouds. Moments later, he brought the girl down in a perfect landing on their assigned spot. After receiving his pay, and saying farewell to Captain Velas, Han went looking for a robohack to take him to the posh Yareth Bespin Hotel, where the Sabak tournament was being held. Moments later he was punching in his destination on a keypad. Sending the little robohack zipping through the city streets, up and down levels, traveling at a pace that would have made most humans dizzy, especially when the little vehicle hopped low-lying buildings, giving Han a glimpse of the clouds surrounding them and the yawning depths below them. It was almost full night now, and the city sparkled like a lady's open jewel box. Minutes later the robohack pulled up before the Yareth Bespin. Han waved the luggage droid aside and walked through the massive entrance. He'd been in posh hotels before, while touring with his magician friend, Zaveri, so the opulent interior with its spidery, crisscrossing glide walks that spanned the story's high atrium didn't faze him. He saw a sign reading, "Tournament Registration," in at least 20 languages, and followed the arrow up the glide lift to the mezzanine. When he stepped off the floating walkway, he headed purposefully toward the large tables. The place was thronged with gamblers of all species, sizes, and descriptions. Han registered, checked his blaster, all weapons had to be checked, received an ID badge, and a voucher that he'd cash in as he needed betting chips. The first game would start tomorrow at midday. Just as he turned away from the registration area, chip voucher tucked securely into a pocket inside his shirt, next to his skin, Han heard a familiar voice. Han! Hey Han! Over here! He turned and saw Lando Calrissian waving to him from across the mezzanine. Waving to show he'd heard, Han jogged over to the glide walk and hopped aboard, even as Lando leaped aboard the one coming toward Han's side of the enormous room. When he'd last seen Lando, the gambler was heading off for action in the Ocean system. But he'd been talking about this tournament for months, so Han had been expecting to run into him here. Hey Han! Lando's dark features broke into a wide grin as their respective glide walks brought them face to face. Long time no see, you old rascal! Han leaped nimbly across open air from his glide walk to the one Lando was standing on. He barely landed before Calrissian grabbed him in a hug that would have done Chewbacca credit. Good to see you, Lando! He gasped, as Calrissian thumped him on the back one final time. The friends stepped off the glide walk back at the registration area, and stood there a moment, eyeing each other. Han studied his friend, realizing that Lando looked very prosperous. The gambling tables out in the ocean must be loaded with easy marks. The gambler was wearing an expensive outfit made from Ascagian fabric, the best in the galaxy. A new black and silver cape swung behind him, draped in the latest fashion. Han smiled. The last time he'd seen Lando, the gambler had barely begun growing a mustache. Now his facial adornment was mature though trimmed. It lent his features a rather piratical air. Han pointed at it. I see you decided to keep the lip fur. Lando stroked the mustache proudly. Every woman I've met has been most complimentary, he said. I should have done it long ago. Some people need all the help they can get, Han teased. It's a shame you don't have my way with the ladies, old pal. Lando snorted derisively. Han looked around. So, where's your little red-eyed droid buddy? Don't tell me you went and lost Vuffy Ra in a sabacc game? Lando shook his head. Han, it's a long story. To tell it properly, I need a tall glass of something refreshing in front of me. Well, what's the short version, then? Han asked. Don't tell me the little guy got tired of calling you master and decided he could do better selling his Class 2 abilities somewhere else? Lando shook his head, his expression suddenly serious. Han, you're not going to believe this, but Vuffy Ra decided to go back to his people and grow up. Fulfill his destiny. Han grimaced. Huh! He's a droid. What do you mean, destiny? Vuffy Ra was a baby starship. I know it sounds crazy, but it's true. He comes from a unique species. Gigantic droid ships that roam the stars. Sentient, but not biological, life forms. Hans stared at his friend. Lando, you been sniffing Ryle? You sound like you spent the whole day in the bar. Lando held up a hand. It's the truth, Han. You see, there was this evil sorcerer named Roker Jepta, who turned out to be a croak, and these vacuum brothers, and a big fight in this huge star cave, and... Cheater! A deep, raspy voice shouted, startling the friends. Get him! Don't let him play. That's Han Solo, and he cheats at Sabak. Han wheeled around to find an enraged Barable female bearing down on him. The alien limped slightly from a stiff knee, but she was closing at a respectable clip, massive teeth bared. Barabels were huge, black reptilids, and Han had only met a few of them in his travels. And only one female. This female, as a matter of fact. Han gulped and his hand went down to his blaster, only to slap impotently against his thigh. Damnation! He began backing up, holding up his hands placatingly. Now, Shalimar, he began. Lando, always quick on the uptake, made sure he was nowhere near the Barabel's approach vector. Security! He shouted. We need security here! Somebody call security. The Barable sputtered and hissed with rage. He uses skifters. Cheats. Arrest him. Han backed up until he bumped into one of the registration tables, then, one-handed, he vaulted it. The Barabel's teeth flashed. Coward! Come out from behind there. Arrest him. Now, Shalimar, Han said. I beat you fair and square that time. Holding grudges isn't very sportsmanlike. With a bellow, she rushed him, only to stop and fall heavily to the floor as a tangle field encased her feet. Shalimar thrashed, slapping the carpet with her tail, cursing and bellowing. Han looked over at the hotel security forces, and drew a long breath of relief. 10 minutes later, with the Barable still under restraints, Han, Lando and Shalimar were in the security offices, facing the security chief. Shalimar was sulking, because the chief had sensor-scanned Han from the tips of his toes to the top of his head, and the Corellian had proved to be absolutely free of any cheating devices. Now the Barable hunkered uncomfortably, her feet still restrained in the tangle field, as the security chief warned her that any further displays would get her ejected from the competition. And I think you owe Solo here an apology, the chief concluded. Shalimar snarled, but softly. I will not molest him further. You have my honor word. But, the security chief started. Han waved a hand at him. Let's not push it, sir. If Shalimar leaves me alone, that's fine with me. I'm just glad to prove that I'm an honest player. The chief shrugged. Whatever you say, Solo. Okay, you two are free to go. He glanced at Han and Lando. I'll release the tangle field and turn her loose in a couple of minutes. He turned back to the Barable. And you, my lady, will be under surveillance. Please keep that in mind. We're running a tournament here, not a free-for-all. Is that clear? Clear, she rasped. Han and Lando left the office. Han didn't say anything, but he knew Lando too well to think that his friend would let this pass. Sure enough, when they stepped onto the glide walk leading to the cafe, Lando grinned broadly. Han, yet another old flame, eh? You're so right. You certainly have a way with the ladies, you old rogue. Han bared his teeth in a snarl nearly as fearsome as Shalimar's. Shut up, Lando. Just shut up. By then, Lando was laughing too hard to speak anyway. It took the two friends several hours to catch up on events. Han heard the whole story of Lando's adventures in the ocean system. He discovered that since he'd last seen his friend, Lando had won and lost several fortunes, most recently a cargo of gemstones. "You should have seen them, Han," Lando said mournfully. "They were gorgeous. Filled half the Falcon's cargo bay. If only I'd hung on to them, instead of using most of them to buy half of that drad Barubian mine." Han looked at his friend with mingled sympathy and exasperation. "Salted, right? Proved to be worthless." "You got it. How did you know?" "I knew somebody once who ran that scam. Only it was a Duralai asteroid." Han neglected to mention that he'd once lost out on a 500,000 credit uranium mine that he'd won in a sabacc game. The mine had been genuine, but the books had been so cooked that he'd been lucky to escape prosecution when the stockholders began their investigation. But all that was in the past, and Han Solo made it a policy never to indulge in regrets over failed ventures. "Speaking of the Falcon," he said, "where have you got her docked?" "Oh, she's not here," Lando said. "I left her back at the lot on Nar Shaddaa. Half the trick to winning big at the tables is being able to psych your opponents out, presenting yourself as someone who can afford to play big, win big and lose big. Makes bluffing much more effective." "I'll remember that," Han said, filing away the advice. "So, how'd you get here?" "I came in on one of those big luxury liners, the Queen of Empire," Lando said. "Arrived in style. Not to mention that the ship's casino is one of the finest I've encountered. The Queen and I go way back." Han smiled slyly. "I ran into Blue a few weeks ago, and she told me that you were traveling in style aboard that new ship of Dree Rentals. Rentals Vigilance, that Carrack-class picket ship she salvaged after the Battle of Nar Shaddaa." Lando cleared his throat. "Dree's a great lady," he said. "For a pirate, she's surprisingly refined." Han snickered. "Whoa, Lando! Isn't she a little old for you?" "She's gotta be at least 40. How do you like being a pirate queen's favorite plaything?" Lando bristled. "I wasn't. She's not." Han laughed. "Almost old enough to be your mother, huh?" Lando's teeth flashed beneath his mustache. "Hardly. And Han, my mother was nothing like Dree. Trust me." "So why'd you break up?" Han wanted to know. "Life aboard a pirate vessel is interesting," Lando said. "But a little too coarse for my taste." Han, eyeing his friend's dandified clothes, nodded. "I'll bet." Lando sobered. "But hey, Dree and I parted friends," he added. "These last few months I needed. I was." He shrugged, obviously uncomfortable. "Well, Dree came along at a good time. Well, it was nice having the company." Han eyed his friend. "You mean you miss Vuffy Ra?" "Well, how can you miss a droid?" "But you know, Han, he was really a companion. There were times I didn't even think of him as mechanical. I'd gotten used to having the little guy around, you know? So when the little vacuum cleaner went off with his kinfolk, I did find myself actually missing him." Han thought about what it would be like to lose Chewie, and could only nod in silent agreement. The two sat quietly for a moment, sipping their drinks, enjoying the companionship. Finally Han fought back a yawn, and stood up. "Gotta get some sleep," he said. "Tomorrow's going to be a big day." "See you at the tables," Lando said, and they parted. Sabacc is an ancient game, dating back to the early days of the Old Republic. Of all the games of chance, Sabacc is the most complex, the most unpredictable, the most thrilling, and the most heartbreaking. The game is played with a deck of 76 card chips. The value of any card chip can alter throughout the game at random intervals, via electronic impulses transmitted by the randomizer. In less than a second, a winning hand can change to a bomb out. There are 4 suits in the deck: sabers, staves, flasks, and coins. Numbered cards range from +1 to +11, and there are 4 cards of rank: the commander, the mistress, the master, and the ace, with numerical values of +12 to 15. 16 face cards complete the deck, 2 of each type, with assorted 0 or negative values: the idiot, the queen of air and darkness, endurance, balance, demise, moderation, the evil one, and the star. There are 2 different pots. The first, the hand pot, is awarded to the winner of each hand. In order to win the hand pot, a player must have the highest card total that is less than or equal to 23, either positive or negative. In case of a tie, positive card value beat negative card value. The other pot, the sabak pot, is the game pot, and can only be won in 2 ways: with a pure sabak, that is, card chips totaling exactly 23, or an idiot's array, consisting of one of the idiot face cards, plus a 2, and a 3, literally, 23, of any suit. In the center of the table is an interference field. As the rounds of bluffing and betting proceed, sabak players can freeze the value of a card by placing it into the interference field. The Cloud City Sabak tournament had attracted over 100 high rollers from worlds all over the galaxy. Rhodians, Twi'leks, Celestins, Bathans, Deveronians, humans, all these and more were represented at the gaming tables. The tournament would last for 4 intensive days of play. Each day, roughly half of the players would be eliminated. The number of tables would dwindle, until only 1 table remained, where the best of the best would compete during that last hand. Stakes were high. Winners stood a good chance of walking away with 2 or 3 times the 10,000 credit buy-in, or even more. Sabak was not traditionally a spectator sport the way mag ball or nulgi polo was, but since only players were allowed in the tournament hall, the hotel had arranged a huge hollow projection lounge for those who wished to watch the tournament. Companions of players, hangers-on, eliminated players, and other interested sentients wandered in and out of the lounge, keeping an eye on the tournament, silently rooting for his, her, or its favorite to win. There was a ranking list displayed beside the hollow, ID-ing the players, and showing the progress of the play. On this, the second day of the tournament, about 50 players clustered around 10 tables. The ranking beside their names showed that Han Solo had made it through the first day of play on luck and by the skin of his teeth. He'd lost the sabak pot, but had won enough hand pots so that he was still a contender. One of the onlookers in the lounge was rooting for Han to win, though the Corellian had no idea she was anywhere within parsecs of Bespin, and if Bria Thurn had anything to say about it, he wouldn't find out. In her years of working with the Corellian resistance, Bria had become an expert at disguise. Now her long, red-gold hair was hidden beneath a short black wig, her blue-green eyes covered by biolenses that turned them as dark as her hair. Carefully inserted padding in her elegant business outfit made her look voluptuous and muscled instead of slender and wiry. The only thing she couldn't disguise was her height, and there were many tall human women. She stood at the back of the lounge, watching the hollow intently, hoping for another close-up of Han. Silently, she rejoiced that he'd made it this far. If only he'd win, she thought. Han deserves a big break. If he had a lot of credits, he wouldn't have to risk his life as a smuggler. For a moment, the hollow showed a close-up of Han's table. Bria saw that his opponents today were a Celestin, a Twi'lek, a Bathan, and 2 humans, 1 male and 1 female. The woman was evidently from a heavy G planet, judging from the thick, corded muscles in her neck, and her short, stocky build. Bria knew little about Sabak, but she knew Han Solo. Even after being separated from him for 7 years now, she knew him. She knew every line of his face, the way his eyes crinkled at the corners when he smiled, or narrowed when he was angry or suspicious. The shaggy tufts of his hair, perennially overdue for a haircut. She could still recall the shape of his hands, the fine hairs on the backs of them. Bria knew Han Solo so well that she realized she could still tell when he was bluffing, as he was at the moment. Smiling confidently, Han leaned across the table to push another heap of chips into the center. Seeing the size of his bet, the Celestian hesitated, then threw in her hand. The two humans also folded, but the Bahan was made of sterner stuff. He met Han's bet, and then, ostentatiously, raised it by a goodly amount. Bria's expression didn't change, but her hands curled into fists at her sides. Will he fold, or play the hand through and hope his bluff will work? The Twi'lek pushed another card chip into the interference field, and matched the bet. All eyes turned to Han. The Corellian grinned as though he hadn't a care in the world. Bria could see his lips move as he issued some verbal challenge or wisecrack, then he pushed forward another stack of credit chips, such a huge bet that Bria bit her lip. If he lost his hand, he'd bomb out. There was no way he could cover it. The Bahan glanced from side to side, for the first time seeming uncertain. Finally, he tossed in his hand. The Twi'lek's head-tails twitched with frustration and nerves. Finally, slowly, the Twi'lek laid his hand down. Han's grin broadened, and he reached forward to scoop up yet another hand pot. Did he genuinely have a winning hand, Bria wondered, or was I right? Was it all a bluff? The Celestian, her droopy jowls working, made a sudden grab for Han's card chips, but the dealer spoke up, clearly warning her against such an action. By now the dealer would have signaled for a change in the card chip values, anyway. Bria nodded emphatically at the hollow. Great. Keep it up, Han. Beat them. Win. Beside her, someone snarled, then spoke in raspy, hissing tones. May all the blights of Variable curse that villain Solo. He wins again. He must be cheating. Bria glanced out of the corner of her eye and saw a huge Variable female, obviously a very irritated Variable. The corners of her mouth twitched. Han has such a way with people. What do you suppose he did to make her so mad? Something rustled on Bria's other side, and she turned to find her aide, a Corellian named Jace Pale, beside her. The man lowered his voice until even Bria could barely hear him, though his mouth was barely a handspan from her ear. Commander, the representatives from Alderaan have arrived. They are on their way to the meeting site. Bria nodded. I'll be right up, Jace. As her aide left the lounge, Bria checked her expensive datapad, a dummy. She committed as little as possible of her real business to any readable form, smiled vaguely at the variable, and left the lounge. Time to get on with her mission here in Cloud City. When she discovered that Cloud City would be hosting the Big Sabak tournament, Bria had realized that this was the ideal location for a top-secret meeting between representatives of several of the rebellions. Resistance groups were growing by leaps and bounds on many Imperial worlds, and it was essential to establish links between them. But such meetings had to be kept clandestine. The Imps had spies everywhere. Any intelligence operative knew that the easiest place to hide was in a crowd. And Cloud City was pretty far from the Imperial core, so the Imps didn't pay it much attention. A big tournament provided perfect cover. With so many ships coming and going, both alien and human, a few humans, a Celestian and a Duros meeting in a hotel conference room on Cloud City would arouse little interest from anyone. Bria wouldn't admit even to herself that part of her reason for selecting Cloud City during the tournament was that she'd hoped to catch a glimpse of Han Solo. She couldn't be sure he'd attend, of course, but knowing Han, when there was the chance of winning big, he was there, ready and eager. As she rode the glide walk to the nearest turbolift, Bria imagined removing her disguise, then going to Han's room late that night. He would still have vivid memories of the last time he'd seen her, when she'd been posing as Moff Sarnchild's mistress. But surely he'd believe her when she explained that she'd been spying for the Corellian resistance, and that there had been nothing between her and Child. So after she told him the truth about their last encounter, they would talk. Perhaps they'd sip some wine. After a while, they'd hold hands. And then, the rebel operative closed her eyes as the turbolift swept her upward amid the crystalline and pastel splendor of the Aerith Bespin's 50-story atrium. Perhaps, when she'd explained everything, Han would want to join the resistance, help his fellow Corellians as they plotted to free their planet from that tyrant emperor who held so many worlds in a death grip. Perhaps. Bria envisioned the two of them, doing battle shoulder to shoulder on land or in space, fighting bravely, covering each other's backs during the battles, winning victories over the Imperial forces, then holding each other close when the day's fighting was over. Bria couldn't imagine anything better than that. Feeling the turbolift decelerate, she sighed and opened her eyes. Fantasies were all very well, sometimes they were all that kept her going. But she couldn't allow them to interfere with her mission. As the turbolift doors slid open, she was ready. Moving with confident strides, she exited the lift and headed down the carpeted corridor. When she reached the meeting room, she tapped out her coded signal and was admitted. She glanced at Jace, and his nod confirmed that he'd checked the room for surveillance devices and found it safe. Only then did Bria turn to greet the other members of the conference. The first representative to step forward was a typically mournful-faced, blue-skinned Duros, Jansar Sobils. He had come alone, as had Sion too from Sullust. Bria greeted the two aliens warmly, thanking them and their respective groups for allowing them to make the dangerous journey, and it was dangerous. Just last month one of the high-ranking rebel leaders from Tybran had been captured while on his way to such a conference. The Ishi-Tib was forced to suicide in order to avoid the imp mind probes. Alderaan had sent 3 representatives, 2 human and 1 Kamasai. The senior member of the delegation was a middle-aged man with grizzled hair and beard, one Rick Downey, Deputy Minister of Security, and a trusted member of Viceroy Bail Organa's cabinet. Accompanying him was a young girl, not even out of her teens, with long, crystal-white hair. Downey introduced her as Winter, commenting that they were posing as father and daughter as their cover during this trip. The non-human member of the delegation was a Kamasai. Bria was intrigued by him, never having met one before. Their species was now somewhat rare in the galaxy. Kamas had been essentially destroyed after the Clone Wars, thanks to the efforts of the Emperor's minion, Darth Vader, but it was a little-known fact that many of its people had managed to flee to Alderaan and lived there, mostly in seclusion. The Kamasai's name was Ilenik Ikale, and he introduced himself as an advisor to the Viceroy of Alderaan. Tall, even taller than Bria, the Kamasai wore a single kilt-like garment and jewelry. Generally humanoid in appearance, Ilenik was covered in golden down, with purple stripes marking his face. His eyes were large, dark, and held a faint air of calm sadness that touched Bria, knowing what sufferings this being must have witnessed. Ilenik said little as the delegates exchanged greetings, but something about him impressed Bria. She resolved to seek out his opinions if he did not offer them. The Kamasai had an air of quiet power, of confidence, that told the rebel commander that this was a being to be reckoned with. After a few minutes of chit-chat, Bria seated herself at the long table, and formally brought the meeting to order. "Fellow rebels," she said, speaking with the quiet authority of someone who had done this many times before, "I thank you for risking your lives in our cause. We of the Corellian rebel movement are contacting other underground groups like our own, urging all the various rebel groups to unite. Only as a strong, cohesive group can we have any hope of confronting the empire that is strangling our worlds and killing the spirit of our peoples." Bria took a deep breath. "I know what a daunting and dangerous proposal this is, believe me. But only if we can unite, form an alliance, can the rebel groups have any hope of eventual victory. As long as we remain fragmented, planet-bound groups, we are doomed to failure." She paused. "The Corellian movement has long considered this proposal. We are fully aware what a radical change this would entail, and how difficult such an alliance would be. As long as we are individual groups, the Empire cannot wipe us all at one blow. If we were to unite, they might conceivably be able to destroy all of us in one battle. We also know how taxing it can be for different species to work together. Disparate ethical and moral systems, ideologies, religions, not to mention equipment and weapon design differences, all of these things can present problems." Bria faced her onlookers steadily. "But my friends, unite we must. Somehow we must find ways to work around our differences. Surely we can do that, and that's the subject of this conference." The Duro's representative tapped his fingers on the table. "Your words are stirring, Commander. In spirit, I agree with them. But let us face facts here. In asking the non-human worlds to ally with you, you are asking us to put ourselves at far greater risk. Everyone knows the Emperor's disdain for non-humans. If an alliance challenged Palpatine's forces, and lost, the Emperor's wrath would be mostly directed at the non-human worlds. He might well destroy us as a lesson to the human rebels." Bria nodded. "Your point is well taken, Jensar." She glanced around the table. "Minister Downey, what are your thoughts?" "We of Alderaan have supported the rebel movement from the beginning," the man said. "We have provided intelligence, funding, and technical expertise. But this talk of battles is anathema to us. Alderaanian culture is built on the absence of weapons and violence. We are a peaceful world, and the way of the warrior is abhorrent to us. Count on us to support your efforts, but I cannot imagine that we would ever be able to join you as combatants." Bria gazed at Dalnay somberly. "It is possible, Minister," she said, "that Alderaan may not have the option to refrain from violence." She turned to the little Celestin. "Sion 2, what are your initial thoughts?" "Commander, my people are so crushed beneath the heel of the Empire that few of them have the wherewithal to plot any kind of rebellion." The little alien's jowls quivered, and his dark, liquid eyes were sorrowful. "Though many complain about the Imperial troops under their breaths, only a handful of my people have ever dared to openly resist. Our caves are places of fear. The Soros sub-corporation essentially controls my world, and their biggest client is the Empire. If we were to join a rebel alliance, it would cause civil war." Bria sighed. "It's going to be a long conference," she thought bleakly. "I recognize that all of you have valid concerns," she said, keeping her voice level and neutral. "But it won't hurt anything, or commit you to anything, simply to discuss these issues, right?" After a moment, the delegates from the three worlds agreed to talk. Taking a deep breath, Bria started in. "I can't believe I've made it this far," Han thought wearily, as he eased himself into the seat at the one remaining sabacc table. It was night on the fourth day of the tournament, and only the finalists were left. "If only my luck holds out a little longer." Slowly he stretched the kinks out of his back, wishing he could sleep for about 20 hours. The past few days had been grueling, hours of unending play, with only a few breaks for meals or sleep. The other finalists had also taken their places around the table. A diminutive Chadra fan, a Bahan male, and a Radian female. Han wasn't sure whether the Chadra fan was a male or a female. Both sexes wore the same long robes. As Han glanced around at his fellow players, the last player, another human, sat down opposite Han in the last empty chair. Han groaned inwardly. Somehow I knew this would happen. What chance can I have against a professional like Lando? Han was very conscious of the fact that he was probably the only amateur player at the table. It was a fair bet that the others, like Lando, made their primary living by winning at sabacc. For a moment he was tempted to just call it quits, walk away. To lose now, after all these days of play. Lando nodded tightly to his friend. Han nodded back. The dealer approached. In most games of sabacc, the dealer actually played for credits, but in tournament games, the dealer only dealt the card chips and monitored the game. He or she was prohibited from playing. The dealer was a Bith. The alien's large, five-fingered hands featured both an opposable thumb and little finger, giving the dealer considerable dexterity as he dealt. The lights of the monstrous chandelier in the ballroom gleamed on the alien's large, bare cranium. The dealer ostentatiously opened a fresh pack of card chips and riffled them, then triggered the randomizer several times, thus demonstrating that nobody could predict the order the card chips would be dealt. After this initial demonstration, the randomizer itself altered the values of the card chips at random intervals. Han looked over at Lando, and was cheered to note that his friend was showing signs of strain. Lando's natty outfit was creased, and there were dark circles beneath his eyes. His hair looked as though it hadn't been combed all day. Han knew he was no prize himself. He rubbed his hand blearily across his face, and only then realized he'd forgotten to shave. Stubble rasped his fingernails. Forcing himself to sit up straight, Han picked up his first hand of card chips. 3.5 hours later, the Bahan and the Radian had been eliminated. They'd left without a backward glance. The Bahan male had bombed out, bet his entire trove of credit chips on the game. When Lando took that hand, the alien had stalked away without a farewell. The Radian female had folded, but she hadn't bombed. Han figured that she decided to cut her losses and get out while she still had a profit. The stakes were getting very high. The sabacc pot alone contained nearly 20,000 credits. Han's luck had held. He had enough credit chips to cover any of the bets he'd seen tonight. Mentally, he added them up. If he folded now, he'd leave Bespin with 20,000 credits, give or take a couple hundred. His eyesight was getting blurry, and the card chips were hard to count when they were in stacks. The Corellian considered. 20,000 was a lot of money. Almost enough to buy a ship of his own. Should he fold? Or should he stay in? The Chadra fan raised the bet another 5,000. Han covered it. So did Lando, but it took nearly all his credit chips. Han assessed his hand. He had the card chip for endurance, which had the value of -8. Appropriate, Han thought. This battle is becoming one of endurance. He also had the ace of staves, with a value of +15. And the 6 of flasks. Value, +6. 13. He needed to take another card, and hope that he didn't get a ranked card, which would put him out of the game. I'll take a card, Han said. The dealer tossed one down on the table. Han picked it up, saw with a sinking feeling that it was demise, which was -13. Great. I'm farther away than ever. And then the cards rippled and changed before his eyes. Han now had the Queen of Air and Darkness, with a value of -2, plus the 5 of coins, the 6 of staves, and the master of coins, with a value of 14. Total value, 23. His heart leaped. Pure sabak. With this hand, he could take both the hand pot and the sabak pot to win the tournament. There was only one hand that could beat him, and that was an idiot's array. Han took a deep breath, then pushed forward all but one of his stacks of credit chips. For a moment he considered tossing all his cards into the interference field, but then his opponents would know for sure he wasn't bluffing. He needed them to cover his bet if he was going to clean up. Hold steady, he thought to his card chips, willing the randomizer not to change the patterns. Honest randomizers truly were random. Sometimes they changed card chip patterns multiple times per game. Other times, they did so only once or twice. Han figured the odds for his card chips changing within the next 3 minutes. The average time for a round of betting with this many players were about 50 to 50. Han kept his features composed, his body relaxed, with an effort of will that was nearly painful. He had to make them think he might be bluffing. On Han's right, the little Chadra fan's huge ears flickered rapidly back and forth. Then Han had learned that he was male during the hours of play, uttered the faintest of squeaks. Deliberately, precisely, the alien folded his card chips and placed them on the table, then got up and walked away. Han stared at his card chips. Hold. His pulse was hammering, and he hoped Lando couldn't see it. The professional gambler hesitated for a long second, then requested a card. Han's blood rushed in his ears as, slowly and deliberately, Calrissian extended a hand and placed a card chip face down into the interference field. Han stiffened. He'd caught just a glimpse of the primary color of the card chip reflected against the faint ionization of the field. Violet. If Han's bleary eyes weren't playing tricks on him, that meant the card chip was the idiot. The most vital card in the idiot's array. Han tried to swallow, but his mouth was too dry. Lando is an expert at this, he thought. He could have put that card down in just that manner, knowing I'd see its telltale color, and guess that he's holding the idiot. But why? To bluff me? Scare me into folding? Or am I imagining things? Han looked back up at his opponent. Lando was holding 2 cards in his hand now. The professional gambler smiled at his friend, then, quickly punching a notation onto a data card, he pushed it and his few remaining credit chips toward Han. My marker, he said in his smoothest, most mellow tones. Good for any ship on my lot. Your choice of my stock. The Bith turned to Han. Is that acceptable to you, Solo? Han's mouth was so dry he didn't dare speak, but he nodded. The Bith turned back to Lando. Your marker is good. Lando was holding 2 cards plus the idiot, which was safely in the interference field. Han fought the impulse to wipe his hand across his eyes. Could Lando see him sweating? Have to stay calm, Han ordered himself. Does he have the idiot's array, or is he bluffing? There was only one way to find out. Hold, he ordered his hand, and slowly, deliberately, he pushed forward his last stack of chips. I call, he said. His voice emerged as a strained croak. Lando stared at him across the table for an endless second, then the gambler smiled slightly. Very well. Slowly, he reached over and turned up the card in the interference field. The idiot stared up at Han. Moving deliberately, Lando took his next card chip and laid it down beside the idiot, face up. The 2 of staves. Han couldn't breathe. I'm dead. I've lost everything. Lando turned over the last of his cards. The 7 of flasks. Han stared unbelievingly at the losing hand, then, slowly, he raised his eyes to regard his friend. Lando smiled wryly and shrugged. "Gotta hand it to you, buddy," the gambler said. "I thought I could bluff you." Lando was bluffing. The Corellian's head whirled as it sank in. "I won. I can't believe it, but I won." Slowly, deliberately, he laid down his card chips. "Pure sabak," he said. "The sabak pot is mine, too." The Bith nodded. "Captain Solo is our tournament winner, gentle beings," he said, speaking into the tiny amplifier attached to his collar. "Congratulations, Captain Solo!" Dizzily, Han nodded at the Bith. Then he noticed that Lando was leaning across the table, his hand out. Excitedly, Han reached over and wrung his friend's hand. "I can't believe it," he said. "What a game!" "You're a better player than I ever gave you credit for being, old man," Lando said genially. Han wondered how Lando could be so composed when he just lost so much. Then he reflected that the gambler had probably won and lost fortunes before. Han picked up the data card that was Lando's marker and studied it. "So, what ship are you going to claim?" Lando asked. "I've got an almost new YD-2400 Corelli Systems light stock freighter that would be your best bet." "Wait, Liu. I'm taking the Falcon," Han said in a rush. Lando's eyebrows went up. "The Millennium Falcon?" he said, obviously dismayed. "Oh no. Han, that's my own personal vessel. That was never part of the deal." "You said any ship on your lot," Han reminded him, levelly. Their eyes locked. "You said any of your stock?" "The Falcon's sitting on your lot. I claim her." "But," Lando's mouth tightened, and his eyes flashed. "Yeah, buddy?" Han said, letting an edge creep into his voice. "You gonna honor this marker or what?" Slowly, deliberately, Lando nodded. "Nobody can say I don't honor my markers." He drew a long breath, then let it out in an angry hiss. "All right then, the Falcon's yours." Han grinned, then threw both arms up into the air and whirled around in an impromptu dance, giddy with joy. "Wait till I tell Chewie. The Millennium Falcon is mine. At last. A ship of our own." Bria then stood alone in the deserted Hollow Lounge, watching Han Solo as he rejoiced in his victory, wishing she could be there to hug him, kiss him, celebrate with him. "This is wonderful," she thought exultantly. "Oh, Han, you deserve to win. You played like a champion." She wondered what the dark-skinned gambler had given the Corellian as a marker. Something valuable, obviously. Han was clutching the data card as though it were the key to the most wonderful treasure in the universe. It was late on the night of the fourth day, and the Corellian commander's meetings with the Duros, the Celestin and the Alderaanians would be concluded tomorrow morning. They'd made progress in reaching some agreements, and all of them had learned a great deal about each other's culture, but nothing major had been decided. None of the three other rebel groups had been willing to commit to Corellia's proposed rebel alliance. Bria sighed. She'd done her best, but it was obvious that there was still a long way to go. She supposed she shouldn't blame the other groups for their caution, but she couldn't help it. The situation with the Empire was only going to get worse, and the others were blind if they couldn't see that for themselves. Hearing the sound of footsteps, Bria turned, to find the Alderaanian girl, Winter, coming toward her. She was a lovely young woman with her crystal-colored hair and pale green eyes. Her simple, modestly cut green dress revealed a slender, regal figure. She was tall, though not as tall as Bria. The Corellian commander nodded, and the two of them watched the action from the tournament ballroom for a few minutes. Han was in the midst of other players now, mingling, being congratulated. Food and drink were circulating, and tournament officials, dealers, and hotel staff were now part of the crowd. A party atmosphere reigned. "It looks like they're having more fun than we are in our meetings," Bria said dryly. "I envy them. Not a care in the world." "Oh, I'm sure they have cares," Winter said. "But at the moment they've thrown them aside so they can exist only in the present." Bria nodded. "Quite the philosopher, aren't you?" The girl laughed a little, a musical, pleasant laugh. "Oh, we Alderanians have a long tradition of debating philosophy, ethics, and morality. There are cafes in Aldera where citizens sit and argue philosophy all day long. It's a planetary tradition." Bria chuckled a little. "Corellians have more of a reputation for being hot-headed doers, who get things accomplished, but love taking risks. Perhaps our two worlds need each other as a balance," Winter observed. Bria gave her a thoughtful glance. "Winter, would you like to go over to the bar and get a cup of vine coffee?" "I'd like that," the girl said, nodding. Her crystalline hair rippled over her shoulders with each movement. Bria had heard that adult Alderanians didn't cut their hair. Winters cascaded down her back like a glacier. When they were comfortably seated, with cups of the steaming, fragrant brew before them, Bria discreetly pressed a button on her golden bracelet, and aimed the Karuska jewels that studded it outward into the room. Then she turned her wrist upward, all the while studying the jewels. When no light flashed amidst them, she relaxed. No spy devices. Not that I expected any, but better to be safe than sorry. "So, Winter, tell me about yourself," Bria said. "How did you happen to come on this mission?" "The Viceroy has been like a father to me," the girl said quietly. "He raised me with his own daughter, Leia. I've been the princess's companion ever since we were little children." She smiled faintly, and Bria was struck once again by how poised, how mature, she was for her age. "There have been times when I've actually been mistaken for the princess. But I'm glad I'm not royal. It's hard being in the public eye all the time, the way the Viceroy and Leia are. Constant pressures, being hounded by the press, your life isn't your own." Bria nodded. "I suspect it's worse than being a vid star, being royalty." She took a sip of her vine coffee. "So Bail Organa raised you, and yet he allowed you to come on this mission, knowing there could be danger, if we were discovered?" Bria raised her eyebrows. "I'm surprised. You seem a little young to have to endure such risks." Winter smiled. "I'm a year and a few months older than the princess. I just turned 17. That's the age of responsibility on Alderaan." "Same as Corellia," Bria said. "Too young. When I was 17, I didn't have a bit of sense." She grinned ruefully. "That's so long ago, it seems like a million years, instead of 9. "You seem older than that," Winter observed. "Even if you don't look it." 26 and a commander? You must have started young." She stirred Trilodon milk into her vine coffee. "I did," Bria agreed lightly. "And if I seem older than my age, well, a year as a slave on Ilesia will do that to a girl. Those spice factories take a lot out of you." "You were a slave?" Winter seemed surprised. "Yes. I was rescued from Ilesia by a friend. But physically getting off the planet was the easy part," Bria admitted. "Long after my body was free, my mind and spirit were still enslaved. I had to learn to free myself, and it was the hardest thing I've ever done." Winter nodded, her gaze sympathetic. Bria was a bit surprised at herself for opening up to the girl this way, but the Alderanian teenager was amazingly easy to talk to. It was obvious that she wasn't just making conversation, she really cared about what Bria was saying. The commander shrugged slightly. It cost me everything that was important to me, basically. Love, family, security. But it was worth it to be myself. And it brought me a new purpose in life. Fighting the Empire. The older woman nodded. Fighting the Empire that condones and encourages slavery. The filthiest, most degrading practice ever developed by supposedly civilized sentients. I've heard about Elysia, Winter said. The Viceroy ordered an investigation of the place a few years ago, when a few unpleasant rumors surfaced. Since that time, he's kept up a public information campaign to let Alderaanians know the truth about the place, about the spice factories, the forced labor. That's the worst thing about it, Bria said bitterly. They don't force you. People work themselves to death there, and they do it willingly. It's horrible. If only I had the soldiers and weapons, I'd head for Elysia tomorrow with a couple of squadrons. We'd shut that stinking mudhole down for good. It would take a lot of troops. Yes, it would. They have 8 or 9 colonies there, now. Thousands of slaves. Bria cautiously sipped the hot beverage. So, are you looking forward to tomorrow's session? Winter sighed. Not really. I don't blame you, Bria said. It must be pretty boring, hearing us wrangle all day over whether or not a rebel alliance is the right course of action. You ought to skip tomorrow's session and go have some fun. Cloud City has tours to go watch the Belden herds, and there are aerial rodeos where Thranta riders do stunts. I've heard it's an amazing thing to watch. I have to be at the conference tomorrow, Winter said. Minister Dalnay needs me. Why? Bria was puzzled. For moral support? The girl smiled faintly. No. I am his recorder. He needs me to help him prepare his report for the Viceroy. Recorder? Yes. Everything I see, or experience, or hear I remember, Winter said. I cannot forget, though sometimes I wish I could. Her lovely features grew sad, as though she was recalling some unpleasant scene from the past. Really? Bria was thinking how handy that would be, to have someone like that on staff. She herself had taken lessons in hypno-conditioning to improve her own recall, because so little of what she did could be entrusted to data files or flimsies. You're right, that would make you invaluable. The reason that I said I wasn't looking forward to tomorrow's session, Winter said, leaning forward across the table, wasn't that I was bored, Commander. What I meant was that it's hard for me to listen to Rick Dalnay stubbornly insist that Alderaanian ethics are more important than defeating the Empire. Bria cocked her head. Oh, now, that's interesting. What makes you say that? Twice, when I accompanied Leia and the Viceroy to diplomatic functions on Coruscant. She stopped herself, then smiled ruefully. I mean, to Imperial Center, I saw the Emperor. One of those times, Emperor Palpatine stopped and spoke to me, just a perfunctory greeting, but... She hesitated, biting her lip, and for the first time, Bria saw her maturity slip, and a frightened child in those youthful features. Bria, I looked into his eyes. I cannot forget them, no matter how I try. Emperor Palpatine is evil. Unnatural, in some strange way. The girl shuddered despite the cozy warmth of the bar. He frightened me. He was malevolent. That's the only word that fits. I've heard stories, Bria said. Though I've never met him. I've seen him from a distance, but that's all. You don't want to meet him, Winter said. Those eyes of his, they fasten on you, and you feel as though they will drink up your spirit, all that makes you what you are. Bria sighed. That's why we must resist him, she said. That's what he wants, to engulf us all, planets, sentience, everything. Palpatine is determined to become the most absolute despot in history. We have to fight him, or we'll all be ground to dust. I agree, Winter said. And that's why I'm going to go back to Alderaan and tell the Viceroy that we of Alderaan must arm ourselves and learn to fight. Bria blinked, startled. Really? But that's not the way Minister Downey thinks. I know, the girl said. And I know that the Viceroy is opposed to taking up arms. But your words over the past few days have convinced me that if Alderaan doesn't fight, we'll be destroyed. We'll know no true peace as long as the Emperor rules. Do you think Bail Organa will listen to you? Bria said, feeling a spark of hope. At least I reached one person these past few days. It wasn't a complete waste. I don't know, Winter replied. Perhaps. He is a good man, and respects those who can make their points well, even if they are young. He does believe in resisting the Empire. He has already arranged for me and his daughter to be given special training in intelligence-gathering techniques. He's aware that two young, innocent-seeming girls may be able to go places and do things where seasoned diplomats would fail. Bria nodded. I've found that out myself, she said. It's a sad but unfortunate fact that a pretty face and a sweet smile can provide a passport to places inside the imperial bureaucracy and the high command, where other efforts would be doomed to fail. The attractive commander smiled wryly as she poured another cup of vine coffee. As you've no doubt noticed, the Empire is a male-dominated, human-dominated organization. And human males can be manipulated by women, sometimes all too easily. I don't like it, and it doesn't make it right, but it's the results that count. I've learned that over the years. Even if Viceroy Organa won't listen to me, Winter said, I'm sure Leia will. She insisted that our intelligence training include lessons in how to use weapons effectively. Both of us have learned to shoot and to hit what we aim at. The Viceroy didn't like the idea at first, but when he thought it over, he agreed, and even chose a weapons master for Leia. He's an intelligent man, and he could see that there might be situations where we need to know how to defend ourselves. What good will convincing the princess do? Bria asked. I know she's supposed to be well loved, but she's still just a young girl. The Viceroy is considering appointing her Alderaan's representative to the Imperial Senate next year, Winter said. Don't underestimate Leia's strength of purpose or influence. I won't, Bria said. She smiled at Winter. I'm so glad we had this talk. I was feeling so discouraged, and you've lifted my spirits. I'm very grateful. I'm grateful to you, Commander, Winter said, for speaking the truth in my hearing. The Corellian resistance is right. Our best hope is a rebel alliance. I only hope it can happen one day. As the post-tournament party began to wind down, Han found himself beside Lando. He gestured at the door. Come on, I'll buy you a drink. Lando smiled wryly. You'd better be buying, old buddy. You've got all my credits. Han grinned. I'm buying. Hey, Lando, need a loan? And do you want to book passage back to Ner Shada on that liner that's leaving tomorrow? Lando hesitated. Yes and no. I'd like to borrow 1,000, and I'm good for it. But I've decided to stay here on Bespin for a while. Some of the sentients who didn't make it to the finals of the tournament are bound to be hitting the casinos here on Cloud City, trying to recoup some of what they lost. I should do all right. Han nodded, and counted out credit vouchers equaling 1,500 credits, then handed them to Lando. Take your time, buddy. No hurry. Lando gave his friend a grin as they approached the bar. Thanks, Han. Hey, that's a back pot added to my other winnings. Well, I can afford it. The Corellian felt physically tired, but so exhilarated that he knew he couldn't sleep, not yet. He had to savor his victory, his ownership of the Falcon, just a little bit longer. Well, I'm heading back tomorrow. No reason to stick around, and Chewie'll be wondering how I am. Lando glanced across the bar and raised an eyebrow. Oh, I see at least 2 reasons to stick around. Han followed his friend's glance, saw the 2 women who were leaving the bar through the lobby exit. One was tall and full-bodied, with short black hair. The other was little more than a girl, slender, with long white hair. He shook his head. Lando, you never quit. That tall one could put you on your rear. She's built like a Nulgi wrestler, and the other is an invitation to a nice jail cell for corrupting a minor. Lando shrugged. Well, if not those 2, then there are plenty of other lovely ladies here in Cloud City. And I want to check out the business opportunities here. I kind of like the place. Han grinned smugly at his friend. Suit yourself? Myself, I can't wait to get home and take my ship out for a spin. He signaled the robo-bartender. What's your pleasure, my friend? Lando rolled his eyes. Polani's red for me, and a nice shot of poison for you. Han laughed. So, where are you going first in your new ship? Lando asked. I'm gonna keep a promise I made to Chewie almost 3 years ago and take him to see his family on Kashyyyk, Han said. With the Falcon I ought to be able to slip past those imp patrols, no sweat. How long has it been since he was on Kashyyyk? Almost 53 years, Han said. A lot could have happened in that time. He left a father, some cousins, and a lovely young Wookiee female behind. About time he went home and checked up on him. 50 years? Lando shook his head. I can't think of any human woman that would wait 50 years for me. I know, Han said. And apparently Chewie never did have an understanding with Malatobuk. I warned him he'd better expect to find her married and a grandmother. Lando nodded, and when the drinks arrived, raised his in a toast. Han lifted his glass of Alderaanian ale. To the Millennium Falcon, Lando said. The fastest hunk of junk in the galaxy. You take care of her, now. To the Falcon, Han echoed. My ship. May she fly fast and free, and outrun every imp vessel in existence. Solemnly, they clinked their glasses, then together they drank. It was a sultry day on Nal Hutta, but then, almost every day was sultry there. Sultry, rainy, damp and polluted, that was Nal Hutta. But the Hutts liked it that way, they loved their adopted homeworld. Nal Hutta meant glorious jewel in Huttese. But one Hutt was too intent on his holocast unit to even notice the weather. Durga, the new leader of the Besadii clan since his parent Aruk's untimely death 6 months ago, had eyes and attention only for the full-size holoimage projected into his office. 2 months after Aruk's death, Durga had hired a team of the best forensic examiners in the Empire to journey to Nal Hutta and conduct a rigorous autopsy on his parents' bloated corpse. He'd had Aruk frozen, then placed in a stasis field, because Durga was convinced that his parent had not died from natural causes. When the examiners had arrived, they'd spent several weeks taking samples of every kind of tissue to be found in the Hutt leader's massive corpse, and running tests on them. Their early results had turned up nothing, but Durga insisted that they keep on looking, and he was the one paying, so the forensic specialists did as ordered. Now Durga stared at the coalescing holoimage of the leader of the team of forensic specialists, MYK Bidler. He was human, a light-skinned, slightly built male with pale hair. He wore a lab coat over his rumpled clothing. As Baidla saw Durga's image forming before him, he bowed slightly to the hut lord. Your Excellency, we have received the results from the latest round of tests on the tissue samples we brought back to Coruscant. I mean, to Imperial Center. Durga waved a small, impatient hand at Baidla and addressed the man in Basic. You are late. I was expecting your report 2 days ago. What have you learned? I regret, Your Excellency, that the test results were somewhat delayed, Baidla apologized. However, this time, unlike our other rounds of tests, we have discovered something I believe you will find very interesting. Unexpected and unprecedented. We had to contact specialists on Wivril, and they are currently checking to see if they can discover where it was manufactured. The morbidity factor has been difficult to test, since we have no pure quantities, but we are persisting, and when we tested the PSA count of the specimens, Durga slammed his small hand down on a nearby table, sending it crashing over. Get to the point, Baidla. Was my parent murdered? The scientist drew a deep breath. I cannot say for certain, Your Excellency. What I can tell you is that we have discovered a very rare substance concentrated in the tissues of Lord Uruk's brain. The substance is not natural. None of my team has ever encountered it before. We are running tests even now to discover its properties. Durga's birthmarked face grew even uglier as his scowl deepened. I knew it, he said. MYK Baidla raised a cautioning hand. Lord Durga, please, allow us to finish our tests. We will continue our work, and we will report back as soon as we have something definitive to report. Durga waved a dismissive hand at the forensics expert. Very well. See that you report to me instantly when you discover what we are dealing with here. The man bowed. You have my assurance, Lord Durga. With a muttered curse, the hut lord broke the connection. Durga was not the only unhappy hut on Nal Huda. Jabba Desaligic II, second in command of the powerful Desaligic clan, was both depressed and displeased. Jabba had spent the entire morning with his aunt, Jiliak, the leader of Desaligic, trying to finish the final report on the losses to Desaligic that had resulted from the Imperial attempt to raise Nar Shaddaa and subjugate Nal Huda. The Empire's attack had failed, mostly due to Jabba and Jiliak's successful bribe of the Imperial Admiral, but it would be a long time before business on Nar Shaddaa was back to normal. Nar Shaddaa was a large moon that orbited Nal Huda. The other name for Nar Shaddaa was the Smuggler's Moon, and it was apt, for most of its denizens lived there because they were connected with the illegal trade that moved through Nar Shaddaa every day. Running spice, running guns, fencing stolen treasures and antiquities. Nar Shaddaa saw all of that and more. Shipping is down 44%, Aunt, Jabba said, his comparatively small, delicate fingers touching the datapad expertly. We lost so many ships, so many captains and crews when that thrice-cursed Sarn child mounted that attack. Our spice customers have been complaining that we can't move our product the way we used to. Even Han Solo lost his ship, and he's our best pilot. Jiliak glanced at her nephew. He has been flying our ships ever since the attack, nephew. I know, but most of our ships are older models and slower. And in our business, time equals credits. Jabba did another calculation, then made an exasperated sound. And our profits this year will be the lowest we've experienced in 10 years. Jiliak replied with a mighty belch. Jabba looked up and saw that she was eating again, some high-sustenance goop she smeared on the backs of her swampriglas before stuffing them into her enormous mouth. Ever since becoming pregnant last year, Jiliak had been undergoing one of the typical hut growth spurts most adult huts experience several times in their adult lives. In the space of a year, Jiliak was nearly a third again the size she had been before her pregnancy. "You'd better be careful," Jabba warned. "Those wrigglers gave you terrible indigestion the other day. Remember?" Jiliak belched again. "You're right. I should cut back, but the baby needs the nourishment." Jabba sighed. Jiliak's infant was still spending much of its time inside its mother's pouch. Baby Hutts depended upon their mothers for all their nourishment for the first year of their lives. "Here is a message from Effin Mon," Jabba said, seeing that his message indicator was blinking on his comm link. Quickly the Hutt Lord scanned the communique. "He says I should return to Tatooine. He is running my business interests as ably as he can, I am sure, but the Lady Valerian is taking full advantage of my prolonged absence to try and move in on my territory." Jiliak turned her bulbous eyes on her nephew. "If you must go, nephew, go. But see that it is a quick trip. I will need you to handle the conference with the Desalogic representatives from the core worlds in 10 days. But, Aunt, it would do you good to handle it yourself. You have gotten rather out of touch with those reps," Jabba pointed out. Jiliak burped delicately, then yawned. "Oh, I shall plan to attend, nephew. But the baby is so demanding. I will need you to be there and handle things when I must rest." Jabba started to protest, then forced back the words. What good would it do? Jiliak simply wasn't interested in the affairs of Desalogic the way she had been before motherhood. It was probably hormonal. For months now, Jabba had been working to recoup the losses the Desalogic Khajiitic suffered in the Battle of Nar Shaddaa. He was getting tired of shouldering, speaking figuratively, of course, for Hutts did not really have shoulders, the burden of running Desalogic. "Here is a note that should interest you, Aunt," Jabba said, examining another message. "Repairs to your yacht have been completed. The Dragon Pearl is fully operational again." In the old days, Jiliak's first question would have been, "How much?" But she did not ask it. The bottom line was no longer her primary interest in life. Jiliak's yacht had been hijacked by some of the defenders of Nar Shaddaa, and had suffered considerable damage in the battle. For a long time Jabba and his aunt had thought the ship lost altogether, then a Hutt smuggler had spotted the vessel drifting among the abandoned hulks that were scattered in orbit surrounding the smuggler's moon. Jabba had ordered the pearl towed into space dock, and had spent a goodly sum in bribes, but he'd never been able to discover which of the smugglers had hijacked the vessel and used it in the battle. In the old days, Jabba reflected sadly, news of her precious ship would have been of major concern to his aunt. But the Dragon Pearl had been damaged because Jiliak had forgotten to have the ship brought safely to Nal Hutta before the battle. The stress of motherhood, as she'd put it. Well, the stress of motherhood had cost Desalogic well over 50,000 credits in repairs. Just because Jiliak had been careless. Jabba sighed, and absently reached for a wriggler from his aunt's snackarium. He heard a snort, then a buzzing nasal rumble, and turned to see that Jiliak's massive eyes were closed, and her mouth was half open as she snored. Jabba sighed again, and went back to work. That same night, Durga the Hutt was eating his evening repast with his cousin Zir. Durga did not like Zir, and he knew that the other Hutt Lord was his chief rival for the leadership of Besaidii, but he tolerated him because Zir knew better than to oppose Durga in any overt fashion. Remembering Aruk's advice to keep your friends close, and your enemies even closer, Durga had informally made Zir his lieutenant, entrusting him with matters pertaining to the administration of Besaidii clan's vast Nal Hutta enterprises. Durga kept Zir on a very short leash, however, and trusted him not at all. The two Hutt lords fenced back and forth verbally as they ate, each watching the other as a predator regards prey. Just as Durga was lifting a particularly succulent morsel to his mouth, his majordomo, a servile, pale-shaven humanoid, appeared. "Master, there has been a message sent. You are to expect an important holo transmission from Coruscant within a few minutes. Do you wish to take it here?" Durga gave Zir a quick glance. "No. I'll take it in my office." He undulated after the Chavin, Osman, until he reached his office. The connection light was just beginning to flash. "Is it MYK Bida with news about the substance found in my parents' brain tissues?" The Hutt wondered. He had clearly gained the impression from the human that it would be some time, perhaps months, before they would complete their investigation. Waving the bowing Chavin humanoid out of the room, Durga activated the security locks, keyed on the shielded frequency field, and then accepted the communication. A blonde human female suddenly stood before him, nearly life-sized. Durga wasn't very familiar with human standards of attractiveness, but he recognized that she appeared fit and limber. "Lord Durga," she said. "I am Guri, aide to Prince Zeiser. The prince would like to speak with you personally." "Oh no!" If Durga had been human, he would have broken out in a sweat. But Hutts did not sweat, though their pores did secrete an oily substance that kept their skin comfortably moist and slick. Aruk the Hutt had not raised a fool, however, so none of Durga's unease showed. Instead he inclined his head, the closest a Hutt could come to a humanoid bow. "The prince honors me." Before Durga's eyes, the figure of Giri stepped to one side of the transmission field, and was almost instantly replaced by the tall, imposing form of the Fallen Prince, Zeiser, the leader of the huge criminal empire known as Black Sun. Zizor's people, the Fallen, had evolved from a reptilian species, though the prince was very humanoid in appearance. His skin had a definite greenish cast, and his eyes were flat and expressionless. His body was muscled and lithe, and might have been in his mid-30s, though Durga knew his age was closer to 100. Zizor's skull was bare save for a topknot of long black hair that fell to his shoulders. He wore an expensive surcoat over a one-piece garment that resembled a pilot's jumpsuit. As Durga gazed at Zeiser, the leader of Black Sun inclined his head in a faint nod. "Greetings, Lord Durga. It has been several months since I have heard from you, so I thought it best to see for myself that you are well. How is Bisadii doing in the wake of your esteemed parents' untimely death?" "Bisadii is doing well, Your Highness," Durga said. "Your help was most appreciated, I assure you." When Durga had first succeeded to the leadership of Bisadii, he'd faced so much opposition from other leaders in the clan, mostly due to the young Hutt's unfortunate facial birthmark, which Hutt lore held to be an extremely bad omen, that he'd had to ask Prince Zeiser for help. Within a week after his request, Durga's three main opponents and detractors had died in unrelated accidents. Opposition had grown far quieter after that. Durga had paid Zeiser for his help, but the prince's fee had been so modest, so much less than the young Hutt lord was expecting, that Aruxair knew he hadn't seen the last of Black Sun. "I was only too glad to provide whatever assistance you needed, Lord Durga," Zeiser said, spreading his hands apart in a gesture that conveyed sincerity. Durga didn't have any trouble believing the Fallen Prince was sincere. The Bisadii Lord had known for a long time that Black Sun would be only too happy to gain a foothold in Hutt space. "And I must say, it is my most humble wish that we will have cause to work together again." "Perhaps we will, Your Highness," Durga said. "At the moment, all my time is taken up with running the affairs of my clan, and I have little time for anything outside Nal Hutta." But surely you have time for Bisadii's Ilesian interests," Zeiser said, as if doing nothing more than musing aloud. "Such an impressive operation, such efficiency, all of it achieved in such a comparatively short span of time. Most impressive. Durga felt his stomach contract around his supper. So that is what Xyzer wants, he thought. Ilesia. He wants a share of the Ilesian profits. Of course, Your Highness, Durga said. Ilesia is essential to Besadii business interests. I take my duties toward our Ilesian enterprise most seriously. That does not surprise me at all, Lord Durga, the Falim prince said. I would have expected no less. Your people are akin to mine in their efficiency in running their business affairs. So much better than many of the other species that pride themselves on their business acumen, frankly, like the humans, for instance. All their dealings colored by emotion, rather than remaining rational and analytical. Indeed, Your Highness, you are entirely correct, Durga said. However, both our peoples have regard for family ties, Xyzer said, after a moment's pause. What in the name of all the denizens of space is he getting at? Durga wondered. The Hut Lord was completely in the dark, and that irritated him greatly. Yes, that is also true, Your Highness, Durga agreed after a moment, keeping his voice neutral. My sources reveal that you may need some assistance in discovering the truth behind your parents' death, Lord Durga, Xyzer said. Apparently some irregularities have surfaced. How did he learn about the forensic report so quickly? Durga wondered, then he mentally shook himself. This was Black Sun he was talking to, the greatest criminal organization in the entire galaxy. It was possible that not even the Emperor himself had better spy networks. My people are conducting investigations, Durga said neutrally. I will let you know if I require assistance, Your Highness. But I am gratified by your wish to help me in my bereavement. Xyzer inclined his head respectfully. Family must be honored, debts must be paid, and when necessary, vengeance must be swift, Lord Durga. I am sure my sources could be of considerable assistance to you. He looked Durga square in the eye. Lord Durga, let me be frank. Black Sun's interests in the Outer Rim are not being served as capably as they could be. It seems to me that we would do well to ally ourselves with the natural masters of that region of space, the Huts. And it is very evident to me that you, Lord Durga, are Nal Hutta's rising star. Durga was not flattered by Zizor's words, nor reassured. Instead, he flashed back to a conversation with his parent. Prince Xyzer had contacted Uruk several times in the past 2 decades, and had made the Besadii lord several similar offers. Uruk had always refused as gracefully as possible. The Besadii lord knew better than to anger Xyzer, but he did not want to become one of the Falim prince's lieutenants, or, as Xyzer termed them, Vigos. The power of Black Sun is seductive, my child, Uruk had said. But beware it, for there is no turning back as long as Prince Xyzer is alive. Easier in some way to say no to the Emperor himself. Give Black Sun a kilometer, and they will take a parsec. Remember this, Durga. I remember, Durga thought, and faced the hollow image squarely. I will think upon your words, Prince Xyzer, Durga said. But at the moment, Hut custom demands that I pursue my investigations and possible vengeance as a sacred, and solo, trust. Xyzer inclined his head again. I quite understand, Lord Durga. I shall look forward to hearing from you when you have had the time to ponder my proposal. Thank you, Your Highness, Durga said. Your concern honors me, and your friendship pleases me. For the first time, Xyzer smiled faintly, then he reached out and broke the connection. The moment the prince's hollow image vanished, Durga let himself slump. He felt exhausted after fencing with the Falim prince, but congratulated himself that he'd held up rather well. Ilesia. He wants a share in Ilesia, he thought. Well, Xyzer could want all he pleased. But wanting wasn't the same thing as getting, as every sentient child soon discovers. If Xyzer knew that I had authorized another colony on Ilesia, and sent survey teams to Nirvana to begin choosing the best spot for a new pilgrim planet, he'd be twice as eager, he thought. Good thing he'd been very close-mouthed about his ambitions for the new Besatii expansion. Durga had a sudden, vivid vision of a whole handful of Ilesias, worlds where raw spice was turned into pure profit by contented, happy pilgrims. Perhaps I could even expand into the core worlds, he thought. Palpatine would not stop me. He values the slaves I sell his minions. The Hutt Lord smiled, and went gliding back to his interrupted dinner, appetite fully restored. Far away, on Imperial Center, Prince Xyzer turned away from his calm unit. Not just a crafty Hutt, but an eloquent one, it seems, he commented to his human replica assassin droid, Guri. Durga is proving more of a challenge than I expected. The HRD, who bore the seeming of a surpassingly beautiful human woman, made a very subtle movement of one hand. Yet the meaning, and menace, in her gesture were unmistakable. Why not eliminate him, then, my prince? Easy enough to do. Xyzer nodded. For you, Guri, not even a Hutt's thick skin would prove a challenge, I know, he said. But killing a potential opponent is not nearly so efficient and effective as making him a dedicated subordinate. The young Besatii Lord's control of his clan and his Khajiitic is still tenuous, by all report, my prince, Guri said. It is possible that Jabba the Hutt might prove a better candidate. Xyzer shook his head. Jabba has been of use to me in the past, he said. We have traded information, almost all of which I already knew, and I have done him some favors. I would rather have him beholden to me, so that when I choose to have him return these favors, he will do so with enthusiasm. Jabba respects Black Sunday. Fears it, too, though he would never admit it. Guri nodded. Most beings in the galaxy who had any sense, and any knowledge of Black Sun, which the vast majority of sentients did not, were afraid of Black Sun. Also, Jabba is too independent, too used to having his own way, Xyzer continued thoughtfully. On the other hand, Durga is equally intelligent, and unlike Jabba, he is still young enough to be effectively molded into what I wish him to be. He would make a valuable addition to Black Sunday. Hutts are ruthless and venal. In short, ideal. Understood, my prince, she replied composedly. Guri was always composed. She was, after all, an artificial creation, though she was as far above most of the clanking, clumsy droids most people thought of when they thought of droids as Prince Xyzer was above one of the slithering creatures that were his distant evolutionary cousins. Xyzer walked over to his form chair and dropped into it, stretching almost lazily while the chair hastily conformed to his every move. Thoughtfully, he stroked one sharp-nailed finger down his cheek, the talon barely grazing his greenish skin. Black Sun needs a foothold in Hutt space, and Durga is my best chance of gaining it. Also, Besatii controls Ilesia, and that operation, though small in scale compared to most of Black Sun's enterprises, impresses me. Lord Aruk was a most cunning old Hutt. He would never work for me, but his son may be a different matter. What is your plan, my prince? Guri asked. I shall give Durga time to realize just how much he needs Black Sun, Xyzer replied. Guri, have Durga's investigations into Aruk's death closely monitored. I want our operatives to stay ahead of Durga's own knowledge of the forensics team's findings. I wish to know how Aruk died before the Besatii Lord does. She nodded. As you wish, my prince. And if the discoveries of Durga's forensics team provide links back to Aruk's murderer, most likely Jiliak or Jabba, then I want that link eliminated in the most subtle way. I do not want Durga to realize that he is being deliberately thwarted in his search for his father's killer. Is that clear? It is, my prince. It shall be as you wish. Good. Xizar looked pleased. Let Durga play detective if he wishes for a few months, even a year. Let him chase his own slimy tail. The frustration will build, until he is only too happy to throw in his lot, and a goodly percentage of Ilesia, with Black Sunday. Han Solo arrived back at his shabby flat on Nar Shaddaa in the early hours of the morning to find the assorted denizens of his motley household still fast asleep. That didn't last long, though. Hey, everyone! The Corellian bellowed. Chewie! Jarek! Wake up! I won! Look at this! He ran through the apartment, yelling and waving a stack of credit vouchers thick enough to choke a banda. Han and Chewie shared their dilapidated flat with his young friend Jarek and an ancient droid named ZZ. Han had won off Mako Spince in a recent friendly game of sabacc. After spending a month or two in ZZ's company, however, Han was pretty sure that Mako, an experienced card sharp, had cooked that deck to make sure he lost. As a house droid, ZZ had proved a twittery, stammering nuisance rather than a help. Han had gotten so annoyed with the droid's efforts to clean up the place that several times he'd considered junking the blasted antique, but somehow he'd never gotten around to it. Finally, in disgust, Han had ordered ZZ to leave everything the way it is. Jarek, Solo, was a street kid from the depths of Nar Shaddaa. About a year ago, he'd introduced himself to Han as a distant relative. He'd obviously been in awe of Han, who was known far and wide as one of the hottest pilots around. Jarek was a brash, good-looking kid, and he reminded Han a little of himself when he'd been in his late teens. The Corellian had had Jarek's claim investigated, and turned up the truth. Jarek had no more right to the name, Solo, than Chewie did. But by the time Han knew for sure they weren't related, that Jarek was lying, he'd gotten kind of attached to the boy. So he'd let him hang around, even fly with them, and Jarek had turned into a pretty fair gunner. Despite the youth's fears, he'd proven himself at the Battle of Nar Shaddaa, shooting down several TIE fighters, and helping Han, Lando and Salazar turn the tide of the engagement. So Han had never told the youth that he knew the truth. It was important for Jarek to have a sense of identity, even if it was a false one. And Han was willing to let the kid borrow his last name. Now, as he raced around his apartment, Han was bouncing off the walls with excitement as his groggy friends gathered around. Come on, wake up! Han shouted. I won, guys! And I won the Falcon from Lando. Hearing the exciting news, Chewbacca roared, Jarek cheered, and poor ZZ was so confused by the excitement that the elderly droid short-circuited and had to be reset. After a round of backslapping and congratulations, Han, Chewie and Jarek headed immediately for Lando's used spaceship lot, with Lando's marker in hand. After the formalities of ownership exchange had been processed, Han stood back, just looking at the Millennium Falcon. Mine! He said, and grinned until his face hurt. The Corellian's mind filled with plans for fixing up the Falcon. There were so many things he wanted to do, to modify her into being the ship of his dreams. And, thanks to the sabacc tournament, he had the credits to do them. For one thing, he intended to get Shug and Sala to help him salvage the military armor plating off the Imperial derelict Liquidator, a bulk cruiser that had become a casualty of the Battle of Nar Shaddaa. The airless hulk was still drifting amidst the space junk orbiting the smuggler's moon. Better armor plating would be a priority. Han didn't want what had happened to the Bria happening to the Falcon. Another thing, he wanted a getaway blaster he could lower from the ship's belly. Smuggling could get risky, sometimes, and a quick exit was required. A quick exit with cover fire was even better. Yes, and he was going to overhaul the Falcon's hyperdrive and install a light blaster cannon under the nose. Concussion missile launchers, definitely. And maybe he'd move the quad laser turrets, so they'd be one on top of the other, instead of on top and on the ship's right side. Perhaps stronger shielding, too? Han stood there with his friends, contemplating his ship, dreaming of what he could do to her and with her, modifying the YT-1300 into the perfect ship. His ultimate smuggling ship. Fake compartments, he muttered. What? Jarek turned to him. What did you say, Han? I said I'm gonna build some fake compartments under the decking, kid, Han said, throwing an arm around the youth's shoulders. He grinned up at Chewbacca. And guess who gets to help me? Jarek grinned back at him. Great! What's your first cargo going to be? Han thought for a moment. Our first port of call is gonna be Kashyyyk. I'd say a nice load of bowcaster explosive quarrels would probably do well. There, what do you think, Chewie? Chewbacca voiced his agreement, long and loud. Now that the Wookiee knew that he'd be going home, he was more excited at the prospect than Han had ever seen him before. 2 days later, with the Falcon's new below-decks compartments crammed with contraband, Han Solo flew his ship out of Shug Ninx's space barn and headed straight up, exulting in the Millennium Falcon's quick acceleration. Chewie was in the co-pilot's seat, and Jarek was riding along as gunner. Han hoped to avoid Imperial patrols, but he intended to be prepared for a fight if one erupted. Kashyyyk was an Imperial, Protectorate, translation, slave, world. The Imperials had managed to pacify the inhabitants, though they kept their forays into Wookiee cities and homes to a minimum, and they always went heavily armed, and in numbers. Wookiees were known to have quick tempers and to act impulsively. Han managed to dodge the imp patrols and to stay out of range of any sensor satellites as he approached the verdant sphere that was Kashyyyk. The Wookiee homeworld was mostly forest, covered with monstrous rasha trees, with 4 continents divided by bands of ocean. Archipelagos of islands dotted the gleaming coastal seas like emeralds scattered across blue satin. There were only a few desert regions, mostly on the rain-shadow side of the equatorial mountain ranges. When they were within communication range, Chewbacca took over the comm station, setting a coded frequency, then speaking into the comm in a series of grunts, growls, howls, barks, and HRNNs that, to the untrained human ear, sounded exactly like his usual speech, but wasn't. Han frowned, realizing that, although many of the words sounded familiar, he basically hadn't understood a word that his friend had said. When Chewie stopped speaking into the comm, a voice came back, giving a series of what were obviously directives. Han, who had been watching the sensors sharply, made a quick course correction. There was an Imperial ship taking off, just past the limb of the planet. Jarek, look sharp, kid, he said, keying the ship's intercom. I don't think we've been spotted, but let's be ready. Several tense seconds later, Han heaved a sigh of relief as the instruments indicated that the imp vessel was proceeding serenely on its way, unaware of them. When Han turned back to Chewie, the Wookiee launched into a series of directives and coordinates that his contact had given him. Han was to fly low, actually within the boundaries of the tallest rasha treetops, and to be prepared to make precise course changes the instant Chewbacca told him to. Okay, pal, the Corellian said. It's your world, and you're the boss. But what was that lingo you were talking? Some kind of Wook code. Chewbacca chuckled, then explained to his human friend that the Imperials were so stupid that most of them didn't even realize that all Wookiees were not the same. There were several related, but somewhat different, Wookiee subspecies. Han already knew that Chewbacca was a Wook, and bore the typical brown, red and chestnut hair of that people. He also knew that the language that he had learned to understand, but not speak, was called Shiriwook, which, loosely translated, meant tongue of the tree people. Chewie went on to explain that the language Han had just heard him speak, Zaxic, was a traditional tribal language spoken by the Wookiees indigenous to the Wartaki Island and several outlying coastal regions. It was seldom heard, since Shiriwook was the common language of trade and travel. So, when the Imperials had taken over Kashyyyk, the Wookiee underground had adopted Zaxic as their code language. They used it whenever they had to give directives or pass along information that they didn't want the Imperials finding out about. Han nodded. Okay, pal. You just tell me how to fly, and where, and I'll take us where your buddies in the underground tell me. Flying low, skimming barely above, and at times, between the tip-top branches of the rasher trees, Han sent the falcon blasting along in the precise course and speed Chewie specified. Every minute or so, the Wookiee conferred with his underground contact. Finally, as they neared Chewie's hometown, Rookroro, a kilometer-wide city set on platforms made by crisscrossing branches of the rashers, Han's co-pilot made him sheer off in a dangerous swoop and take them straight down between the branches for a 30-second plunge. Han's heart was in his mouth as the falcon dived like its namesake into the green forest, but Chewie's coordinates were right on the credits. Even though it looked through the viewport as though they were going to be engulfed and smashed to flinders, nothing touched the ship. Chewie barked an order and Han shouted, "Hard to port, now!" He sent the falcon into a screaming left turn, then, before him, saw something that the Corellian at first took to be a huge cave, a vast black hole waiting to swallow them up. But as he neared it, Han realized that what it was in actuality was a massive rasher branch, balanced across other equally huge branches. Either by accident or design, the branch had split off from the main tree and been hollowed out to form a cave the size of a small Imperial docking bay. "You want me to land in there?" Han hollered at the Wookiee. "What if we don't fit?" Chewie's snarled comment assured Han that of course they would fit. Han fired his braking thrusters hard as he neared the cave opening. They passed through it, and suddenly the muted sunlight was gone, and the space before them was revealed only by the Falcon's infrared sensors and the beams of the landing lights. Han killed the last of their forward motion, then lowered them onto their landing struts, using his repulsors. Moments after they touched down, Jarek appeared in the doorway of the cockpit. The youth's hair was practically standing on end. "Han, you're crazier than I thought!" "That landing." "Shut up, kid," Han snapped. Chewie was howling at him insistently, demanding that Han immediately turn off all power in the Falcon except for the batteries to power the airlocks, and to do it now. Okay, Han muttered, doing as he was told. "Keep your fur on." Quickly he killed all the power, save for the batteries. The interior of the ship was now lit only by the weak, red-tinted emergency lights. "So, want to tell me just what is going on?" The Corellian grumbled. "Fly here, turn there, land here, turn off the power. Good thing I'm a sweet-natured guy who learned to take orders while I was in the Navy." "So what gives?" Chewbacca urgently beckoned the humans to follow him. The Wookiee seemed nearly beside himself with excitement. He roared his pleasure and his eagerness to breathe the air of his homeworld. Outside, something clanged against the Falcon's new armor plating. "Hey!" Han yelled, jumping up and elbowing his hairy friend out of the way. "Watch it, that's my hull." Hitting the open ramp, release, Han raced down the ramp, then stopped in wonder. When he'd first flown into the cave, it had seemed a tight fit, but now he realized the place was so big it had echoes. Back at the entrance, a hydraulic lift whined as it raised a huge curtain of some kind of camouflage net over the entrance. Teams of Wookiees were busily draping the Falcon in more netting. Chewie came up behind him and growled a soft apology for not warning his friend better about what was going to happen. "Let me guess," Han said, surveying the nets. "Those things contain either jamming nodes or they send out some kind of camouflage frequency, so the imps can't trace us here." Chewbacca confirmed Han's guess. Local Wookiees used this landing site to receive smuggled goods, and they knew the drill. "Wow," Jarek muttered. The young man was staring around the cave in open-mouthed wonder as the lights came up. The inside of the cave was a well-stocked, completely functional docking site and repair facility. "Wow! This is something." Han still couldn't believe they were standing inside a tree. No, not a tree, but a tree branch. If one branch of Arasha was this big, the idea of the whole tree was mind-boggling. He shook his head. "I gotta admit, Chewie, your people have got a slick operation here." After carefully locking the Falcon, Han and Jarek followed Chewie out toward the front of the cave. There they were introduced to a crowd of Wookiees. Han had some trouble following the conversation, because he wasn't used to hearing 7 Wookiees talking rapidly all at the same time. Chewbacca was howled at, hugged, thumped, shaken, thumped some more, and generally exclaimed over with great joy. When Chewie introduced Han as his honor brother, to whom he owed a life debt for freeing him from slavery, Han in turn was in grave danger of being similarly thumped, shaken, etc. But thankfully, Chewbacca intervened and provided more conventional introductions. Not all of the Wookiees understood Basic, so a lot of translating was necessary. 3 of the Wookiees Han met were relatives of Chewie's. The Wookiee with the whirls of auburn hair turned out to be his sister, Calibo. Jowdrell, a smaller, chestnut-colored female, Han was surprised to note that he could actually see a family resemblance. Was a cousin, and Dryanta, a darker brown male, was another cousin. The other 4 were members of the Wookiee Underground Resistance Movement, who had come in especially to meet Han and negotiate for his cargo. Motamba was an older Wookiee, a munitions expert whose blue eyes lit up when Han revealed how many boxes of explosive quarrels he had to sell. Katara was a young Wookiee, younger than Chewbacca, and she was the Underground Resistance's leader, as near as Han could tell. The Wookiees listened to her with a great deal of respect. She consulted regularly with her father, Tarkatsa, a burly male who was the first Wookiee with black fur Han had ever seen. He had a stripe of silver-colored fur running down his back, which was evidently a family trait, for Katara had one, too, though her fur was brown and tan. After several minutes of confusion, Chewbacca roared an order to his friends. Han caught most of it. Something about, "Fetch the Kalars." What are Kalars? Han wondered. He soon found out. 2 long bag-like pieces of woven fabric, or was it woven hair, were produced. Chewbacca turned to Han and pointed from the Corellian to the Kalar. Han stared at his friend, incredulous, and shook his head. "Get inside? You want me and Jarek to crawl into those things? So you can carry us up the trees? No way, pal. I can climb, just as good as you can." Chewbacca looked at his friend and shook his head. Then he grabbed Han's arm and hustled the Corellian over to the entrance to the cave, and lifting the camouflage hanging, gestured Han to step outside, onto the lip of the cave. Jarek had followed them outside, as had the other Wookiees. The youth was confused, having understood almost nothing of what had been said. "Han? What do they want?" "They want us to crawl into these sacks, kid, so they can haul us up the tree trunks until we can catch the lift for Rookrororo. I just told Chewie no way, that I can climb just as good as he can." Jarek walked over to the lip and cautiously leaned over to look down. Then he walked back to Han, gave him a long, silent look. Without speaking, he began climbing into his collar. Out of curiosity, Han walked over to look down, too. He'd known it intellectually, of course, but it was one thing to know it with his brain, another to know it in his gut. He was kilometers high in the air. Below him the forest went on, and on, and on. The tree trunks stretched down, past the point where Han's excellent eyesight could distinguish them from each other. Despite all his piloting experience and his outstanding sense of balance, the sight made Han's head swim for a moment. He walked back to Chewbacca, who was helpfully holding out the collar. When Han hesitated, the Wookiee flexed his powerful hands and made his claws pop out. They were very sharp, and coupled with Chewie's great strength, would enable him to dig deep into a tree trunk when climbing. "I'm gonna regret this," Han muttered, and climbed into the sack. Chewbacca wanted to carry Han, but his relatives convinced him that, since it had been a long time since he'd done any forest traversing, it would be better if he had only himself to worry about. So Motamba carried Jarek, and Tarkatsa carried Han, both humans stuffed inside their respective collars. Han wanted to look out, but Tarkatsa was firm, pushing the human's head down into the sack, warning him to keep his arms inside, too, and to stay still, so he wouldn't disturb his carrier's balance. Inside the collar, Han felt the bag sway as Tarkatsa walked to the edge of the platform lip. Then, with a grunt and a powerful leap, the Wookiee launched himself. They were falling. Han barely managed to hold back a yell, and he heard Jarek let out a short, bitten-off cry. Seconds later Tarkatsa smacked into a hard surface, clung, then began climbing rapidly upward. Leaves swished against the collar. Han had just started to relax, when suddenly they leaped again. The next few minutes, all Han could do was try not to move, and to keep concentrating on not being sick. The sack swung and jerked and spun and slapped against the tree trunks, despite Tarkatsa's best efforts. Swing, scramble, climb. Leap, grip, swing. Grab, grunt, swing, climb. Han finally had to close his eyes, not that he could see much anyway, and just try to hang on. It seemed as though the nightmare journey took hours, but Han realized when he checked his chrono later that it had taken only about 15 minutes. Finally, with a last swing and grunt of effort, the movement stopped, and Han found himself lying on the ground, still inside the collar. When the world around him stopped spinning, which took a moment, the Corellian began clawing his way out of the sack. Moments later he was standing, legs braced wide apart for balance, on the great platform where the great, mostly enclosed city of Rokuroro was located. It was a massive, flattened ovoid, with homes studding the outskirts and scattered all over the platform. Branches grew straight up along the avenues, through the material making up the streets, adding touches of green. The world steadied around Han, and he drew a deep breath. The city before him was beautiful, in a way that was hard to describe. Not as pastel as Cloud City, Rokuroro had some of the same openness and airiness. Perhaps because it was, like Cloud City, so high up. Some of the buildings were several stories tall, yet they harmonized, somehow, with the treetops. All around them the vivid green topmost branches of the rasha trees swayed in the breeze. The sky overhead was blue, with a hint of green. Thick, flattened masses of sparkling white clouds drifted by. Hearing a strangled gurgle, Han looked over and saw Jarek, bent over, clutching his middle, obviously in distress. He went over and touched the youth's shoulder. "Hey kid, you okay?" Jarek shook his head, then looked as though he'd regretted doing that. "I'm gonna be okay," he mumbled. "Just trying not to upchuck." "There's a trick to that," Han said mock seriously. "Just don't think about Tralodon and tuber stew." Jarek gave Han a quick, betrayed glance, then, hand over his mouth, bolted for the edge of the platform. The Corellian shrugged, then turned to find Chewie there. Poor guy. Hey, Chewie, what a way to travel. Good thing your people brought those sacks along. What do you usually carry in them? Luggage? Chewbacca's lip curled, then he gave a brief, amused translation of the word. Kalar. Han bristled. Baby sack? You haul with babies around in em? Chewbacca began to laugh, and the madder his human friend got, the more the Wookiee cracked up. Han was rescued by a roar from a party of Wookiees coming their way from the city. There were at least 10 of them, all ages. Han noted a somewhat stooped, short, graying Wookiee, and just then Chewbacca took off, racing toward the newcomers with roars of joy. Watching Chewie thump and pound and hug the old Wookiee, Han turned to Calabo, who, thankfully, understood basic. Attitude cuck? He guessed, naming Chewbacca's father. Chewbacca's sister confirmed that, yes indeed, that was their father, Attitude Cuck, who had talked of nothing else since discovering that his son would soon be home. There's someone else that Chewie's looking forward to seeing, Han said. Malatobuck. She still live here in Rokororo? Calabo's formidable teeth flashed in a Wookiee grin and she nodded, human style. She married? Han asked, dreading the answer. He had some idea of how much that question meant to his best friend. Calabo's grin widened, as slowly, deliberately she shook her head, no. Han grinned back. Hoo-hoo! That's something to celebrate, I guess. Han felt a touch on his shoulder, and turned to find Katara standing there, with yet another male Wookiee. To Han's profound astonishment, the tall Wookiee opened his mouth and said, in amazingly understandable Wookiee, Greetings, Captain Solo. I am Raura Chin. Please call me Raura. We are honored, Han Solo, that you have come to Kashyyyk. Han's mouth dropped open with surprise. It had taken him years to learn to understand Wookiee speech, and he couldn't pronounce it even after many efforts. And yet this Wookiee spoke in a fashion that Han could understand very easily, and could even have reproduced. Hey! Han blurted. How do you do that? A speech impediment, the Wookiee said. Unfortunate for me when conversing with my own people, but when humans visit Kashyyyk, it is useful. It sure is, Han muttered, still amazed. With Raura's help, Han and Katara were able to begin negotiations over the cargo of explosive quarrels. We need them desperately, Raura said. But we are not asking for charity. We have something to trade for them, Captain. And what's that? Han wondered. Armor from Imperial stormtroopers, Raura said. My people began collecting it from soldiers who had no further use for it, first as trophies, then because we learned it was valuable. We have many suits and helmets. Han thought about that. Stormtrooper armor was indeed made from valuable materials, and could be recycled as other kinds of body armor. It also could be chemically melted and then recast. Like to take a look at it, he said, but we may have ourselves a trade there. He shrugged. Course, used armor ain't worth much. Which wasn't true. A suit of stormtrooper armor in good shape was worth well over 2,000 credits, depending on the market. But hey, Han thought. They've got no use for it, and I gotta make a profit on this trip. I ain't in the handout business. Katara Hernan vehemently, then spoke to the interpreter in rapid, accented Shiriwook that Han had trouble following. Something about a dawn-haired human? Raura turned back to Han. Katara says that she knows that the armor is valuable. She knows because the female from your world of Corellia, with hair the color of sunrise, told her so. Han's attention was suddenly focused completely on the underground leader. Corellian? He said sharply. A Corellian woman? Fair-haired? Ralra conferred briefly with Katara. Yes. She came here just after our most recent life day, about a standard year, Captain, and she met with the leaders of the underground, advising us on organization, codes, tactics, and so forth. She was a member of the resistance movement on your homework. Han stared at Katara. Her name. What was her name? Ralra turned to the underground leader, spoke rapidly, then turned back. Katara says that she did not know her name, which is standard procedure, in case of interrogation. During her visit, we called her Kortelara, which means sun-haired warrior. Han took a deep breath. What did she look like? He asked. I may know this Corellian. She may be. He hesitated. She may be my mate. We were separated long ago, by the Empire. Which was true, strictly speaking. Bria had left when Han was preparing to go into the Imperial Academy, saying she didn't want to hold him back. He still had the flimsy she'd written him. It was stupid, keeping it, and every time he ran across it, he resolved to throw it away, but somehow, he never had. Katara's wary expression visibly softened upon hearing this. She put out a paw hand and laid it on Han's arm, expressing sympathy. The Empire was evil, had torn apart so many families. Ralra made a gesture in the air on the level of Han's nose. This tall, he said. Long hair, the color of the sunset, golden red. Eyes the color of our sky. Not wide. His hands described a slender form. She was the leader of the team, a person of rank. She said she had been asked to come to Kashyyyk because she understood what it was like to live as a slave. She told us she had been a slave on the planet Elysia, and she would give her life to free Kashyyyk and any other world enslaved by the Empire. She spoke with much passion. Ralra's voice changed slightly, took on a more personal note. I, too, was a slave until my friends freed me from the Empire. Kortelara spoke truth about having been enslaved. I could tell. She knew what it was like. We talked much of how much we hate the Empire. Han's mouth was dry. He managed to nod and mumble. Thanks for telling me. Bria, he thought numbly. Bria, a member of the Corellian Rebellion? How in the galaxy did that happen? It was wonderful to be back on his own world. Chewbacca was taken from home to home, and his father, Adichit proudly showed off his son, the adventurer, the former slave, and his human friends. All of the Wookiees made much of Han and Jarek. Of course, Kashyyyk was a world occupied by Imperial forces, so care had to be exercised to conceal Han's real purpose in coming there. For the duration of his stay, Han donned clothing more befitting one of the human traders who lived in Rookrororo. He and Jarek posed as brothers who'd come to trade trinkets and household items with the Wookiees. This fiction was strengthened by the fact that both humans had brown hair and eyes, and Jarek was only a little shorter than Han. The Imperial presence of Kashyyyk was mostly confined to the posts scattered around the planet. Troopers were sent out in squads, since single troopers had a disturbing tendency to vanish without a trace. Han and Jarek were careful to avoid any contact with the Imperial squads that occasionally patrolled Rookrororo. And with the Millennium Falcon concealed in the special smuggler's dock, protected by the camouflaged and jamming devices, there was nothing to link them with any illegal activity. Han spent time with the Wookiee techs down in the space dock, tinkering with his new baby. Several of the Wookiees were experienced techs, and they spent hours with the Corellian, checking out every system, overhauling every bit of equipment. The Falcon was far from a new ship, but under the ministrations of the Wookiee techs, it was now in better shape than it had been for a long time. Chewbacca hadn't realized how much he'd missed his home and family. Seeing them all again made him tempted to come home for good, but that was not possible. Chewie owed a life debt, and his place was by Han Solo's side. Still, he enjoyed his time on Kashyyyk. He visited with all his cousins, with his sister and her family. Since Chewie had last been home, Calabo had married a fine male named Marker. Chewie loved playing with his nephew. The little Wookiee was smart and fun to be with a lively curiosity about the universe. He spent hours getting his uncle to talk about his adventures out in the space lanes. In addition to Chewbacca's family, he saw old friends. Frere, his second cousin, the best tracker in the family, Krystack, and Shoran. It was a source of sorrow that Salperin, Chewie's best Wookiee friend, was not there. He had been captured and enslaved by the Empire, and there was no news of his fate. No one even knew if he was alive or dead. Chewbacca mourned his friend, wondering if he'd ever see him again. But he didn't have time to mourn very much. Life on Kashyyyk was too busy. In addition to all his friends and family, there was Malitobuk. The Wookiee female was even lovelier than Chewie had remembered, and her shy blue glance was even more intriguing. He saw her their first night at home, and was pleased to discover that she journeyed from a neighboring village, where she had been working as a teacher and caregiver in a nursery ring. Mulla had many friends in Rookrororo, and it didn't take much urging from Chewie to convince her to extend her visit there. The two spent long hours wandering the bow trails, looking up at the nighttime sky, hearing the soft sounds of the arboreal dwellers. They did not talk much, but their silence was filled with unspoken things. On his third day on Kashyyyk, Chewbacca decided it was time to go hunting. Han was busy haggling with Katara, Kitchier and Motamba about the cargo of explosive quarrels. His friend would be occupied for hours. The Corellian had taken a sudden, unaccustomed interest in the resistance here on Kashyyyk, something that Chewie would have found puzzling, and a bit disturbing, if he'd noticed it. Usually Han was nothing but scornful towards sentients who risked their necks, or whatever equivalent body part, for causes other than their own well-being. But Chewie was too distracted to notice Han's odd behavior. He was concentrating on bagging himself a quillerrat. Quillerats are smallish creatures, standing only half a meter high. They are reclusive little animals, hard to find, because they were a mottled brownish-green in color, and tended to simply melt into the surrounding brush. The most distinctive feature of the quillerrat was the long, needle-sharp quills that studded most of its body. Capturing and killing a quillerrat was something of a challenge, because the beasts could actually hurl their quills at a hunter. Wookiee males, and only males hunted quillerats, had to approach the creature with some kind of shield to collect the barrage of quills until the quillerrat's supply of throwable quills was exhausted. To complicate matters, tradition declared that the quillerrat must be hunted barehanded, and killed by blows delivered by a Wookiee's own strength, as opposed to quarrels or any other kind of projectile. Chewbacca did not tell anyone about his quest. He simply waited until late in the day, when darkness would be deepening in the lower levels, then left Rookrororo and began his long climb downward. Even Wookiees never went down all the way to Kashyyyk's surface. There were rumored to be night crawlers down there that feasted on the blood and spirits of their victims. It was said that the spirits of those who had not honored their debts sank down to the surface, and prowled there, ready and waiting to trap and kill anyone foolish enough to come near them. There were reputedly 7 levels of distinct ecology on Kashyyyk, with the 7th level being the topmost tree branches. Normally, not even the bravest Wookiees ever descended below the 4th level, and even Wookiee legend did not speculate on what lay below that. No one that Chewbacca had ever known had walked on the actual surface of his world. The bottommost levels of Kashyyyk were a mystery, and would likely remain so. To bag his Quillorat, Chewie had to travel down below the 5th level. Life was different here, for the forest in the late afternoon was almost completely dark. Animals down at this level had large eyes to facilitate their living at such dim light levels. There were dangerous predators, the Kekek-Ro, or shadow keepers, that had ventured up a level to hunt, and the Katarn. Chewbacca kept a sharp eye out, his every sense alert. Old habits came back to him as he traveled the forest trails, seeing bridal veil suckers, broadleafed mock SHYR, and KSHYY vines in profusion. Things were not really green down here, but pale and washed out looking. There was not enough sunlight to support the green growth from above. Chewbacca walked the broad trails, feeling the rough bark of the rasher boughs beneath his feet. His eyes moved constantly, searching for Quillorat's spoor. His nostrils twitched, filtering and identifying the scents he had not whiffed in more than 50 years. The Wookiee's gaze was caught and held by a tiny scrape of the rasher bark, and a small rip in the tracery of the bridal veil plant next to it. The height was correct. Yes, a Quillorat's quills had done this, and Chewie dropped to one knee to examine the spoor, not long ago. The animal had been heading off, on this far smaller, secondary bough. Chewbacca walked warily down a bough trail not much more than 2 meters across. On either side of him yawned the green-brown-gray gulfs of the forest. The Wookiee kept every sense alert, eyes scanning, ears listening for the faintest rustle, nostrils twitching. Quillorats had a distinctive, and to a Wookiee, enticing odor. His shield, made from woven strips of bark on a lashed-together frame, was held ready on his left forearm. Chewie's steps slowed, then the Wookiee stopped, every muscle poised. There, amid those leaves, the Quillorat froze, sensing danger. Chewie leaped, shield held out. Suddenly the air before him was filled with a rain of quills. They thudded into the shield, for the most part, though a few embedded themselves in the Wookiee's shoulders and chest. Chewbacca's right hand went out, grabbed the Quillorat by the quilled tail, moving his hand in a particular twist that made the quills lie flat beneath his flesh. The terrified animal squawked, turned to bite, but it was too late. Chewie heaved it up, and sent it thudding hard against the bough beneath his feet. Stunned, the animal went limp, and another quick swing dispatched it altogether. Only then did Chewbacca take a moment to pull the quills from his chest and shoulders, and spread a salve on the tiny, burning wounds. His right hand had one small puncture, which he also treated. Then, wrapping the Quillorat in the woven bag he brought, the Wookiee began a triumphant journey back to Rokrororo. It took him quite a while to find Malatobok. He didn't want to ask anyone where she was, since any of his friends and family would be bound to identify the scent of the Quillorat in his bag. Chewie wasn't in the mood for advice or jokes. But finally he located her, wandering along a little-used trail. By now 2 of Kashyyyk's 3 tiny moons had risen, and moonlight silvered her fur as she wandered along, not at first noticing that anyone was approaching her. She had been picking Kalvish blossoms and weaving their stems into a headpiece. As Chewie watched her, she placed the flowers on her head, tucking their fragile white beauty behind her left ear. Chewbacca halted on the trail and stood there, lost in wonder at her beauty. His stillness attracted her attention as his movement had not, and she stopped, looked up, and saw him. "Chewbacca," she said softly. "I did not see you." "Mullah," Chewie said. "I have something for you. A gift that I hope you will accept." She froze, eyes wide with either consternation or hope, as he walked toward her, bag in hand. "Let it be hope she feels," Chewie thought fervently. "By my honor, let it be hope." As he stopped before her, Chewbacca, in one fluid motion, knelt and removed the quillirat from its bag. Careful of the quills, he balanced the animal across his palms and held it up to Audiobook. His heart was pounding as though he'd climbed all the way from ground level. Audiobook, Chewie tried to get the rest of it out, but his voice failed him. He was overcome with fear, as he had never been in battle. What if she refused him? What if she took his traditional proposal offering and tossed it off the trail, sending the dead quillirat, and his hope of happiness, plummeting into the depths? Mullah stared at him for a long moment. Chewbacca, you have been long away from your people. Do you remember our customs? Do you know what you are offering? Relief flooded Chewie, for her tone was bantering, flirtatious. I know, he replied. My memory is good. In all the years I was gone, I never for a moment forgot your face, your strength, your eyes, Audiobook. I dreamed of the day that we could be married. Will you? Will you take me for your husband? She replied in the traditional manner by cautiously picking up the stiffening quillirat and taking a big bite out of its soft underbelly. Chewie's heart was flooded with joy. She accepts me. We are betrothed. Getting up off his knees, he followed Mullah to a sheltered niche behind a screen of leaves. There they sat down close together and shared the quillirat, nibbling delicately on its tasty entrails, savoring its liver, feeding each other choice bits of this greatest of Wookiee delicacies. I had proposals, you know, Audiobook said. People told me I was foolish for waiting so long. They said you were dead, that you would never return to Kashyyyk. But I knew somehow. I knew that was not so. I waited, and now my joy fills the world. Tenderly, Chewbacca licked blood and tissue off her face, washing her, as she returned the favor. Her fur was silky on his tongue. Mullah, you know about the life debt I have pledged to Han Solo? Chewie asked, as, sated, they sat back, arms around each other. Mullah's voice quivered just a tiny bit. I know. I cherish your honor as my own, my husband-to-be. But let us be married quickly, so we may have as much time together as possible before you and Captain Solo must depart. Nothing would please me more, Chewie said. How quickly can you be ready? How long will it take to prepare your wedding veil? She chuckled, a rich, throaty sound in the darkness. It has been ready for 50 years, Chewbacca. Ready and waiting. Chewbacca's heart was full of love and pride. Tomorrow, then, Mullah. Tomorrow, Chewbacca. Taroenza, High Priest of Ilesia, lounged back in his resting sling, watching Kibik, Ilesia's figurehead hut overlord, trying to go over last month's accounts and make sense of them. The huge, four-legged Tlandil groaned inwardly. He'd long since ceased to be amused by Kibik's troubles comprehending even the most rudimentary record-keeping. Kibik was an idiot, and it was Taroenza's unfortunate task to bring him up to speed on the running of Ilesia. As though Besaidii doesn't realize that if Kibik actually managed to master the skills necessary to keep the spice factories running smoothly, how would he out of a job, the High Priest thought disgustedly. But the chances of that are vanishingly small. When Taroenza, with the help of the Desiligic leader, Giliac, had plotted to ruck the Hutt's murder, he'd hoped that the aging Hutt lord's only offspring, Durga, would never be declared the head of Besaidii clan. After all, Durga had that hideous birthmark, and that should, by rights, have disqualified him from any leadership position. But Durga had proven stronger and more able than Taroenza had realized. He'd managed, some said with the help of Black Sun, to eliminate his most vocal detractors in a most summary fashion. There was still talk against him, but it was more of a cautious murmur these days than a protesting shout. Taroenza had pinned his hopes on Zir the Hutt, hoping that the senior Bisadii member would be strong enough and clever enough to outwit Durga and take over both the Bisadii clan and the Khajidik, its criminal arm. That was part of it. But no. Durga had emerged, at least for the moment, with a shaky victory, and had promptly announced that Teroenza must adhere to all of Aruk's directives, including teaching Kibik, Durga's idiot cousin, how to manage a top-level credit-making enterprise. Here on Ilesia, religious pilgrims were recruited by Tilanda Til missionaries during traveling revival shows. Anyone unfortunate enough to fall prey to the addictive exaltation would follow the Ilesian missionaries to the steaming jungle planet. There the malnourished, brainwashed, and addicted pilgrims became willing slaves in the Ilesian spice factories, toiling from sunup to sundown for their Ilesian masters. Teroenza's people were distant cousins of the Hudes, though they were far smaller and more mobile. With their huge bodies balanced on trunk-like legs, the Tilanda Til had a broad face that rather resembled the Hut's countenance, but with the addition of a single long horn just above their nostrils. A long, whip-like tail was carried curled over their backs. Their arms and hands were tiny and weak compared to the rest of them. The most interesting feature of the Tilanda Til males, however, was not physical. They possessed the ability to project empathic, feel-good emotions at most humans. These empathic projections, coupled with a soothing vibration produced in the male's throat sacs, was like a jolt of a powerful drug to the pilgrims. They quickly became addicted to their daily fix and believed that the priests were divinely gifted. Nothing was further from the truth, however. The Tilanda Til's ability was simply an adaptation of a male mating display, evolutionarily developed to attract Tilanda Til females. Teroenza, Kibik said fretfully. I don't understand this. It says that we spent thousands of credits for a fertility inhibitor that's placed in the slave's gruel. Why can't we eliminate most of that? Can't we just let them breed? It would save credits, wouldn't it? Teroenza rolled his bulbous eyes, but Kibik fortunately wasn't looking. Your Excellency, the High Priest said, if the pilgrims are allowed to breed, that cuts into the energy they have to work. Their production declines. That would mean less spice processed and ready for market. Perhaps, Kibik said. But Teroenza, surely there must be some way to manage this without expensive drugs. Perhaps we could encourage them to mate, then use their larvae and eggs for foodstuffs. Your Excellency, Teroenza said, hanging on to his patience by a thread. Most humanids don't lay eggs or produce larvae. They have live births. They also have a very strong abhorrence for eating their own young. It was true that, every so often, a couple of slaves would emerge from the exaltation-induced haze enough to feel lust for each other. It was rare, but human children had actually been born here on Ilesia. Teroenza had contemplated simply killing them out of hand, but in the end, had decided that with a modicum of care, these children could be raised to become guards and administrative assistants. So he'd ordered them to be cared for in the slave barracks. And nowadays, fertility-inhibiting drugs were automatically added to the food served the slaves. It had been at least 5 years since the last accidental birth. Oh, Kibik said. Live births. I understand. He went back to his records with a grimace. Idiot, thought Teroenza. Idiot, idiot, idiot. How many years have you been here, and you never troubled to find out the most rudimentary facts about the pilgrims? Teroenza, said Kibik presently. I've found something else I don't understand. Teroenza took a deep breath, then counted to 20. Yes, Your Excellency? Why do we have to spend extra credits on weapons and shields on these ships? They're only carrying slaves, after all, shipping them to the spice mines and the pleasure palaces after we have gotten the best work out of them. Who cares if raiders take them? Kibik was referring to a raid a month ago by a group of human rebels on a slave ship preparing to leave the Elysian system. It wasn't the first such raid. Teroenza didn't know who was responsible, but he couldn't stop thinking that it had to be Bria Thurin, that wretched Corellian traitor and renegade. Besatii had placed a sizable bounty on her head, but so far, no one had claimed it. Perhaps it's time to talk to Durga about increasing the bounty on Bria Thurin, Teroenza thought. Aloud he said, with exaggerated patience, "Your Excellency, while it's true we don't care about the slaves once they leave here, they're still worth credits to us. And ships are expensive. Having big holes blown in them tends to render them unusable, or, at least, very expensive to repair." "Oh," said Kibik, his brow furrowing. "Yes, I guess that would be correct." "Very well." "Idiot. Which brings to mind something I wanted to say to you, Your Excellency," Teroenza said. "Something that I hope you will mention to your cousin. We must have greater protection here on Ilesia. It is only a matter of time until we here on the planet are attacked again. These space raids are bad enough, but if this rebel group were to attack one of the colonies, you and I might conceivably be in danger." Kibik was staring at the high priest, obviously alarmed by the suggestion. "Do you think they'd dare?" he asked, his voice a trifle unsteady. "They did before, Your Excellency," Teroenza reminded him. "Bria Thurin, that ex-slave, led them. Remember?" "Oh, yes, that's true," Kibik said. "But that was over a year ago. Surely they've learned the futility of trying to attack this world by now. They did lose a ship in our atmosphere. Ilesia's turbulent atmosphere was one of its best defenses." "True," Teroenza agreed. "But I would rather be safe than sorry, Your Excellency." "Safe than sorry," Kibik repeated, as though Teroenza had said something startlingly original and clever. "Yes, well, perhaps you have a point. We must be protected here. I will speak to my cousin about that today. Safe than sorry, yes, indeed, we must be safe." Still mumbling, Kibik went back to his records. Teroenza relaxed back into his sling, and allowed himself the luxury of another roll of his bulbous eyes. Chewbacca and Malotobuk's wedding day dawned bright with promise and hope. Han, who had been told about the wedding only that morning, was glad that his friend was happy, but saddened at the prospect of losing him. They'd had a good couple of years together though, and he figured that after a few years of marital joy, Chewie might be willing to come back and make occasional smuggling runs with him. Being a happy married guy was one thing, but being married didn't mean you were dead, right? He and Chewie barely had a moment to speak together before the bustle of the wedding plans took his friend off on other duties. Apparently Wookiees did not have best men, companions the way humans did, but Chewie, in deference to Han, asked the Corellian to stand beside him. Han had grinned. "Okay, I get to be best human, eh?" Chewbacca roared with amusement, and told Han that was as good a term for it as any. As he sat in a corner in Attachukuk's home, staying out from underfoot, Han thought about the only time he'd ever asked a woman to marry him. That had been Bria, when he was 19, and she was 18, and he'd been a love-struck, moony-eyed kid, too young and dumb to know any better. Good thing for him that Bria had left him. Han opened the inner pocket of his vest and took out a much-folded, aging piece of flimsy. Opening it, he read the first line. "Dearest Han, you don't deserve for this to happen, and all I can say is, I'm sorry. I love you, but I can't stay." Han's mouth twisted, then he folded the flimsy again and shoved it back into his pocket. Until last year, just before the Battle of Nar Shaddaa, he'd thought that Bria must have gone crawling back to the Ilesians, unable to live without the exultation. And then he'd encountered her, gorgeously gowned and coiffed, in Moff Sarnchild's fancy penthouse on Coruscant. She'd called Child darling, and there had been every indication that she'd been the Moff's concubine. Han had done his best to despise her ever since. The idea that Bria might have actually loved the Moff never entered his head. He knew who she still loved. When she'd first seen him, she'd gone pale, and it was still there, in her eyes, though she'd tried to disguise it. Moff Child had committed suicide shortly after the Battle of Nar Shaddaa. The news vids had been full of it. Vids of his memorial service, and Han had watched them deliberately, had shown no glimpse of Bria, though. And now, to find out that she's some kind of rebel agent for Corellia, Han thought. The more he thought about it, the more he wondered whether that was what Bria had been doing in Moff Child's household. Had she been a rebel intelligence operative, assigned to spy on the Moff, and through him, the Empire? It made sense. Han didn't like it, but he found that he had more respect for Bria if she'd been sleeping with the Moff to gain information, than if she'd just been what she appeared to be, a spoiled, gorgeous plaything. He wondered what she was doing, now that the Moff was dead. Visiting planets and helping their underground rebel movements get organized, obviously. Also, Han had heard that a year or so ago, a group of human rebels had hit Ilesia, attacking Colony 3 and rescuing about 100 slaves. Could Bria have been involved with that? The way Katara and the other Wookiees talked about her, she was some kind of warrior saint, risking her life to bring them arms and ammo from the Corellian rebels. And Kashyyyk was an imperial slave world. Han remembered how betrayed she'd been when she'd realized that the Ilesian religion was a hokey bunch of fake mumbo-jumbo. She'd been furious and bitter. She'd hated the fact that, in the space of a second, she'd been altered from pilgrim to slave. In the years since that horrifying realization, had she taken that fury and translated it into action against the Ilesians and the Empire's slavers? Han Solo hadn't lacked for female company since Bria, by any means. Back on Nar Shaddaa, Han and Salla Zen had been an item for more than 2 years now. Salla was a spirited, exciting woman, an expert tech and mechanic as well as a skilled pilot and smuggler. She and Han had so many things in common, and one of the foremost things that characterized their affair was that neither of them was interested in anything but having a good time, while it lasted. Han's relationship with Salla was something that he could count on, without it getting in the way. They never made any promises to each other about anything, and that was the way they both liked it. Han had often wondered whether he really loved Salla, or she him. He knew he cared for her, would do almost anything for her, but love? It was safe to say that he never felt about her or any woman the way he'd felt about Bria. But I was a kid then, he reminded himself. Just a reckless kid, who didn't know any better than to fall like a ton of neutronium. Now I'm a lot smarter. As he sat musing in his corner, Calibo, Chewbacca's sister, who had been rushing back and forth with platters for the coming wedding feast, suddenly stopped, hands on hips, and glared at him. Then she beckoned to him, exclaiming indignantly. Han got to his feet. "Hey, of course I ain't hiding," he said in response. "I was just trying to stay out of the way. Is everything ready?" Calibo agreed emphatically that everything was ready, and Han should come now. Han followed Chewie's sister out into the sunlight amid the rustling treetops. As he walked, Jarek fell into step with him. The kid had stayed pretty close by Han's side, since he didn't understand Wookiee, and unless Han was around, could only speak to Ralra. "So this is it?" he asked Han. "This is apparently it, kid," Han said. "Chewie's moments of freedom are numbered." Calibo, catching Han's words, gave the human males a scathing glance and an indignant, Huamumfipfa. That needed no translation. Han chuckled. We better be careful, kid. She could break us both in two without half trying. The Wookiee female led them down one of the bow roads that was as wide as a street on some worlds. They were headed away from the city, deeper into the treetop area where many Wookiees had built homes. Mala's house, Han had gathered, was one of the treehouse-type places, since she lived where she could be close to her work. Within minutes, they branched off onto another trail, then another. Wonder where we're going? Jarek said uneasily. I'm lost. If she left us out here, I wouldn't have a clue as to how to get back to Rokuroro. Would you? Han nodded. Remind me to brush you up on your navigation skills, kid, he said. But if Calibo walks us much farther, I'm gonna be too tired to party. The little party turned onto yet another, smaller trail, and ahead of them, Han and Jarek could see many Wookiees gathered. They walked, then the trail came to an abrupt end. The Rasha branch that they were standing on had been sheared off in some manner, and plunged down to rest atop lower branches. With the massive branch weighing the nearby treetops down, the effect was like looking out across a vast green valley, breathtaking. Rounded green hills rose in soft swells to the west. The yellow sun shone down, bright as a beacon, and everywhere there were birds wheeling through the air. Hey, Han said to Calibo. Nice view. She nodded, and explained that this was a sacred place to Wookiees. Here, with this vista before them, they could truly appreciate the grandeur of their world. The ceremony was ready to begin. There was no priest to officiate. Wookiee couples married themselves. Han walked up to stand beside Chewbacca, then gave his friend, who appeared more than a bit nervous, a reassuring grin, and reached up to ruffle the Wookiee's head fur. Come on, relax, he said. You're getting a great girl, pal. Chewie replied that he knew that quite well. He just hoped he could remember his lines. As they stood at the end of the trail, with a crowd of Wookiees between them and the pathway leading back to Rokuroro, the crowd suddenly parted in the middle. Malatobuk paced down the trail toward them. She was covered from head to foot in a sheer veil of silvery gray. The veil was so light, so translucent, it almost appeared that she was clothed in some glimmering energy field. But as she came up beside Chewie, Han could tell that the veil was actually some kind of knit or woven fabric, almost completely transparent. Han could see Mala's blue eyes clearly through her bridal veil. Han listened intently as Chewie and Mala exchanged vows. Yes, they loved each other beyond all other beings. Yes, each other's honor was as dear to them as their own. Yes, they promised to be faithful to each other. Yes, death could part them, but could not end their love. The life power was with them, they said. The life power would make their union strong, and they would be complete, together. The life power would be with them, always. Han felt a wave of unaccustomed solemnity wash over him. For a moment, he almost envied Chewie. He could see love shining in Malatobuk's eyes, and felt a pang. Nobody had ever loved him that much. Except maybe Delana, he thought, remembering the Wookiee widow who had raised him. Bria, he'd used to think she loved him that much. But she sure had a funny way of showing it. Now Chewie was raising Mala's veil, and clutching her to him. They rubbed their cheeks together tenderly. Then, with a huge, triumphant roar, Chewie picked her up and swung her around as though she were child-sized instead of a grown Wookiee only a little shorter than he was. The crowd of Wookiees broke into a chorus of hoots, roars, and howls of appreciation. Well, said Han to Jarek, guess that's it. But the wedding celebration was far from over. The honored couple was escorted to tables in the treetops that groaned with every kind of Wookiee delicacy. Han and Jarek moved among the tables, sampling cautiously, for Wookiees tended to serve most meats raw. Some were cooked, but even their humans had to be cautious. Wookiees enjoyed highly seasoned foods, and some were spicy and hot enough to damage a human gullet. Han examined the tables and introduced Jarek to many, safe, Wookiee delicacies. Satchebik broth, a thick meat, herb and spice combination. Vordik. Cocktail. A layered dish that combined various meats and layers of rasher leaves that had been soaked in potent graken nectar for weeks. Factorin meat pie, frozen gorner, chintuk rings, and fried clack. There were also salads and flatbreads, plus forest honey cakes and assorted chilled fruit delicacies. Han advised Jarek against partaking of the various types of spirits being passed around. The Corellian knew from painful experience how potent Wookiee liquor could be. There were many kinds: Akaram, Kordig, Garmoral, Graken and Thickian brandy, to name a few. "Take my advice, kid," Han said. "Wookiees know how to make homebrew that will put a human on the floor in minutes. I'm sticking to Gorum wine and Growlin juice." "But the children drink Growlin juice," Jarek protested. "And this other stuff." "Jar," Han said. "Sweetened Alcori milk and vineberry extract." "It's too sweet for my taste, but you might like it." Jarek was looking longingly at a huge flask of Thickian brandy. Han shook his head warningly. "Kid, don't. I ain't taking care of you if you wind up sick as a poisoned Nilak pup." The youth made a face, but then picked up a cup of the Gorum wine. "Okay, I guess you know what you're talking about." Han smiled and they clinked their glasses. "Trust me." A few minutes later, as Han stood off by himself, holding a plate of barbecued Traken ribs and a spicy salad garnished with Rilnan seeds, a dark brown Wookiee who seemed vaguely familiar, though the Corellian was sure he'd never met him before, walked up to him. The Wookiee stood there, studying Han, and then introduced himself. Han nearly dropped his plate. "You're Delanamapia's son?" he cried. "Hey!" Putting his plate and cup down hastily, he grabbed the Wookiee male in an excited hug. "Hey, guy, I'm so glad to meet you. What's your name?" The Wookiee returned Han's embrace, replying that he was called Uchkalak. Han stood back, looking at him, and found that his eyes were stinging. Chak, or so he asked to be called, seemed equally moved, as he told Han that he had hoped to meet him, partly because he hoped the human could tell him how his mother had died. Han swallowed. "Chak, your mom died a hero," he said. "I wouldn't be alive today if it wasn't for her. She was one brave Wookiee. She died a warrior's death fighting. A guy named Garrus Shrike shot and killed her, but he's dead too." Chak wanted to know whether Han had killed Shrike in order to avenge his mother's death. "Not exactly," Han said. "Someone else got him first. But I put a good hitting on him before he bought it." Chak rumbled his approval. He told Han that he felt Han was an adopted brother, since they had shared the same mother. All of his mother's communications during her days aboard Trader's Luck had been full of anecdotes about the little human boy who loved her wastrel bread, and who wanted so much to become a pilot. "Well, Chak," Han said, "Delana never lived to see it, but I am a pilot today. And my best friend in all the universe is a Wookiee." Chak guffawed, and then told Han that he and Chewbacca were distantly related through a second cousin 3 times removed who had emigrated to Rokuroro and married Chewbacca's great-aunt's niece. Han blinked. "Distant, yeah? Well, that's great. Just one big happy family." Han led Chak over to the bridegroom and introduced him to Chewie, explaining the situation. Chewbacca roared his welcome of Han's, adopted brother, and thumped Chak soundly on the back. The celebration continued far into the night. Wookiees danced, sang, and played wooden instruments that had been handed down in their families for generations. Han and Jarek celebrated with them, until the humans were so exhausted, and so tipsy, that they wound up curling up beneath one of the massive tables and falling asleep. When Han awoke in the morning, the celebration was over, and Chewie and Mulla, he was informed, had gone off into the woods for that time of privacy that was the Wookiee equivalent of a honeymoon. Han was sorry. In a couple of days his negotiations with Katara would be concluded, the Falcon would be reloaded with her new cargo, and he'd be leaving Kashyyyk. He wouldn't get to tell Chewie goodbye. But you couldn't expect a guy to remember his best friend on his wedding night, Han mused, with a hint of regret. Besides, he fully intended to come back to Kashyyyk again, so it wasn't as though he'd said goodbye to Chewie forever. Safe in the privacy of his office on Nal Huda, Durga the Hutt wriggled closer to MYK Bidla's holoimage as it solidified. His bulbous, slit-pupiled eyes protruded even further in his eagerness as he demanded, "You have news about the autopsy results? You have identified the substance?" "Your Excellency, this substance was so rare that we could not at first identify it, or be certain as to its effects." The senior forensic specialist looked tired and harried, as though he really had been working night and day, as he claimed. "But our tests on that substance, and our tracing of it, is now conclusive. Yes, the substance is a poison. We have traced its origin to the planet Malkai." "The Malkite poisoners!" Durga exclaimed. "Of course. Secret assassins who specialize in exotic and almost undetectable poisons. Who else could come up with a substance that would prove fatal to a Hutt? My people are very difficult to poison." "I am aware of that, Your Excellency," MYK Bidla said. "And this substance, so rare that we have been unable to find a name for it, is one of their crowning achievements in toxins. We call it X1 for want of a better name. And X1 does not occur in nature anywhere on Nal Huta," Durga said, wanting to make absolutely sure. "This could not possibly have been an accident." "No, Your Excellency. X1 must have been deliberately administered to Lord Uruk." "Administered? How?" "We cannot be certain, but ingestion seems the most likely method. Someone fed my parent a fatal dose of poison," Durga said, his voice going cold and deadly with rage. "Someone is going to pay, and pay, and pay." Not exactly, Your Excellency." The specialist licked his lips nervously. "The scheme was not nearly so obvious as that. It was actually rather ingenious. If it was that clever, it must certainly have been a Hutt," Durga thought. He glared at the scientist. "What then?" "The substance is deadly in large quantities, Lord Durga. But in small quantities, it would not kill. Instead, it would concentrate in the brain tissues, causing the victim to experience a progressive deterioration of the thought processes. And the substance is also highly addictive. Once the victim grew accustomed to ingesting it in high enough doses, the abrupt withdrawal of the substance would cause the symptoms you described, racking pain, convulsions, and death." He took a breath. "And that, Lord Durga, is why your parent died. Not from the X1 in his system, but from its abrupt withdrawal." "How long?" Durga said, gritting the words out. "Would this substance have to have been given to my parent for him to become addicted to it?" "I would suspect a period of a few months, Lord Durga, but I cannot say for certain. Weeks, at minimum. It would take time to build up the dosage until the withdrawal would prove quickly fatal." The specialist hesitated. "Lord Durga, our investigations also revealed that X1 is very expensive. It is produced from the stamens of a type of plant that grows only on one world in the galaxy, and the location of that world is a sworn secret held by the Malkite poisoners. So only a person or persons of great wealth could have purchased enough of it to kill your parent. I see, Durga said after a moment. Continue with any tests that may shed further light on the subject, Bidler. And send me all of your data. I intend to find out just where that X1 came from. Bidler bobbed in a nervous bow. Certainly, Your Excellency. But, sir, these investigations are not inexpensive. Price is no object. Durga snarled. I must know, and I will pay what it takes to find the truth. I will find the source of that X1, and I will trace it to whomever fed it to my parent. Besadai's resources are my resources. Do you understand, Bidler? The scientist bowed again, more deeply. Yes, Your Excellency. We will continue to investigate. See that you do. Durga broke the connection and then undulated back and forth across his office, fuming. Aruk was murdered. I knew it all along. Wealth enough to buy X1. It has be Desiligic, Giliac, or perhaps Jabba. I will find the one responsible for this, and I will kill him or her with my own hands. I swear it to my dead parent. I will have vengeance. Over the next 10 days, Durga had all the servants in the palace interrogated ruthlessly, especially the cooks. Though several died during questioning, there was no evidence to indicate that any of them had been tampering with Aruk's meals. The young Hutt Lord neglected his other duties as he attended each interrogation session. His rival, Zir, came to visit him toward the end of the sessions, and arrived just as droids were bearing away the limp corpse of a T-Landa Till female who had served as a minor administrative clerk for Besadai. The elder Hutt looked disdainfully at the huge, four-legged body as it was borne out by the droids. How many does that make? He asked, with more than a touch of sarcasm. Durga glared at Zir. He'd have loved to have linked the other Besadai to Aruk's death, but Zir had been on Nar Heka overseeing Besadai interests until a few months ago, when he'd been recalled home after Aruk's death. When he'd first turned up, Durga had had Zir investigated thoroughly, but there was not even the smallest hint of a link between him and Aruk's murder. For one thing, Zir, though well off, did not possess nearly the financial resources to purchase large quantities of X1. And there had been no unusual withdrawals from his accounts. 4. The young Hutt snapped. They do not have our strength, cousin. It is no wonder the lesser races bow to us. They are far inferior physically, as well as mentally. Zir sighed. I must say I will miss that Trilek chef of yours, he said. He prepared fillets of mulblat larvae in Fregenblood sauce superbly. He sighed again. Durga's huge mouth turned down. Chefs can be replaced, he said shortly. Has it occurred to you, my dear cousin, that the forensic specialist you hired might be wrong in his conclusions? He and his team are the best to be had, Durga said. Their references were excellent. They have performed investigations for the Emperor's top military aides, even Governor Tarkin. Zir nodded. A good recommendation, he admitted. From what I hear, the governor is not an official to disappoint if one wishes to live. That is what they say. Still, cousin, is it possible that you have demanded of this team that they find evidence of murder, and so they have? Whether or not it is true. Durga considered that for a moment. I do not believe that, he said finally. The evidence is there. I have seen the lab reports. Lab reports can be faked, cousin. Also, in your obsession, you have spent a great many credits. These scientists are earning much from Besadai. It is possible that they do not wish this stream of credits to end. Durga faced his cousin. I am certain that the team has reported their findings accurately. As to the cost, Aruk was the head of all Besadii. Isn't it proper to find out what really happened? Lest others think we can be killed with impunity? Zir's pointed tongue ran slowly across the lower part of his mouth as he thought. Perhaps you are right, cousin. However, I would suggest that in order for you to not be regarded as a reckless spendthrift, you begin paying for this investigation out of your own personal funds, rather than Besadii operating capital. If you agree to this, no more will be said. If you do not, well, there is a clan meeting approaching. As a conscientious clan leader, it is my duty to comment on our financial report. Durga glared at his cousin. Zir glared back. And cousin, if any accidents befall me, it will go the worse for you. I have filed copies of the financial reports in places you have no way of discovering. They will be produced should I die, no matter how much it might seem that I perished of natural causes. The younger Hut resisted the urge to order his guards to shoot Zir. Huts were notoriously hard to kill, and another death might well cause all of Besadii to rise up against him. Durga drew a deep breath. Perhaps you are right, cousin, he said finally. From this day forward, I will personally finance the investigation. Good, Zir said. And, Durga, in your parents' absence, I feel I must give you the benefit of my experience. If Durga had possessed teeth, he would have ground them together in rage. Go on, he said. Black Sun Durga. It is an open secret that you used their resources to consolidate your power. I caution you against doing so again. One cannot just employ Black Sun and then walk away. Their services are expensive. They have been fully compensated for their services, Durga said tightly. I am not such a fool as you think, Zir. Good, the other Hut Lord said. I am glad to hear that. I was worried about you, dear cousin. Any Hut who would rid himself of such a chef, on a whim, is suspect. Seething, Durga undulated off in search of another staff member to interrogate. Jabba the Hutt and his aunt Giliac were lounging together in their palatial receiving room in Giliac's palace on Nal Huda, watching Giliac's baby inch its way around the room. The infant Hut was now old enough to spend almost an hour outside Giliac's pouch. At this stage of its life, the little creature resembled a huge, chubby grub or insect larva more than a hut. Its arms were nothing more than vestigial stubs, and would not develop or grow digits until the baby Hut had left the maternal pouch for good. The only way in which the baby Hut resembled the adult members of its species was its pop-eyed, vertical-pupiled stare. Hut babies were born almost mindless, and Hut youngsters did not reach the age of accountability until they were about a century old. Before that, they were looked upon as creatures who needed good care and feeding, and not much else. As he watched the baby wriggle along the polished stone floor, Jabba wished they were back on Nar Shaddaa, where he could get more done. It was difficult to oversee the Desiligic smuggling empire from Nal Huda. Jabba had suggested more than once that he and his aunt go back to Nar Shaddaa, but Giliac adamantly refused, insisting that the polluted atmosphere of Nar Shaddaa would be unhealthy for her baby. Jabba thus spent much of his time shuttling back and forth between Nal Huda and Nar Shaddaa. His holdings on Tatooine were suffering by his absence. Effin Mon, the non-humanoid Chayden, was looking after Jabba's interests, and doing it well, but it just wasn't the same as being there himself. Jabba had shared many adventures in the past with Mon, and the ugly sentient from Vinsith was the only being in the universe that Jabba really trusted. For some reason, even Jabba wasn't sure why, Effin Mon was completely loyal to Jabba, and always had been. Jabba knew that the Chavin had turned down multiple offers to betray him for fabulous profit. Yet, Effin Mon had never turned, no matter how much he was offered. Jabba appreciated his friend's loyalty, and repaid it by keeping only minor tabs on Effin Mon's actions. He didn't expect Mon to betray him, not after all these years, but it was well to be prepared for anything. And, Jabba said, I have read the newest report from our source in the Besaidii accounting office, and their profits are impressive. Even the dissension over Durga's leadership has not slowed them. Ilesia continues to produce more processed spice with every month that passes. Shiploads of pilgrims are arriving nearly every week. It is depressing. Jiliak turned her massive head to regard her nephew. Durga has done better than I ever gave him credit for, Jabba. I did not think he could hold on to the leadership. By now I envisioned that Besaidii would be ripe for our takeover. But, even though there is muttering and discontent with Durga's leadership, his outspoken opponents are dead, and no one has surfaced to replace them within the clan. Jabba blinked at his aunt, and a spark of hope awakened. That speech sounded almost like the old, pre-motherhood Jiliak. Do you know why they are dead, Aunt? Because Durga was foolish enough to deal with Black Sun, Jiliak said. The deaths of his opponents were too blatant to be Hutt doing. Only Black Sun has that many resources. Only Prince Xizor would be so coldly daring as to assassinate them all within days of each other. Jabba was getting excited now. Is she coming out of her maternal mental haze? He wondered. Prince Xizor is indeed someone to be reckoned with, he said. That is why I have done him favors from time to time. I would prefer to stay on his good side, just in case I ever need a favor in return. As I did that one time on Tatooine. He helped me then, and asked nothing in return, because I have done him favors in the past. Jiliak was shaking her head slowly back and forth, a mannerism she'd picked up from humans. Jabba, you know my thinking on this, I have told you many times. Prince Xizor is not one to be trifled with. Best to stay far away from him, and to have nothing to do with Black Sunday. Open the door to them just once, and you risk becoming his vassal. I am cautious, Aunt, I assure you. I would never do as Durga has done. Good. Durga will soon discover that he has opened a door that cannot easily be closed. If he steps through it, he will no longer be his own master. So should we hope he does that, Aunt? Jiliak's eyes narrowed slightly. Hardly, nephew. Xizor is not a foe I wish to contend with. He has evidently set his sights on Besaidii, but he would willingly take Desiligic, too, of that I have no doubt. Jabba silently agreed. Xizor would move in on the whole of Nal Hutta if given the opportunity. Speaking of Besaidii, Aunt, he said, what of these Ilesian prophets I was reporting on? What can we do to stop Besaidii? They now have 9 colonies on Ilesia. They are preparing to start another colony on Nirvana, the other habitable world in the system. Jiliak thought for a moment. Perhaps it is time to utilize Teroenza again, she said. Durga apparently has no suspicion that he was responsible for Aruk's death. Utilize him how? I don't know yet, Jiliak said. Perhaps we can encourage Teroenza to declare his independence from Durga. If they fought, Besaidii profits would be bound to plummet. And then, we could pick up the pieces. Very good, Aunt. Jabba was happy to hear the old, scheming Jiliak acting like herself again. Now, if I can just report on these figures here, and get your input on reducing our costs in. Jabba broke off, interrupted by Jiliak's deep, maternal coo of affection, and saw the baby hut wriggling up to its mother, tiny vestigial arms held up, its bulbous eyes fixed on Gilliack's face intently. The baby's mouth opened, and it chirped inquiringly. "Look, nephew!" Gilliack's voice was warm, indulgent. "My little one knows Mama, yes, doesn't he, precious?" Jabba rolled his eyes until they nearly emerged from their sockets and splat onto the floor. Witness the demise of one of the greatest criminal minds of this millennium, he thought bleakly. Then, as Gilliack scooped up the baby hut and guided it back into her pouch, Jabba glared at the little creature with an expression very close to outright hatred. Han spent the next couple of days with the members of the Wookiee underground, finalizing their deal. The time came when he opened up the Falcon, and he and Jarek unloaded the explosive quarrels from the secret compartments. Katara, Kitchier and Motamba clustered around the boxes, exclaiming excitedly over their new toys. Meanwhile, other Wookiees from the underground movement made a steady stream inside the ship, loading it with stormtrooper armor. Han was able to pack nearly 40 complete suits and 10 helmets into the Falcon. If the armor fetched a market price, he'd doubled his investment on the trip. Not a bad bit of bargaining. By the time all the armor was stowed away enough so that the Falcon's crew could move about, night was falling. Han decided that he wanted to wait for dawn for his tricky exit of the cave and straight-up flight through the trees. He and Jarek said farewell to their hosts and stretched out on the pilot's seats to sleep. Han was awakened before sunrise the next morning by a loud and familiar Wookiee roar. The Corellian opened his eyes and jumped up, nearly tripping over the sleepy Jarek. Activating the ramp, he raced down it. "Chewie!" Han was so glad to see the big fur ball that he didn't even complain when the Wookiee grabbed him, swung him around, and ruffled his hair until it stood on end. All the while, Chewbacca was whining out a steady stream of complaints. What had Han been thinking of, preparing to leave him behind? Didn't he know any better? What could you expect from a human? When the Wookiee finally released him, Han looked up at Chewie, completely confused. "Huh? What do you mean, I was gonna leave you behind? I'm going back to Nar Shaddaa, pal, and in case it slipped your attention, Chewie, you're a married guy now. Your place is here, on Kashyyyk, with Mullah." Chewie shook his head, uttering protesting hoots and remonstrations. "Life debt? Pal, I know you've sworn a life debt, but let's be realistic here. You belong with your wife, on your own planet, now. Not dodging imp cruisers with me." The Wookiee had just started in again when a loud, angry roar from behind Han made him jump and dodge. A large, hairy hand grabbed his shoulder, and Han was swung around as though he weighed no more than a scrap of flimsy. He looked up to see Malatobuck towering over him. Chewie's wife was furious, teeth bared, blue eyes narrowed. Han put up both hands, and shrank back against his friend's hairy chest. "Hey, Mullah! Take it easy, now!" Malatobuck roared again, then launched into an angry tirade. "Humans! How could they be so ignorant of Wookiee customs and Wookiee honor? How dare Han imply that Chewbacca would abandon a life debt? There was no greater insult he could offer a Wookiee. Her husband was possessed of great honor. He was a courageous warrior, a skilled hunter, and when he gave his word, he kept it. Especially about a life debt." Faced with Mullah's ire, Han turned both hands up and shrugged, but couldn't get a word in edgewise. He looked up imploringly at his friend. Chewie, taking pity on his Corellian buddy, intervened. He stepped between Mullah and Han, and spoke quickly, telling her that of course Han had meant no insult, no offense. His comment had been made out of ignorance, not malice. Finally, Mulla relaxed, and her roars turned to grumbles. Han gave her an apologetic smile. Hey, no offense, Mulla. I know Chewie here better than almost anyone, and I know he's a terrific guy, brave, smart, all that stuff. I just didn't know that to a Wookiee. A life dead outweighs everything else. He turned back to his friend. So, okay, you're coming with us, and we're getting ready to grab some space, pal. So say goodbye to your bride. Chewbacca and Audiobook walked away together, while Han and Jarek conducted the pre-flight checks. A few minutes later, Han heard the clang of the Falcon's ramp closing. Moments later, Chewbacca slipped into the co-pilot's seat. Han looked at him. Don't worry, pal, I swear to you we'll come back again, soon. I did some good dealing with Katara and her underground. Your people are going to need lots of ammo before they can even hope to take on the imps and free your world. And I'm gonna help them get it. Jarek's voice came over the intercom from the starboard gunner's turret. Yeah, at a tidy profit, of course. Han laughed. Yeah, of course. Chewie, stand by. Here we go. With great dignity, the Millennium Falcon rose upward on her repulsor, then drifted forward until she was out of the tree branch. Cave. Then, with a suddenness that sent everyone sinking back into their seats, Han sent his ship whooshing straight up, through the tunnel of trees. They soared up into the skies, now flushed with the red-gold dawn. As the Falcon went higher, sunrise seemed to burst over the world in a shower of gold. Cortellara, Han thought. The sun-haired warrior, the woman he had known as Bria. What was she doing now? He wondered. Does she ever think about me? Moments later, Kashyyyk was only a rapidly dwindling green ball behind them, as they tore through the star-flecked blackness. Boba Fett sat in a sleazy rented flat on the outer rim world of Taith, listening to Bria their meeting with the Tethan rebel leaders. The most famous bounty hunter in the galaxy had many resources, including a spy network that most planets would have envied. Since he accepted Imperial assignments from time to time, he was often privy to communiques and other information most rebel commands would have loved to see. Even though she was a rebel officer, the bounty on Bria Thurn had not been posted by the Empire. No, this was a far larger bounty, the sum of 50,000 credits for a live, unharmed capture, no disintegrations permitted. Aruk the Hutt, the old leader of Besadii clan, had originally posted the bounty, but his heir, Durga, had continued it after his death, and had promised a bonus for delivery within 3 months. Boba Fett had been searching on and off for Bria Thurn for over a year now. The woman kept being sent out on deep cover assignments that made her extremely hard to trace. She had severed all ties with her family, probably to lessen the danger to them should she be captured by the Imperials. When she was on her home planet of Corellia, she lived inside a series of secret rebel command bases, with extensive security and guard mounts. Such high security was understandable. After all, the rebels lived in fear of a full-scale attack by Imperial stormtroopers. So they kept the locations of their bases top secret, and moved them continually. One bounty hunter, no matter how deadly and effective, stood little chance of getting close enough to manage a live capture. If only Besadii would have been satisfied with having Bria dead, Boba Fett was fairly sure he could have managed to kill her, even within the protection of a rebel base. But live, unharmed capture was much more difficult. However, a few days ago, Boba Fett had learned through his spy network that there was a meeting scheduled for the underground rebel movement on Taith. Taking a calculated risk that Bria would be there, he had flown Slave Eye to Taith 2 days ago. The risk had paid off. She had shown up yesterday evening. 2 days ago, when he'd first arrived on Taith, Boba Fett had located the current rebel enclave, which was situated beneath the port city in a series of old storm drains and sub-basements. He'd infiltrated the outskirts of the base, via the ancient storm drains and ventilation shafts, enough to locate the base janitorial supplies. There he'd placed minuscule audio pickups on a number of small robot floor cleaners that roved freely from room to room, sucking up anything their tiny scanners identified as dirt. Since that time, he'd been monitoring the pickups, and today his preparations had paid off. Briathern was in a meeting with 2 top-ranked Teton rebels. The tiny floor cleaner, per its programmed instructions, had scuttled out of their way when they'd entered the room, and was now biding its time in an inconspicuous corner. Boba Fett had no use for the whole concept of the various rebellions. He considered the idea of rebellion against any established government criminal. The Empire maintained order, and Boba Fett valued order. The Teton resistance was no exception, a bunch of misguided idealists who were out to create anarchy. Within the confines of his helmet, Boba Fett's eyes narrowed with disdain as he listened. The Teton leaders were Commander Winfred Degore and her aide, Lieutenant Palab Godalhai. At the moment, the Dern woman was arguing with them about the necessity for the various resistance groups to unite into a rebel alliance. There were indications, she said, that the idea of an alliance was gaining support in high places. A prestigious imperial senator, Mon Mothma of Chandrila, had recently met secretly with Bria's superiors in the Corellian rebel underground, and talked. The senator agreed that in the wake of the Empire's massacres on planets such as Gorman, Deverin, Rampa 1 and 2, that the Emperor was either pathologically insane or totally evil, and must be overthrown by sentience of good conscience. The Dern woman spoke with misguided passion, her clear alto voice quivering slightly with controlled emotion. It was obvious she really cared about her cause. When she was finished, Winfred Degore cleared her throat. Her voice was rough with age and strain. Commander, then, we sympathize with our brothers and sisters on Corellia, Alderaan, and the other worlds. But here on the Outer Rim, we are so far away from the core worlds that we could be of little help to you, even if we did ally with your groups. We do things our way out here. The Emperor pays little attention to us. We raid the Imperial shipping, and oppose the Empire in many ways, but we value our independence. We are not likely to join a larger group. Commander Degore, that isolationist policy is an invitation to an Imperial massacre, Dern said, her tone bleak. Mark my words, it will happen. Palpatine's forces will not overlook your groups forever. Perhaps, or perhaps not. Still, I doubt that we could do more than what we are currently doing, Commander Dern. Boba Fett heard a chair creak and the rustle of fabric as someone moved. Then Dern spoke again. Commander Degore, you have ships. You have troops. You have weapons. You are one of the closest worlds to the corporate sector, though we realize that's a long way off. But still, you could help. You could help with purchasing weapons in the corporate sector and funneling them back here to be shipped to other undergrounds. Don't think because you're out here that your help isn't needed. Commander Dern, weapons cost credits, Lieutenant Godalhai said. Where will those credits come from? Well, we'd certainly appreciate it if you Tetons managed to come up with a few million to help us out, Bria said dryly, and a sad chuckle ran around the room. But we're working on it. Financing the resistance is very hard, but there are enough citizens who are being squeezed until they can't see straight that, even if they don't have the ability or the courage to join a rebel group outright, they're smuggling us spare credits. Some of the Hutt lords have also seen fit to contribute, clandestinely, of course. Interesting, thought Fett. This was news to him, though, now that he thought about it. Huts were notorious for playing both sides plus their own side in any conflict. If they could look forward to an increase in credits or power, Huts were usually right there. "We are not far from Hut space," Degore said, a thoughtful note in her voice. "Perhaps we could make contacts with other Hut lords, see if they'd be willing to help." "Help?" Bria Theron's voice sputtered with laughter. "Huts? They may contribute, and some have, but they do it for their own reasons, trust me, and those reasons have nothing to do with our aims. Huts are devious, but sometimes their goals and ours coincide. That's when they hand out their credits. Half the time we can't even guess what benefit they may be getting as a result of their donation." "Probably better not to guess," Lieutenant Godalhai said. "Still, Commander Then, there may be some merit in our increasing our commitment at this time. Our new Imperial Moff is far less vigilant than Sarnchild was. We have been getting away with far more lately than we could under Child's rule." "That's another thing," Bria Thern said. "We've been studying this new Moff Uraf Orgage. Most of the new procedures he's put in place here in the Outer Rim are so ill-advised that we're beginning to wonder if he has Gamorrean blood." Laughter rippled throughout the room. Bria continued, "Orgage is both arrogant and stupid. He's insisting that he won't make Child's mistake, and he's going to keep close personal control over his military force. This policy has cut down tremendously on the Imperial threat here in the Outer Rim. The Imp commanders have to check with Orgage about the smallest things. He is managing them into paralysis, Commander Degore." "We're aware of that, Commander," Degore agreed. "What do you want us to do about it?" "Increase your raids on Imperial supply vessels and munitions dumps here in the Outer Rim, Commander. We need those weapons. And by the time Orgage can be contacted and give his orders, you and your people will be long gone." Degore considered for a moment. "I think we can promise you that much, Commander Thern. For the rest, we'll take it under advisement." "Talk to your people today," Bria said. "I'll be leaving tomorrow." Boba Fett strained his ears, silently urging her to reveal her plans. But there was no other sound except the scrapings of chairs as the rebels got up and left the room. Fett kept a close survey on all the nearby spaceports, but he was unable to catch even a glimpse of Bria Thern the next day. She must have been smuggled aboard a rebel ship by some clandestine means. The bounty hunter was slightly disappointed at his failure, but the most important trait of any hunter, and Boba Fett lived for the hunt, was patience. He resolved to find some way of tipping off the Imperials about Mon Mothma's treachery, and the rebels' plans, without letting them know who their informant was. Many Imperial officers were openly scornful of bounty hunters, referring to them as scum and worse. Fett wished he had more specific information to offer as a tip. If only the rebels had revealed plans for an actual operation. In the meantime, Fett's trip to Taith would not be wasted. He'd checked with the guild, and there was an open bounty here on their books, a rich, reclusive businessman who had a high-guarded and secure estate in the mountains of Taith. Secure, that is, insofar as ordinary bounty hunters went, but Boba Fett was in a class by himself. The businessman's activities had been so predictable that planning was laughably easy. The man was a creature of habit. Boba Fett wouldn't even have to go up against his bodyguards, since this was a bounty permitting disintegrations. Only the kill was required. Boba Fett had found a vantage point in a lockwall tree that would allow him to erect a temporary blind, make the kill, then slip away before the bodyguards or security forces could even pinpoint his location. One shot would be all that he needed. Over the next 5 months, Han Solo and his Wookiee first mate rose to the top of the smuggler heap. For a miracle, Han managed to actually hang on to some of the money he'd won long enough to do most of the modifications on the Millennium Falcon that he'd envisioned. His half-alien master technician and starship mechanic, Shug Ninx, let him berth the Falcon in his space barn. Shug's space barn was almost a legend in the Corellian section of Nar Shaddaa. Within its cavernous interior, traders, pirates and smugglers tinkered with their ships, modifying them, determined to squeeze the last bit of speed and firepower out of them. After all, the faster a smuggler delivered a cargo, the quicker she or it could take off again with another shipment. Time was credits in the life of a smuggler. Han, Jarek and Chewbacca did most of the work themselves, with an occasional hand from Sala, who was also an expert technician, and Shug, the acknowledged master. Once he had the ship's armor plating the way he wanted it, no lucky Imperial shot was going to take out the Falcon the way Han's previous ship, the Bria, had been destroyed. He started on the engines and the armament. He added a light laser cannon under the nose, then moved the quad lasers so the Falcon had gun turrets both dorsally and ventrally, top and bottom. Then Han and Sala installed 2 concussion missile launching tubes between the forward mandibles. All the while that he was installing weapons and armor, Han, Shug and Chewie worked on the Falcon's engines and other systems. The Falcon already boasted a military-grade hyperdrive. Together Han and Shug tinkered with both the hyperdrive and sublight engines until they were even more powerful, and the Falcon was making faster and faster times on Han's smuggling runs. They also installed new sensor and jamming systems. The new jamming system had a less than auspicious first trial, however. When Han triggered it, the pulse was so powerful that it also jammed the Falcon's own internal communications, disrupting the signals from the cockpit to the ship's systems. The incident happened at the worst possible time, while the Falcon was ducking into a planet's gravity well in an attempt to shake off an Imperial frigate. As their ship hurtled down, grazing upper atmosphere, totally out of control, Han and Chewbacca stared at their instruments in dismay. Only the fact that the new jammer was so powerful that it burned out almost immediately saved them from being incinerated in the planet's atmosphere. The day came when Han looked at the Falcon with satisfaction, and threw an arm around Shug Ninx's shoulders. "Shug, old pal, you are one master mechanic. I don't think there's anyone better with a hyperdrive in the whole galaxy. She's purring like a Tagorian kid cub, and we've increased her speed another 2%. The half-alien master mechanic smiled at his friend, but shook his head. "Thanks, Han, but I can't claim that title. I've heard that there's a guy in the corporate sector named of Doc who can make a hyperdrive dance a jizjig with one hand tied behind his back. If you want her to go even faster, you'll have to hunt him up." Han listened with some surprise, but filed the information away in his mind as potentially useful. He'd always had a yen to see the corporate sector, and now he had a reason to go there. "Thanks, Shug," he said. "I'll have to consider contacting this guy if I ever get there. From what I've heard about Doc, you don't contact him. He'll contact you, if he decides it's a good idea. Ask Arlie Brown about him. He's spent time in the corporate sector, he might know how you'd go about contacting Document." "Thanks for the word," Han said. He knew Arlie Brown, as he did most of the smugglers who hung out in the Corellian sector of Nar Shaddaa. Brown was a stocky, aging smuggler with a genial air and a sharp tongue. He enjoyed needling fools, but he was fast enough on the draw to still be among the living, which said something for his speed and accuracy. He flew a beat-up old freighter named Double Echo. Now that Han had the fast and comparatively reliable Millennium Falcon, he could take on the most challenging jobs. He still worked mostly for Jabba, who was basically running the Desiligic Kajidik these days, but he also took jobs for other employers. The Karelian and his Wookiee sidekick became almost a legend on NAR's shadow as they broke speed records for the Kessel Run and flew rings around Imperial patrol vessels. Han had never been happier. He had a fast ship, friends in Chewie, Jarek and Lando, an attractive, savvy lady friend in Sala, and credits in his pocket. True, money had a way of slipping through his fingers, no matter how he tried to hold on to it, but to Han, that was only a minor worry. So what if he liked living high, gambling and expensive flings? He could always make more. But even though Han's personal life was going splendidly, dark clouds were gathering on the horizon. The Emperor continued to tighten his grip, and his reach was extending even into the Outer Rim these days. There was a massacre on Mentuine in the Atrivis sector, and the rebels that had managed to capture an Imperial base there were wiped out practically to the last defender. There were other massacres as object lessons to inner Imperial worlds. Gunrunners had to be increasingly wary and fast in order to deliver their cargoes. When Han had first begun making the Kessel Run, it was unusual to even pick up an imp craft on ship's sensors. Now it was unusual to not spot one. To support his fleets and armies, Emperor Palpatine levied taxes that had citizens of the Empire groaning beneath the financial burden. These days, the average citizen of the Empire struggled just to put decent food on the table. Han and his friends, naturally, did not pay taxes. No tax collectors came to the smuggler's moon. Collecting taxes from the motley denizens of NAR's shadow was such a daunting task that the moon was simply overlooked each tax time. In the past, Han had paid little attention to news vids about the struggle between the Imperials and the underground rebel groups. But now, knowing that Bria might be involved in those actions, he found himself listening to the news vids with undivided attention. Palpatine must be crazy, Han found himself thinking, on more than one occasion. He's a skin for a wholesale rebellion with these tactics: massacres, murders, citizens hauled out of their homes in the middle of the night, and never seen again. You mess over people bad enough, long enough, you're a skin for revolt. Dissent in the Imperial Senate was growing by leaps and bounds. One of the more prominent senators, Mon Mothma, had been forced to flee not long ago, after the Emperor ordered her arrest on charges of treason. Mon Mothma had been a prestigious member of the Senate, and the Emperor's high-handed move caused demonstrations on Chandrila, her home planet, demonstrations that resulted in yet another ruthless massacre of Imperial citizens. The Emperor's attacks on financial well-being and personal freedom had another effect, one that Han found particularly disturbing. More and more downtrodden, poverty-stricken people were chucking their old lives and heading for Ilesia to become pilgrims, or, as Han knew, slaves. Many of the new pilgrims came from Sullust, Bathui, and Karelia, worlds that had recently suffered reprisals for civil unrest and anti-taxation demonstrations. Han arrived home one day from a smuggling run to discover that, for the first time, the T-Landa Till had held a revival on NAR Shada. As a result, a number of Karelians from the Karelian sector of NAR Shada had packed up and were waiting to board a ship bound for, among other places, Ilesia. When he heard this, Han grabbed a tube over to the disembarkation point and raced up to the line of hollow-eyed, weary-looking Karelians waiting to board the transport. "What do you think you're doing?" he shouted. "Ilesia is a trap. Haven't you heard the stories about it? They lure you there, then turn you into slaves. You'll wind up dying in the mines of Kessel. Don't go." One old woman looked at him suspiciously. "Shut up, youngster," she said. "We're going to a better place. The Ilesian priests say they'll take care of us, and we'll have a better life, a blessed life. I'm sick of scratching here. The cursed empire is making it too hard these days to earn a dishonest living." The others muttered similar imprecations at him as he moved up and down the line, expostulating with the pilgrim candidates. Han finally stopped and stood there, wanting to howl aloud with rage, like a Wookiee. Chewie did howl in frustration. Chewie, short of setting my blaster on stun and shooting them all, there ain't no way of stopping them, the Corellian observed bitterly. HRRNNNNNNN. Chewie agreed sadly. In a last-ditch effort, Han tried talking to some of the younger people, even going so far as to offer one or two a job. None would listen to him. He soon gave up in disgust. This had happened to him once before, on Ifeo, a remote world at the opposite side of the galaxy from Nar Shaddaa. There had been an Elysian revival, and Han had tried to warn those who were heading for the ships, but he found he couldn't compete with the pilgrim candidates' wide-eyed memories of the exultation. Only a few of the small, orange-skinned, humanoid Ethans had listened to him. Over 100 had boarded the Elysian missionary ship. Han watched the line of Corellians shuffling into the waiting transport, and shook his head. Some people are just too dumb to live, Chewie, he said. Or too desperate, the Wookiee rejoined. Yeah, well, just another reminder to me that sticking your neck out is a good way to get your head chopped off, Han said disgustedly, as he turned his back on the doomed Corellians and began walking away. Next time I think about doing that, pal, I want you to give me a Wookiee love tap that will put me on my butt. You'd think after all these years I'd learn. Chewie promised, and together they walked away. Despite the fact that he had his undersized hands full running Besaidii, Durga the Hutt refused to give up his search to find his parents' murderer. 6 members of the household staff had died under rigorous interrogation, but there was absolutely no indication that any of them had been involved. If the household staff was innocent, then how had Aruk been poisoned? Durga had another conversation with Myk Bidler, who confirmed this time that there were traces of X1 in Aruk's digestive tract. The lethal substance had indeed been eaten. Durga terminated the communication, and went for a long undulation, roaming the halls of his palace, thinking. His expression was so forbidding that his staff, already highly nervous, and understandably so, fled before his approach as though he were an evil spirit from the outer darkness. In his mind, the young Besaidii lord was going over the last months of his parents' life, mentally ticking off every moment of every day. Everything Aruk had eaten had come from their own kitchens, prepared by the staff of chefs, including the ones now deceased. He made a mental note to hire 2 new chefs. Durga had had the entire kitchen and the servants' quarters scanned for any trace of X1. Nothing. The only place that they'd picked up even the smallest hint of the substance had been on the floor in Aruk's office, not far from his usual parking spot for his repulsor sled. And that had been just the barest trace. Durga frowned, contorting his birthmark-stained features into something resembling a demon mask. Something was niggling at him. A memory. Niggling, wiggling, niggling. Wiggling, wriggling. The Nalatree frogs. Suddenly the memory was there, sharp and clear. Aruk, belching as he reached for yet another live Nalatree frog. Up until now, Durga had never considered the possibility that the poison could have been delivered by means of a living creature. After all, it seemed only reasonable that the creature would die from the poison long before it could be ingested. But what if Nalatree frogs were immune to the effects of X1? What if their tissues had been filled with ever-increasing amounts of X1, without affecting them? Aruk had loved his Nalatree frogs. He'd eaten them every day, sometimes as much as a dozen of them every day. Osman! Durga bellowed. Fetch me the scanner! Bring it straight to Aruk's office. The Chavin appeared briefly, acknowledged the order, and then vanished. The sounds of his running feet faded into the distance. Durga began undulating at top speed toward his parents' sanctum. When he reached there, he was only seconds ahead of the panting servant, who was carrying the scanning device. Durga grabbed it from his hands, then rushed into the office. "Where is it?" he thought, looking wildly around. "Yes, there," he realized, heading for the corner. Standing in the corner, forgotten, was Arak's old snackarium. He'd used it to keep live food fresh, and the last few months of his life, that live food had mostly been nollatry frogs. Thrusting the scanner's probe tip into the snackarium, Durga activated the instrument. Moments later, he had his answer. The mineral deposits on the globe's glassine sides contained sizable amounts of X1. Durga let out a bellow of rage that made the furniture rattle, then went berserk, smashing the snackarium with one mighty blow of his tail, slamming his bulk into furnishings, crushing and destroying everything in his path. Finally, hoarse and panting, he halted in the ruins of Arak's office. Taroenza. Taroenza sent the frogs. Durga's first impulse was to fly to Ilesia and personally smash the Tilanda till to a bloody pulp, but, after a moment's reflection, he realized that it would be beneath him to soil his hands and tail on a lesser being. Besides, he couldn't just do away with the high priest. Taroenza was a good high priest, and would be hard to replace. The Besadii lord was uncomfortably aware that if he had Taroenza killed, the Tilanda Til on Ilesia might well refuse to continue their charade as priests in the exaltation. Taroenza was well liked by those who served under him. He was also an able administrator, who had brought Besadii ever-increasing profits from the spice factories. "I'll have to have a trained replacement ready to step in before I act against him," Durga thought. Also, Durga reflected, the evidence against the high priest was purely circumstantial. It was remotely possible that Taroenza was innocent. Durga had kept a close eye on Taroenza's expenditures, and no large sums of credits had left his account. He could not have purchased the poison unless he did it in a very clandestine way, and he did not have the kind of credits it would take to purchase large amounts of X1. Unless he sold that wretched collection of his, Durga thought, but he knew that hadn't happened. He kept close watch over all the shipping manifests going into and out of Ilesia, and Taroenza had, in fact, been adding to his collection for the past 9 months. The Besadii lord resolved to begin training a new Tilanda till that very week. He'd continue his investigations, and by the time the new high priest was ready, he'd hire a bounty hunter to bring him Taroenza's horn. Durga envisioned the horn, mounted on the wall of his office, right next to Arak's hollow portrait. Taroenza might not be the only one who deserved to die on Ilesia. Someone had to capture the nollatry frogs, put them into shipping containers, and load them onto ships. Durga resolved to investigate the situation from all angles before placing his bounty. Of course, the real murderer was the individual who had purchased the X1 and masterminded the entire operation. Jiliak was his prime suspect. She had the credits, she had the motivation. Durga had already begun searching for links between Jiliak and the Malachite poisoners. Now he would also search for links between the Desiligic leader and Taroenza. Surely he'd find something, some record. Shipping records, deposits of credits, withdrawals, records of purchases, somewhere there would be evidence that would link both Taroenza and Jiliak to Arak's death, and he, Durga, was going to find them. He knew that the search would require both time and credits. His own personal credits, unfortunately. Durga didn't dare jeopardize his admittedly precarious position as leader of Besadii by spending huge amounts of the Khajiit's money on what would be called a personal vendetta. Zir and his other detractors were already watching him, just ready to pounce on unjustified expenses. No, he'd have to pay for it himself, and it would strain his personal resources to do so. Durga thought for a moment of Black Sunday. A word to Prince Sizer, and he'd have all of Black Sun's impressive resources at his command. But that would be opening the door to a Black Sun takeover of Bisadii, and possibly all of Nal Huta. Durga shook his head. He couldn't risk that. He didn't want to wind up as one of Zizor's vassals. He was a free and independent Hut, and no Feline prince was going to give him his marching orders. Durga left Uruk's smashed office, and went to his own. He had a long session of work at his datapad before him. He couldn't let his work for Bisadii suffer, so most of his search would have to be done at night, while most Huts were sleeping. Grimly, Durga reached for his datapad, and began keying in requests for information. He had found his parents' murderers, he was sure of it. He knew the how and the why. Now to gain the proof that would allow him to challenge Jiliak and demand personal satisfaction for a blood debt. Durga's tiny fingers began racing over his datapad, and the greenish tip of his tongue protruded from the corner of his mouth as he concentrated. Teruenza paced slowly down the hallway in the Ilesian Administrative Center to meet with Kibik. The Hut overlord had requested his presence almost 20 minutes ago, but Teruenza had been busy. In the old days he never have dared to keep a Hut lord waiting, but things on Ilesia were changing, slowly but surely. He, Teruenza, was taking over. That idiot Kibik was just too stupid to realize it. Every day he was making plans, hiring the additional guards Durga had authorized, and fortifying the planet. Instead of hiring mostly Gamorrean guards, strong but even dumber than Kibik, which was saying something, Teruenza was carefully choosing toughened mercenary fighters. They cost more, but they'd be worth it in battle. And Teruenza knew there was going to be a battle. The day would come when he'd have to openly declare his break with Nal Huta. Bisadii would never take such a bid for independence lying down, but Teruenza planned to be ready. He would direct his troops in battle, and victory would be theirs. The high priest was already making arrangements to bring the mates of the Tilanda Til priests to Ilesia. His own mate, Tylena, would be one of the first to arrive. Kibik was such an idiot that he probably wouldn't even notice for some time. The differences between male and female Tilanda Til were most readily apparent to Tilanda Til. To most other species, except for the male's horn, they appeared virtually identical. Teruenza was also planning on increasing the defenses, even if he had to sell off part of his collection to do it. He'd checked the price of a ground-mounted turbolaser and been horrified, but perhaps Jiliak would help him out with the credits he needed. After all, he, Teruenza, was the only one who could implicate her in Uruk's murder. It made sense that she'd want to stay on his good side. When Teruenza reached Kibik's audience chamber, he hesitated before the portal, consciously summoning up enough of a servile air to pass. He didn't want Kibik to be aware of his contempt. Not yet. Soon, though. Soon, Teruenza comforted himself. Play your part. Listen to him babble. Agree with him. Flatter him. Soon you won't have to do this anymore. Only a few more months to put up with his foolishness. Soon. One of the first things Han Solo did after getting the Millennium Falcon was challenge his girlfriend, Sala Zend, to a race. In the smaller, unreliable Bria he'd never had a hope of defeating her swift rimrunner, but now, whenever the two of them happened to have cargoes bound for the Kessel Run, the two smugglers would race through that dangerous area of space. They frequently ran spice and other contraband to the Stennis system, and the Kessel Run was the fastest way there. One time Han would win, the next Sala. The two ships were very evenly matched. Neither of the two smugglers liked losing, and their friendly competitions became increasingly fierce. They began taking chances, dangerous ones. Especially Sala. An expert pilot, she flew her ship alone and was proud of her skill at getting the last bit of power out of her vessel. One morning Han and Sala left her apartment together, kissed each other goodbye, and promised to meet on Kamsel, one of the 7 inhabited worlds in the Stennis system. Han grinned at Sala. "Loser buys dinner?" She smiled back at him. "I'm going to order the most expensive thing on the menu just to spite you, Han." Han laughed, waved, and they parted to go to their respective ships. The run to Kessel was uneventful. Han managed to beat Sala in by nearly 15 minutes, but one of the loader droids assigned to his ship developed a malfunction and slowed the loading process. Sala's rimrunner came swooping down for a reckless landing while he was still loading up, and Han was barely 5 minutes ahead of her in lifting off. He was flying with Chewie as co-pilot and Jarek in the topmost gunner's mount. Imperial patrols in the Kessel region were becoming more and more prevalent these days. Han keyed his intercom as they went blasting into the run. "Look sharp, kid," he told Jarek. "I don't want any imp patrols catching us by surprise." "Right, Han. Just keep a lookout on those souped-up sensors of yours, and I'll blast them before they know what hit them." The first obstacle to be faced once they left Kessel was the Maw, a treacherous, roughly spherical region of space containing black holes, a few neutron stars, and scattered main sequence stars. From a distance, the Maw appeared in Kessel's nighttime sky to be a rounded, fuzzy, vari-colored glow, much like a nebula. But as the ship drew closer, the spherical shape became clearer. The Maw glowed with the light from the suns within it, the ionized gas and dust trails snaking throughout in bands of color. And seemingly looking back at Han, were the accretion disks of the black holes. The accretion disks resembled white, watching eyes against the dimmer regions of the Maw. Depending on their angle relative to the Falcon, those eyes were slit-head, narrowed, or wide open. In the middle of each eye was a pinprick black pupil, marking each of the black holes that were sucking in the trails of star stuff. Almost like the jungle on an Elysian night, Han thought. Black nights with watching predator eyes. Navigating the perimeter of the Maw at normal sublight speeds was a tricky proposition, and racing around it at full throttle was asking for disaster. Han glanced at his sensors, and saw that Sala was gaining on them. He increased speed, pouring it on, until he was going faster than he ever had before on a run. "She won't catch us now," Han said to Chewie. "I'm gonna hold this lead until we're into the pit, and then we'll be far enough ahead that we'll make our jump to hyperspace at least 20 minutes ahead of Rimrunner." The pit was a perilous asteroid field encased within a wispy gaseous arm of a nearby nebula. Together, the Maw and the pit made the Kessel run the dangerous proposition it was. Hearing Han's boast, Chewie gave an unhappy moan and made a suggestion. "What do you mean, let her beat us?" Han demanded indignantly, his gloved fingers flying over the controls as they went screaming past the first cluster of black holes. The gas and dust from nearby stars was being pulled into the accretion disks in long, attenuated streamers of blue-white and rose. "You crazy? I ain't buying dinner. I'm gonna win a Nerf tenderloin with a broiled ladneck tail, surf and turf special, fair and square." Chewie eyed the Falcon's speed indicator nervously, and voiced another suggestion. "You'll buy everyone's dinner if I slow down?" Han gave his co-pilot an incredulous glance. "Hey pal, marriage must be making you soft these days." "I can handle this. The Falcon can handle it. We're gonna win this one." Even as he spoke, His instruments registered a strange sensor signature from the recklessly accelerating rimrunner. Han stared, eyes wide, at his board. "Oh no," he whispered. "Sala, you crazy? Don't do it." Moments later, Rimrunner's mimic-shaped form elongated, then popped out of real space. Chewie howled. "Sala!" Han yelled uselessly. "You crazy fool! Trying a micro-jump near the maw is just asking for trouble." Chewie fretted as Han frantically increased speed even more, checking his sensors to try and find the Rimrunner. "Where'd she go? Crazy woman! Where'd she go?" 10 minutes passed, then 15, as the Falcon sped along, hugging the perimeter of the mall. Han considered trying a micro-jump himself, but he had no way of discovering what course Sala had followed. The only thing he could be sure of was that she wouldn't have tried jumping straight from one side of the maw to the other. The deep gravity wells from the black holes and neutron stars would have yanked her out of hyperspace in short order, and probably straight into a black hole's event horizon, the point of no return. No, she had to have jumped along the perimeter, perhaps to get a straight shot at the pit. Chewie whined and stabbed a hairy finger at the sensors. "That's her," Han said, studying Rimrunner's readings. Sala was still moving, but she wasn't headed toward the pit. She was. "Oh no," Han whispered, feeling horror wash over him. "Chewie, something must have gone wrong. She ain't going in the right direction." He checked his instruments again. "She came out of hyperspace within the magnetic field of that neutron star up ahead." Rimrunner was still moving, but no longer in a straight path. Instead, Sala's ship was within 1,000 kilometers of a neutron star, looping up in a high orbit. Han's sensors showed jets of deadly plasma spewing out both sides of the flattened accretion disk that marked the neutron star's location. Either the gravity well or the magnetic field must have disrupted her navicomputer, and she came out of the micro-jump in the wrong place. Han breathed, feeling as though his chest were being squeezed by a giant, invisible hand. "Oh, Chewie, she's a goner." Within minutes, Sala's ship would reach a pastron, or the highest and slowest point in her orbit around the dying star. Then, scant minutes later, Rimrunner's orbit would pull it looping back around, and Sala's ship would pass through the edge of the plasma jet. The deadly radiation levels that would fry her in moments. 100 memories of Sala raced through Han's mind between one heartbeat and the next. Sala, smiling at him in the morning. Sala, dressed in a glamorous gown, taking him out for a night in the casinos. Sala, her face smudged, fixing a hyperdrive as easily as most people would fix breakfast, except that Sala never had learned to cook. "Chewie," he whispered hoarsely, "we gotta try and save her." Chewbacca shot him a look, then pointed a hairy finger at the sensors and growled. I know, Rimrunner's awfully close to that plasma jet," Han said. "And for us to get close, we risk getting our ship knocked out and joining Rimrunner. But Chewie, we gotta try." The Wookiee's blue eyes narrowed with determination, and he roared his agreement. Sala was a friend. They couldn't abandon her. Han opened a frequency on the Falcon's comm, even as he began frantically ordering his navicomputer to run calculations. "Sala? Sala? This is Han. Honey, you there? We're gonna try and get you, but you'll have to do what I tell you. Sala? Come in. Over." He tried twice more as the navicomputer began spouting possible approach vectors. He knew the magnetic fields, ionized gas, and plasma trails would interfere with communications, but he hoped that the Falcon's powerful sensors and transmitters could punch through. "Chewie, tell Jarek to get into a vacuum suit and stand by the airlock with the magnetic grapple and the winch." I'm gonna tell her to eject, and we'll match her trajectory and pick her up. Chewie gave Han a skeptical glance. Don't look at me like that, Han snapped. I know it won't be easy. I've got the navicomputer working on an approach vector that will keep us out of the plume's magnetic field. Don't stand there telling me all the stuff that can go wrong. Get moving. Chewbacca made a hasty exit. Han tried the comm unit again. Sala, this is Falcon. Come in. He wondered whether Sala's abrupt reversion to real space had caused her to be flung against the controls. She could be lying there, unconscious, or dead. Hey, baby, answer me. Come in, Sala. He continued to call as he sped toward the Apastron coordinates. The neutron star's magnetic field was so powerful that it must have blown out every active system on Rimrunner the moment Sala came out of hyperspace. That would almost certainly include Rimrunner's soul life pod, as that system was usually kept online, ready for an emergency ejection at a moment's notice. Sala was still moving, coasting at the same speed she had been when she'd first jumped into hyperspace, but now she had no way to brake or alter direction. Most importantly, no power to blast free of the gravity well. She'd be pulled closer and closer in an ever tighter orbit until her ship encountered the edge of the accretion disk, then, boom. By the time that happened, though, Sala would have been dead for at least 5 minutes, from passing through that plasma particle jet. Not if I can help it, Han thought grimly. Sala? Sala? Can you read me? Come in, Sala. Finally, he heard a crackle of static, then a faint reply. Han! Rimrunner, engines out. Power gone, batteries dying, can't, goner, honey, stay away. Han swore loudly. No! He yelled into the comm. Sala, listen to me and do exactly what I say. Rimrunner's a goner, right? But not you, Sala. You're gonna have to abandon ship, and you've got only a few minutes to do it. Was your life pod online when you got hit? Affirmative, Han, life pod dead, no way to eject. It was as he thought. Her life pod was useless, its electronic systems blown. He wet his lips. Yes, you can eject. We're coming to get you. Sala, you get your rear down to your aft airlock and stuff yourself into a vacuum suit. Take both suit thrust packs, hear me? When the first runs out, activate the second. Full throttle. I'm gonna try and match your trajectory, but I want you as far away from Rimrunner and that plasma jet as possible. Won't work, jump? Yeah, damn it, jump! Han made a course adjustment. I can be there in 8 minutes. I want you blasting away from Rimrunner at full throttle on the following coordinates. He glanced at his navicomputer and gave her a string of numbers. Copy that? But Rimrunner, was the faint reply. Blast Rimrunner! Han shouted. It's a ship, you can get another. Now do it, Sala. This is gonna be hard enough without you arguing. You've got 3 minutes to get into that suit. Go. He keyed his intercom to Jarek's spacesuit frequency. Jarek, you standing by with the magnetic grapple and the winch? Affirmative, Han, Jarek said. Just warn me when I can make visual contact. It's hard to see in this helmet. I'll tell you, kid, Han said tersely. Here's your coordinates for the grapple. He repeated them. Timon's gonna be critical here, so don't be slow about it. Any drift, and we'll graze the edge of the magnetic field, and then we're in the same fix as Rimrunner. Basically, we've got one chance to get in and get out safely. Got that? I copy, Han, Jarek said tensely. As Han piloted his ship toward the rescue coordinates, he worried that Sala's thrust packs wouldn't be strong enough to propel her far enough away from her doomed vessel. He didn't want to risk crashing into Rimrunner. The Falcon was a freighter, not designed for tight, pinpoint maneuvering of this sort. True, Han could make his ship practically stand on her head, but picking up a tiny spacesuit human while trying to stay out of the particle jet's magnetic field was risky enough, without worrying about having Rimrunner slamming into them. Han carefully checked and rechecked his course. He had to do this precisely, on the first try. He had to get her before she got within range of that deadly plasma. He had a brief, hideous vision of what it would be like to bring a radiation-seared corpse aboard, and made himself concentrate on his piloting. This maneuver was probably the trickiest piece of piloting he'd ever tried. Minutes later, Han, sweating, began entering the course corrections that would bring them to the intersection point. He slowed his ship, slowed her again, then again. He didn't dare come to a dead halt, for fear that he'd drift into the magnetic field. He kept his eyes riveted on his sensors. Rimrunner was only about 50 kilometers away, now, growing on his screens. Jarek, I have visual contact with Rimrunner. Stand by. I read you, Han. Standing by. Had Sally ejected in time? Han tried calling her. No answer, but there was a good chance that her suit comm link wouldn't be strong enough to reach him through the interference. The doomed freighter grew on his screens, in his viewport. Han slowed still further, hardly daring to blink. Where is she? Did she have the courage to jump? Sala didn't lack for courage, Han knew that. But jumping into space, with nothing between you and some very hard vacuum, was a scary proposition. Han bit his lip, picturing her pushing herself away from Rimrunner's airlock and triggering that first thrust pack. Although he'd spent time in spacesuits himself, he didn't like it, hanging there, with nothing between you and infinity in all directions. And he'd certainly never had to try and cross kilometers of space in nothing but a spacesuit. The Corellian wasn't sure he'd have the courage to do what he'd demanded of Sala. Before she became a smuggler, Sala had spent time as a technician on a corporate transport. He hoped she hadn't lost her spacesuit skills. Han watched the schematic on his navigation boards. There was the neutron star, with Rimrunner's projected downward spiraling orbit marked out. Sala's ship had reached a pastern. The blip that was the Falcon was closing rapidly. 30 clicks. And there, marked in virulent green, was the deadly plume of the plasma, haloed with the magnetic field in violet. Han swallowed. South close. He was closing on 20 clicks, now. He looked up, and through the viewport made out Rimrunner's mimic shape. Where is she? He wondered, checking the schematic again. Where is? Got her! Han suddenly yelled. Jarek, I see her blip! No visual yet, but stay sharp. He made a few minor course changes so he'd exactly match Sala's trajectory. She was moving toward him at a pretty good clip, fast enough to stay in a straight line, not fast enough to risk losing control and going into a spin. Han admired her suit expertise. Ready, Han, the youth said, then muttered something under his breath. A prayer? Han was too busy to inquire. Han turned on his ship's intercom. Chewie, you standing by with that med pack? HRNNNNNGGGGHHH. As Han watched her blip, he kept glancing up at the port, and suddenly. I got her! Visual contact. Jarek, fire magnetic grapple on my order. Han counted seconds in his head. 3, 2, 1. Fire! A tense second. I got her! Activating winch. Chewie, can you hear her? Chewbacca roared. No, he couldn't hear her, but he'd let Han know the moment he could. Jarek, is she okay? She's waving, Han. A moment later, the kid said, Okay, Han, she's inside. Closing the airlock. Chewbacca's roar came over the intercom a moment later. Right, Han said. We are getting out of here. Han altered course and increased speed, pulling out of the neutron star's gravity well. Checking the schematic, he saw that Rimrunner was just passing through the plasma jet and accelerating in its orbit. That was close. How is she? Han said over the intercom. Talk to me, guys. A moment later he heard Salah's voice, hoarse but recognizable. I'm okay, Han. Just a cut on my head. Chewie's fixing me up. Jarek, come on up here and take the controls, Han said. I want to see Salah. Chewie, don't forget to check her for radiation exposure. Nai! Came the exasperated roar. That's good. Han, Jarek said. She's coming up. Stay where you are. A minute later, the three joined Han in the cockpit. The Corellians slipped out of the pilot's seat, and Chewie and Jarek took over the pilot's and co-pilot's seats. Salah sat down in the passenger seat, scowling. There was a bandage on her forehead, half covered by her wiry mop of black hair. Han bent over her solicitously. Hey, honey! She pulled away from him, and for a second he thought she was going to swing at him. Her eyes flashed with anger at the universe in general. Taking the hint, Han stepped back. Han, that blip! She pointed. Is that Rimrunner? Han turned and looked at the schematic, then the viewport. Rimrunner was still in the plasma jet, visible only as an orange glow. Yeah, he said. She's really picking up speed. Silence reigned in the cockpit as the four watched the blip that was Salah's pride and joy speeding through the last of the plasma, accelerating faster and faster, heading for the accretion disk as the neutron star's gravity pulled the freighter into an ever tighter, closer orbit. Minutes later, a tiny flare blossomed for a second on the edge of the accretion disk. Salah stood up. Well, that's that, she said flatly. If you gentles will excuse me, I need to use the fresher. Han stood aside as Salah walked back into the Falcon's interior. He thought about how he'd feel if it was his ship that had just bought it, and could understand the pent-up anger that she was barely controlling. Minutes later, he heard muffled thuds and cries coming from the ship's small lounge area. Han glanced at his friends. I'll check it out. When he arrived back in the lounge, he found Salah standing with her back to the hologram game board, beating her fists against the Falcon's bulkheads and cursing a blue streak. Salah, he said. She whirled to face him, amber eyes blazing. Han, why didn't you just let me die? For a second he thought she was going to punch him, and got ready to duck. But she restrained herself with a visible effort. Why, Han? Salah, you know I couldn't do that, he said, holding up his hands placatingly. She stamped around the Falcon's lounge, obviously on the verge of going nova. I can't believe I tried that micro jump. I can't believe the Rimrunner is gone. How could I have been so stupid? We'd raced before, Salah, Han said. This time was just bad luck. She slammed a fist into a bulkhead, cursed again, then stood cradling her abused hand. That ship was my life. My living. And now just gone. She snapped her unbruised fingers. I know, Han said. I know. What am I going to do now? I can't earn a living. I worked so hard to get that ship. You can ride with me and Chewie, Han said. We can always use extra crew. You're a hot pilot, Sala. You'll find work. Good pilots are always in demand. Ride with you? She scowled. I don't need charity from you or anyone, Han. Hey, he said in injured tones. I am not in the charity business, Sala, you know me. It's just that, hey, I need the help. She stared at him. You need me? Han shrugged. Well, sure. I couldn't do without you, honey. I don't risk myself, or my ship, for just anybody you know. That's true, she muttered, staring at him intently. Han wondered what was going through her mind, but decided it wasn't a good time to ask. Cautiously, he moved toward her, wondering if she'd push him away again, but she didn't. He wrapped his arms around her, pulled her wiry form against him, kissed her cheek. I know how you must be feeling, Sala. I lost a ship not too long ago, too, remember? I remember, she whispered. Hey, Han. I forgot to thank you. For what? Saving my life, what else? He chuckled. You've saved my hide a time or two in tight spots, Sala, don't forget. Remember that time the Nessies tried to pull a fast one on us? If it hadn't been for you spotting those bogus data cards, I'd have lost the bundle. She began to shudder violently. Her teeth chattered. Don't but be nice to me, Han, she managed, shivering. What's happening? He stroked her hair. Adrenaline letdown, Sala. Happens all the time after battles. You get the shakes, and you feel stupid, because by the time it happens you're safe. She managed a nod. I'm such a FF fool. But you're a live fool, Han reminded her. That's the best kind. Sala laughed shakily. Sala's end was very quiet over the next week, so quiet that Han worried about her. He'd never seen her the way she was now. She refused offers to accompany Han and Chewbacca on a couple of runs, even though Han wasn't kidding when he said he needed her help. Jarek had recently found a girlfriend in the Corellian section of Nar Shaddaa, and was spending all available time with her. The kid had also hired on with Shug because the master mechanic was upgrading the hyperdrives on many of the Desiligic smuggling vessels. It was a big job, and Shug needed all the help he could get. Sala began hanging out at Shug's space barn every day, working on the hyperdrive upgrades too. But when Han returned home from a run, she was always there to greet him, smiling, with an affectionate kiss. Her behavior toward him was different, somehow. She had a way of looking at Han as though she were somehow evaluating him. It made the Corellian uneasy. The most unnerving thing of all was that Sala asked him to teach her to cook. Having been raised by Delana, Han was a fair cook, though he didn't bother preparing meals just for himself. But since he and Sala were together almost every night, Han had fallen into the habit of fixing a meal for them. Suddenly, out of the blue, Sala wanted him to teach her. For some reason Han had a bad feeling about that. He couldn't say why that worried him. After all, it wasn't a big deal, learning to cook, right? But it did. He began with easy things, breakfast stews, soups, then graduated to menus such as boiled Trilodon steaks with tubers on the side, Amish roots chopped and sautéed with hot sauce, Wookiee flat biscuits with forest honey glaze. Sala paid strict attention and approached cooking with all the seriousness she'd have given to tearing down and rebuilding a faulty motivator matrix. She was so earnest about it that Han grew more and more troubled. He considered asking her what was going on, but he didn't want to pry. Sala had just lost her ship. That was reason enough for some eccentric behavior, he told himself. One night, when she'd served the first meal she'd cooked all by herself, Han finished the last bites of slightly scorched ladneck tail and somewhat rubbery marshroot soufflé, and smiled at her. "This was tasty, Sala. You'll be a gourmet cook in no time." "Really?" She looked pleased. "Sure," he lied. Truth was, she had a long way to go. "Han, there's something I've been meaning to tell you," she said. "Something really important." "Oh. Here we go," he thought, with a feeling of dread. "What's that?" he asked. "Well, I've been making some plans. It won't cost nearly what I thought, especially the hall, and I have a little bit saved. With what you still got from the big sabacc game, we can do it. I've talked to a caterer and—" "Sala, what are you talking about?" Han broke in, completely confused. "Our wedding," she said. "I've been thinking about it, how you said you need me, and you're right. We need each other. It's time to go ahead and have a real life together, Han. Like Roa and LWYL. Remember what a nice wedding they had? We can have something just as nice. I think we owe it to ourselves. All our friends can come." Han stared at her, too dumbfounded to speak. His first impulse was to shout, "Have you gone crazy?" But he counted to 10. Maybe Sala needed medical attention. She had suffered a blow to her head. Concerned, he finally managed. Sala, I don't think that's in the cards right now." She chuckled. "I knew you'd say that, Han. Men. They never want to admit how they feel. Don't you remember telling me that you kind of envied Roa and Chewie, having a real family?" Han remembered saying something along that line, but he certainly hadn't meant for it to be interpreted like this. He shook his head. "Sala, honey, I think we'd better discuss this. You haven't told anyone about this, have you? Or actually made any concrete plans?" "Well, just a few people," she said. "Shug, and Mako and Lando, and Jarek. And I put a reservation fee on the hall." "Mako!" Han groaned inwardly. His old friend from his academy days would be having a wonderful time spreading this all over Nar Shaddaa. "Jarek, why didn't you warn me?" He wondered, then he realized that the kid was so head over heels for that cute little thing he'd been seeing that he probably hadn't even really listened to Sala. "Sala," he said, "this isn't like you. We've never made any promises, any commitments. I mean, someday maybe, but—" She was smiling at him again, that smile that made him feel like a Trilodon on its way into the slaughterhouse. An all-knowing smile that said she wasn't really listening. Desperate to communicate without really hurting her with the truth, Han reached out and took her hand across the table. "Sala, honey, we've never even said the word love before. Are you telling me that you love me enough to spend the rest of your life with me?" Her amber eyes shifted, just slightly, then she nodded. "I know what I want, Han. You and me together, and an end to risking our lives hauling spice. We'll be like Roa and LWYL, and go off together to make a new life. An honest life. Maybe we'll have kids someday." "But do you love me?" he asked, holding her eyes with his own. "Sure," she said. Of course I do, Han. You know that. No, I don't think I do, he thought cynically. He hadn't missed that slight shift of her eyes. He knew Sala was fond of him, cared for him, and had passion for him. But love? Anyway, you'll see, this is the right decision, Han. We're going to be really happy, and this will be the best wedding ever. We'll have a great party afterward. Han didn't miss the fact that she hadn't asked him whether he loved her. She doesn't want to know the answer, he realized. For a moment it was on the tip of his tongue to say, Sala, I don't love you, and I don't want to marry you. But somehow he couldn't quite get the words out. He didn't want to break up with her, and that would certainly do it. Han silently resolved to talk to Chewie, and maybe Lando about this, since Sala had already shot her mouth off. Maybe one of them would have some idea how to tell her no about the marriage, without losing her. Han didn't want to lose Sala, but he sure wasn't getting married. Especially now, when he was on top of the smuggling heap, with the Speedy Falcon as his very own. He had places to go, business to do, cargoes to haul, and there was fun to be had, fun that would be totally ruined if he was married. As far as the Corellian was concerned, getting married was tantamount to some unending imp work detail. Han would hardly have been less dismayed to find himself sentenced to the spice mines of Kessel. The next day he cornered Chewie in their apartment, and while ZZ trundled back and forth, picking up things and putting them down again in the exact same spot, told him the whole story. His friend growled and moaned, shaking his head. What do you mean the way Sala's actin' reminds you of Winnie? Han demanded. Winnie can't keep her paws off you, tries to seduce you every time we run into her. Sala ain't like that. She just wants to get married. Chewbacca amplified on his previous statement. Sala reminded him of Winnie because she wasn't asking whether Han wanted her, she was just assuming that he did, and doing what she wanted. Marriage, the Wookiee pointed out, had to be something where both partners had an equal voice. Sometimes one partner might accede to the wishes of the other, but nobody should just assume they knew what was best and start making decisions for a couple. Han's brow furrowed. Yeah, I see what you mean, he muttered. Sala ain't a skin, she's just taking it for granted that we're getting married. He shook his head sadly. Today she's out shopping for an outfit. She says 'cause I'm Corellian, she wants a traditional Corellian wedding. That means a green dress. Chewie shook his head and launched into a long peroration on females of any species who regarded males as prizes to be won. He cautioned Han that his sister, Calibo, had decided in much the same way that she intended to marry Marker. However, Chewie said Calibo had been clever about it than Sala. She'd merely given Marker plenty of chances to realize that he loved her, Calibo, until one day he'd done exactly that. They were very happy, Chewie pointed out. Well, that ain't what's gonna happen to me, pal, Han said caustically. You know, I'm starting to get mad, Chewie. She doesn't care what I want, she doesn't even want to know what I want. That's no way to make someone fall for you and want to marry you. Chewie vociferously agreed. The next night, Han spoke to Lando in a smoky bar at one of the big Nar Shaddaa casinos. The gambler shook his head the moment Han brought the subject up. Han, she's dead serious about this, you know. When she told me about it, I started to laugh, 'cause I know you, pal. And Sala just about decked me. I know she's serious, Han said morosely. Blast it, Lando. I don't want to marry her. I don't want to marry anybody. Ever, maybe. I like being single, and I like being able to do what I want, when I want, with whoever I want to. Easy, pal, Lando cautioned, and Han realized his voice had scaled up to the point where other patrons of the drinking establishment were looking over at him. He took a hasty gulp of his Alderaanian ale. "Well, have you tried telling her how you feel?" Lando asked. "Yeah, a couple of times now. She just dismisses me." "I'll say, Sala, this isn't a good idea. I need time to think about this. Or even, Sala, I ain't interested in getting married now, but it doesn't do a bit of good." "What does she say when you say that?" "She just tosses it off. Says things like, 'Don't worry, Han, men always feel like that.' It's perfectly normal to have pre-wedding jitters." Lando sighed so gustily that his mustache quivered. "That's tough, pal," he said. "She sounds like she's settled on getting married to you as a good way to fix up her life. She lost her ship, but she's going to gain a husband. She wants me to quit the business and leave Nar Shada. Says we can be like Roa and Lwyll, start a new life doing something else. No more smuggling." Lando shuddered. "Honest work? That's awful." The gambler was only partly joking. Han drained his stein of ale and wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. "Lando, what am I gonna do? I ain't gonna marry her, that's for sure. But I can't be mean enough to her to tell her in a way that will make her listen." Lando frowned. "That's a tough one. Seems to me, the way Sala's acting, she's just asking to be set down." "But Han, you can't wait. She told me she's setting the wedding for next week." Han sat bolt upright. "Next week?" "Oh no. Lando, no way." Lando nodded. "You've got to tell her, Han." "But she won't listen." "What else can you do?" Han's features hardened with determination. "I can leave, that's what. I've been meaning to spend some time in the corporate sector, look up a master Starship Tech name document. Seems like now is a good time for that trip. Corporate sector's quite a ways away." "Yeah. And Sala doesn't have a ship, so she can't possibly follow me. Besides, if I just leave, that'll give her the message, clearer than anything I could say. And I'm doing it right away, Lando. Tomorrow." "That quick?" Lando was taken aback. "Why so fast? Why stick around?" Han asked. "I'll go see Jabba tomorrow morning, tell him I'm heading out for a while and don't know when I'll be back. Besides," he sighed, "I care about Sala. I don't want her spending her credits on a wedding that ain't gonna happen. So the quicker I go, the more she'll save." "She's going to be mad," Lando said. "I know," Han agreed bleakly. "And I wish it didn't have to be like this. She should have some respect for me, not be so hard-headed. If there was another way around this, I'd take it, but I can't think of anything. No matter what I do or say, Sala's gonna get hurt." "You could knuckle under and marry her," Lando said, cocking an amused eyebrow. Han shook his head. "Lando, I'd sooner kiss Jabba." Lando sputtered with laughter until he nearly fell off his barstool. "I ain't losing my freedom," Han said grimly. "Sala will get over this. Yeah, she'll be mad. Yeah, she'll probably never speak to me again. I'm sorry about that, but not sorry enough to stick around. I'd sooner micro jump through the mall." Lando shrugged, offered his hand. "Going to miss you, pal." "Come on along," Han suggested, shaking it. "Chewie and I could use a hand." "What about Jarek?" Han made a dismissive gesture. "The kid won't be coming, I'm almost certain. Shug's paying him more than I can afford to, and he's so hung up on that girl he can't see straight. No way he'd be up for a long trip. True, Lando said. First love, isn't it sweet? Han rolled his eyes, then the two of them laughed. So, you comin'? Han prodded. Not me, Lando said. I've got to put in some time on the spaceship lot. Since Roa left, I'd been through one manager after another, and I caught the last one skimming. Great, Han shook his head. Well, I'll miss you, Lando. You watch your back now, pal. You too. Han spent one last night with Sala, but she was so wrapped up in her plans that she didn't even notice how grimly silent he was. Just before they turned in, Han looked at her and said, Sala, I wish you'd asked me before planning all this. I ain't the marrying kind of guy. She laughed. All men think that, Han, until they get married. Remember Roa? He said all along he'd never do it, then he did, and you never saw anyone happier. That's the way men are. Not this guy, Han said, but Sala only laughed. The next morning, Han went by his place and had Zizi pack up his clothes. It didn't take long. Han never had many clothes, into an old backpack. Then he and Chewie went out to the Millennium Falcon's landing pad atop one of the tall buildings of Nar Shaddaa. Jarek turned up to see them off. Han hadn't told anyone but Lando and the youth that he was going. Jarek held out his hand, and when Han shook it, blurted, Now I wish I was going. Come back rich, Han. Chewie, you take care of him, okay? Han slung an arm around the young man's shoulders, shook him playfully. Chewie gave him a Wookiee head rub that made the kid yelp. You take care of yourself, Jarek, Han said. Don't let Zizi drive you crazy. And take my advice, kid. Have fun, but remember, if I'm too young to get married, you are definitely too young. Jarek laughed. I'll remember then, Han. So long, kid. Take it easy. Minutes later, with Nar Shaddaa behind them, Han keyed his comm system for a holo message. Quickly he gave Sala's name and codes, then instructed Message Central to hold the message for 2 hours. By that time he'd be long gone. When the message signaled it was ready to record, Han cleared his throat self-consciously. Hi, Sala, he said. I'm sorry it had to be like this, but by the time you get this, Chewie and me will be gone. I tried to talk to you, but you just wouldn't listen. He hesitated, took a deep breath. Sala, you're a great lady, but I'm just not ready to get married to anyone. So try not to take it personally, okay? I think we need a break from each other. I'll be back someday. Try not to be too mad, Sala. I'm just doing what I have to. You take care of yourself, Sala, and say goodbye to Shug and Mako for me. Chewbacca grunted insistently, and Han said, Oh, and Chewie says goodbye, too. Stay well, Sala. Be happy. Reaching out, he hit the transmit button, and then slumped back in his seat. Phew! That was worse than a dozen runs, pal. Chewbacca agreed that things of that nature were never easy. Han nodded. Okay, pal. And speaking of marriage, I think before we light out for the corporate sector, you and Malatobuck deserve a little second honeymoon. So set course for Kashyyyk. Chewbacca gazed at Han, his blue eyes lighting up. Han grinned at the Wookiee. Besides, I laid in another cargo of those explosive quarrels that Katara likes so much. I figure a nice load of Thickian brandy might fetch a good price in the corporate sector. So is the corporate sector by way of Kashyyyk okay by you? Chewbacca roared his approval of Han's suggestion so loudly that Han's ears rang. Minutes later, the Falcon was nothing but a rectangular streak traveling through hyperspace on the first leg of her long journey. "And," said Jabba, staring at the screen of his datapad, "at this rate Desiligic will be bankrupt in 44 years. Jabba and Jiliak were in Jiliak's office in her island palace on Nal Huda. The Desiligic leader had been dangling bright streamers of Askagian silk for her baby to focus on and lurch toward. Of course, the baby hut could not reach for the vivid streamers. It still did not have arms, though over the past 3 months, its stubs had grown longer. These days it could spend 2 or 3 hours at a time outside its mother's pouch, much to Jabba's irritation. The only time he could gain Jiliak's full attention was while her baby was sleeping in her pouch. Hearing Jabba's pronouncement, the leader of Desiligic turned from playing with her infant to regard her nephew with mild surprise. "Really?" Jiliak said, and her great forehead furrowed. "That soon? I would not have thought it possible. Still, 44 years, Jabba. We should be able to reverse this trend long before then. What reports are you looking at?" "All of them, Aunt. I have spent much of the past week doing a complete financial portrait of Desiligic finances." "Where are the credits going, then?" "Among other things, I have here the invoice from Shug Ninx's space barn," Jabba said, touching a key on the datapad and bringing up the document. "Upgrading all of the sublight and hyperdrive engines on our ships has set us back 55,000 credits." "That seems a bit excessive," Jiliak said. "Was upgrading all our ships really necessary?" Jabba sighed so loudly and exasperatedly that flecks of green drool spattered on the floor before him. "Shug Ninx is a rarity among Nar Shada denizens, Aunt. The price is fair. And if you'll recall, we lost 3 smuggling ships to Imperial patrols over the last 6 months, and another to privateers. Our ship's sublight engines were old and outmoded, and they couldn't elude Imperial tariff ships or pirates. And their hyperdrives were so slow that we were getting complaints from customers about their deliveries being delayed. So yes, the upgrades were completely necessary, to avoid losing more ships." "Oh yes, I do recall that now," Jiliak said vaguely. "Well, if it is necessary, nephew, it is necessary. I trust your judgment." "My judgment is that I should be running things around here in name as well as fact," Jabba thought, grumpily. Aloud he said, "At least the job is done. With any luck, our ships can now haul more spice, faster, and we can begin making back some of our investment. If only Besatii will hold the line this time on its new announced prices for processed spice. This is their 3rd increase in 3 months." Jiliak began to laugh, a great, booming sound that echoed in the huge, nearly deserted office. Ever since she'd had her baby, the leader of Desiligic had dismissed many of her former hangers-on and sycophants, for fear one of them would seek profit by kidnapping her baby and holding it for ransom. These days her opulent throne room held only her most trusted minions, compared to the way it used to be, when Jiliak was a male, childless hut. Jabba, of course, still enjoyed being surrounded by raucous crowds, music and dancing girls in his palaces on Nal Huda and Tatooine. When Jiliak stopped laughing she exclaimed, "Nephew, of course Besatii will not hold their line. Their strategy lately has been to reduce the amount of spice on the black market, to drive prices up. Simple economics. Highly effective, also." "I know," Jabba agreed morosely. "But they have to slither a fine line, Aunt. If they charge much more, they'll be competing with the Imperial spice market. And that might bring them to the unwelcome attention of the Emperor. By Imperial decree, all spice, especially the ultra-valuable glitterstim, belonged to the Empire. But the prices for the spice sold through legal, imperial channels was so preposterously high that no one except the fabulously wealthy could afford it. Enter the smugglers and their side deals on Kessel and the other spice-producing worlds. We had little choice but to upgrade our ships and, Jabba added. Our markets were making threats that they were going to begin dealing directly with Besaidii. Besaidii does not have a smuggling fleet that can match ours, Jiliak pointed out, truthfully. Not at the moment, Jabba said. But my sources indicate that Durga has already bought a few ships and is bargaining for others. He has announced his intention of creating a fleet that will outclass ours. I believe he intends to take over the whole spice trade. We must not allow this, Aunt. I agree, nephew, Jiliak said, waving an aqua streamer. What shall we do about it? I believe we must redouble our efforts to get more pilots to run our spice, Aunt, Jabba said. There must be pilots out there who are as good as Solo. Is he gone? She asked vaguely, stroking her baby's head. Jabba rolled his bulbous eyes and reached into a bowl for a Carnovian eel pup, and popped the squirming, squeaking morsel into his mouth. The baby Hutt looked over at him and drooled greenish-brown goo. Jabba hastily averted his gaze and swallowed noisily. Solo has been gone for several months, Aunt. By all report, he went to the corporate sector. His loss is being felt. He waved his date pad. Solo was the best. I even find myself missing the fellow. Jiliak turned to regard her nephew in surprise. Jabba, you are talking about a human. And a human male at that. Have your tastes changed? I thought you had a penchant for those tiresome, scantily clad dancers you fancy. It is hard for me to picture Solo in a dancing costume, cavorting with that great hairy brute of a Wookiee before your throne. Jabba chuckled at the image. Ho ho, Aunt! No, my fondness for Solo comes only from the fact that he makes us money, in an expeditious fashion. He would never allow himself to be boarded and his cargo and ship impounded for smuggling. Solo is quite clever and resourceful, for a human. The Empire is making its presence felt more and more out here in the Rim, Jiliak said. There was that massacre on that humanoid-inhabited world. Mantuin in the Atrivis sector, Jabba said. Since then there has been another, Aunt. 2 weeks ago citizens of Tishapal staged a peaceful demonstration against the Empire and its taxation. The sector Moff sent ships from the nearby Imperial garrison. The Imperial vessels hovered over the crowd with their ships on repulsors while the commander demanded that they disperse. When they did not, he signaled his ships, and each vessel activated their engines. Most of the crowd was summarily incinerated. Jiliak shook her massive head. Palpatine's forces could use a few lessons in subtlety from our people, nephew. Such a waste of resources. Far better to have landed, than herded them all into ships to be sold as slaves. That way the Empire could have rid themselves of the dissidents, and made a profit at the same time. The Emperor should bring you to Imperial Center to advise him, Aunt, Jabba said, half-joking, but it occurred to him that he'd get a lot more done if he didn't have to deal with and around Jiliak each day. The baby Hutt wriggled over in front of him, and he glared at it. The mindless little creature gurgled at him, burped, then spit up. Revolting, Jabba thought, recoiling from the noxious pool of spreading liquid. Jiliak summoned a cleaning droid and wiped the infant's mouth. Don't even suggest such a thing, Jabba, she said, sounding faintly horrified. You know how Palpatine treats non-humans. His aversion to non-humans is so strong that he does not even recognize Hutts as a superior species. True, Jabba said. Short-sighted of him. But he is an authority, and we must deal with that. So far we have been able to buy protection from too close scrutiny by the Empire. It is expensive, but worth it. Agreed, Gilliac said. The only reason he left us alone after the Battle of Anaar was that the Council voted to voluntarily double the amount of taxes we paid to the Empire. Anaar has 50 times the wealth of most planets, and our wealth buys us a certain amount of protection. Not to mention the bribes we paid to the new Moff, and to some of the Imperial senators and high-ranking officers. The cleaning droid had finished its efforts, and the floor gleamed again. Huts kept their floors scrupulously clean and, if they were uncarpeted, highly polished. It was easier to glide around on them that way. They say that the renegade senator, Mon Mothma, has convinced 3 large resistance groups to ally. They signed a document they're calling the Corellian Treaty, Jabba said. It is possible that a widespread rebellion may be in the offing. And Jabba waved his datapad. In war, there is profit to be made. We might be able to recoup our losses. Those so-called rebels have no chance against the might of the Empire, Gilliac scoffed. It would be foolish for us to take sides. Oh, I was not suggesting that, Aunt, Jabba said hastily, scandalized by the suggestion. But there are times when profits could be made from aiding one side against the other. No permanent alliance, of course. Better to stay out of galactic politics altogether, mark my words, Jabba. Gilliac was holding her baby, bouncing it fondly. Good way to make it upchuck again, Jabba thought cynically. Sure enough, the baby hut did just that. Fortunately, the cleaning droid was still within call. And, Jabba said hesitantly, since times are becoming so complicated, perhaps you might consider sending the baby to the communal nursery for each day. Then it would be easier to concentrate on our business. The child is well able to spend long periods outside your pouch. Besides, they have surrogate pouch mothers at the nursery. Gilliac reared up, tail twitching, her expression one of shocked indignation. Nephew! I am surprised that you would even suggest such a thing. In a year, perhaps, I might consider that, but now, my little one needs me continually. It was just a suggestion, Jabba said, in as conciliatory a manner as he could manage. In order to bring TRILOGY's finances back to the level they were before Moff Shild's destructive raid on Anaar, a great deal more time and effort will be needed. I am putting in copious amounts of time these days. Hoi Cho! Gilliac hooted. And just yesterday you spent half the afternoon watching that new slave girl cavort all over your throne room, while your new band of jizz-whalers played for you. How did you? Jabba began, stung, then he subsided into silence. So what if he'd taken a few hours off to amuse himself? He'd been up at dawn, working with the clerical droids and scribes on TRILOGY's financial records, getting them in order so he could prepare a complete report on the implications of the new Besatii price hikes. I have my ways, nephew, Gilliac said. But of course I don't begrudge you your leisure time. All work and no amusement makes for a dull hut indeed. However, in turn, I expect you to respect my need to be with my baby. Yes, Aunt. I do. Of course I do, Jabba said, seething inwardly. Hastily, he changed the subject. I believe Besatii should be called to account for these increases in the cost of their spice. It is possible that we may be able to rouse the other clans against them. To what purpose? Possibly official censure and a fine. I have heard enough grumbling among the other clans to suggest that they are suffering from this price increase nearly as much as TRILOGY. It is worth a try. And can you request that the Hut Grand Council call a meeting of the Khajidic leaders? Jiliak nodded, evidently wishing to be conciliatory, too. Very well, Jabba. I will request such a meeting before the end of the week. Jiliak was as good as her word, and 3 days later, Jabba, along with the Desiligic bodyguards, undulated into the huge Hut Grand Council chamber. All representatives or leaders of the Hut crime syndicates, or Khajidics, as they were called, passed through multiple scanning and security devices in order to be allowed to enter, as did their bodyguards. Nothing that could be deemed a weapon was permitted inside. Huts were not trusting sentience. Jabba took his place in the location allotted to the Desiligic members, and cautioned the other representatives to allow him to do the talking. As Jiliak's top lieutenant, he had that right, and they readily agreed. Jabba noted that even his parent, Zorba, had sent a representative. The two of them were not close, but it was comforting to know that Desiligic was well represented, and that all of the clan families had taken Jiliak's summons seriously. When the representatives of all the Khajidics were present, the executive secretary of the Grand Council, a recent appointee named Grejik, called the meeting to order. Comrades in power, siblings in profit, I have convened you today to discuss concerns raised by Desiligic. I asked Jabba, Desiligic's representative, to speak. Jabba wriggled out in front of Grejik's dais and lifted his arms for quiet. When the other Huts continued to whisper to each other, he raised his tail and brought it down against the stone floor with a loud whap. Silence ensued. Fellow Huts, I come to you today with some serious allegations of wrongdoing on the part of Besaidii Khajidik. Over the past year, their actions have grown more and more reprehensible. It all started with the Battle of Nar Shaddaa. All of us suffered because of that attack, except Besaidii. We lost ships, pilots, cargoes, part of the Moon's shield, not to mention how much trade we lost. And then there was the aftermath of the battle. The loss of part of Nar Shaddaa's shield caused the destruction of several blocks of buildings from the crash of the Peacekeeper. Cleanup and reconstruction is still going on. And who has paid for it? Each clan lost property and credits, except Besaidii. And they alone, they who suffered no loss, who could most afford it, they have paid nothing. We have all suffered and lost, except Besaidii. The other Huts murmured to each other when Jabba paused. He looked over at the section of floor reserved for Besaidii, and saw that Durga had not deigned to appear. Instead, he had sent Seer and several lesser members of the Khajidik as his representatives. And what did Besaidii do while Nal Huda was threatened? They sold slaves to the very empire that was attacking their homeworld. All of the clans cooperated in paying the credits for the exorbitant bribe of Admiral Greelanks, which proved to be the only thing that saved our world from a devastating embargo. All of the clans, that is, except Besaidii. The other Huts murmured muted affirmatives. Jabba was proud of the way his speech was going. He was verging on true eloquence, he thought, and even Jiliak, acknowledged orator that she was, could not have done better. He was actually glad that Jiliak had been too occupied with her baby to appear today. She wasn't as versed in all of this as he was, and things didn't affect her these days the way they used to. And in the months since that battle, fellow Huts, what has Besaidii done? Helped us rebuild? Offered to recompense the other clans for their share of the bribe? Sent a single work crew of slaves to help with the rebuilding? Jabba let his voice scale up to a near shout. No! Fellow Huts, what they have done is to raise the prices on their spice to the point where the profits of every Khajidik are compromised, at the worst possible time. Some may say this is just good business, just the urge for profit, but I say, no. Besaidii is trying to take over. To put us all out of business. Bisadii wishes that there was no Hut clan on all of Nal Huta, except Bisadii. Jabba's voice had risen to a thundering pitch. He slapped his tail for emphasis, hard. The echoes fled around the cavernous hall. I demand that Bisadii be censured. I demand that the Grand Council take a vote to censure them now, and levy a fine, to be distributed among those they have wronged. I demand this in the name of all Huts everywhere. The hall erupted into pandemonium. Tails slammed, voices cried out with indignation. Some Huts turned on the Bisadii contingent with threatening tail waves, shouting insults and curses. Zir looked around wildly, and saw no friendliness in the hall. He raised his arms and voice, shouting in turn, but his voice was drowned out by the combined fury of the other Huts. Finally the furor began to die down. Grejik slapped his tail for quiet, and finally got it. By custom, Zir, as the ranking member of Bisadii, has the right to answer his accuser. What have you to say to all this, Zir? Zir cleared his massive throat, swallowed. Fellow Huts, how can you condemn Bisadii? Making profit is to be lauded, not denigrated. Jabba and Jiliak lost the most in the attack on Nar Shaddaa, and they are attempting to sway you into siding with them against Bisadii. The truth is, Bisadii did nothing wrong. We did nothing. You did nothing, all right. The leader of Trinivii Khajiit shouted, breaking in. Desiligic offered the strategy that saved us. Bisadii grabbed profit at all our expense. Zir shook his head. What we did was... We are Huts. Another leader shouted. It is our pride to take from other species. It is our pride to make profit. But we do not seek to destroy our own kind. Compete, yes, destroy, no. Chaos erupted. A cacophony of tail thumps, shouts, curses, bellows, and raging diatribes filled the air. Grejik had to tail thump many times to restore order. I believe it is time for a vote, he called. All Khajiitic representatives in favor of officially censuring and fining Bisadii, vote now, yes or no, on the motion. Each Khajiitic leader pressed a thumb against the vote tabulator before him. Moments later, Grejik raised a hand. The votes are tallied. 47-1 in favor of censuring Bisadii. Cheers rang out. Zir of Bes. Wait. A voice broke in. Jabba recognized that voice, and turned to see Jiliak undulating across the room. Wait, I did not vote. Jabba voted for your Khajiitic, Lady Jiliak. Why this interruption? Do you wish us to retake the vote? Grejik was respectful, but clearly impatient to get on with the matter at hand. Retake the vote? Jabba looked at his aunt, and their gazes locked. After a moment, she shook her head. My nephew is my accepted proxy, Lord Grejik. Please proceed. Jabba let out his breath very slowly. For a moment he thought Jiliak was going to question his judgment and his authority in front of everyone. Many of the other Huts were giving him curious glances, clearly wondering why Jabba had been voting if Jiliak was not going to support his position unreservedly. Jiliak glided over to lie beside her nephew, but Jabba found himself wishing she just stayed away. It was embarrassing to have his judgment questioned in front of his own people. He thought again of what it would be like just to run Desiligic by himself, without interference, and unthinking interference, at that. Zir of Bisadii, said Grejik, continuing where he'd left off, it is the will of this council that you be excused from our ranks until your clan has paid 1 million credits in damages, to be divided among the other Khajiitics equally. May I suggest that you endeavor in future not to regard your own people as you would those of other species, as dupes to be exploited. The executive secretary waved to the guards and their ranking officer, who were standing at the entrance. "Guards master, you will escort the Besadii delegation from this hall." As Zir and the other Besadii undulated along toward the entrance, Jabba saw that they were all trying to look confident and scornful and failing utterly. The soft mutter of the other huts swelled into a tumult of hooting laughter, raucous bellows, and shouted insults, jeers and threats. Jabba smiled inwardly. Not a bad afternoon's work, he thought smugly. Not bad at all. Bria then walked briskly down the corridor of her command ship, the light cruiser Retribution. She was on her way to review her troops before their planned raid on the slaver vessel Helot's Shackle. Inwardly, Bria was excited and eager, but her features were composed and her blue-green eyes were as cold as deep glacial ice. Mentally she reviewed her battle plan, analyzing it for weaknesses, making sure she'd covered every possible contingency with a backup option. This operation should go down smoothly, but the Helot's Shackle was, after all, a heavily armed Corellian corvette, a formidable vessel in her own right. Retribution was almost the same size as the Shackle, so they should be relatively evenly matched. Bria's vessel was a Republic Sinar Systems Marauder-class corvette, sleek and streamlined, capable of both space and atmospheric combat. The Marauders were among the most common capital ships in the corporate sector's picket fleet. The Corellian Underground had purchased this Marauder second-hand from the Authority, and given it to Bria for her flagship. The Corellian commander had an operative working on the space station orbiting Ilesia. The operative had tipped Bria off a few days ago that the Ilesian priests were planning on shipping out nearly 200 exaltation-addicted and malnourished slaves to the mines of Kessel. For a moment Bria wished she could give in to her own desires and go out with her people in the first boarding wave. The troops aboard those 3 shuttles would see the maximum amount of combat, make the most kills. And Bria had a personal grudge against this particular slaving vessel. Nearly 10 years ago, Helot's Shackle had narrowly missed capturing Bria, Han and their 2 Togorian friends, Murig and Rav, as they'd made their escape from Ilesia. Bria sighed, but she knew that her place during the first wave was aboard her command vessel, coordinating the attack, identifying pockets of heavy resistance in order to best allocate her troops for the second wave. This was Retribution's 5th mission for the Corellian resistance, and Bria was glad to be back in action. During her 8 years with the Corellian Underground, she'd done whatever she'd been assigned to do, and done it well. But she had hated the undercover spying projects, and hadn't much liked liaison work. She'd been glad to leave them behind and get back to real fighting. It was Mon Mothma who had made it possible for Bria to go back into the real action. The renegade Imperial Senator had both the influence and the eloquence to convince individual resistance groups that a rebel alliance was a necessity. The Senator was better at it than Bria had ever been, and spent all her time traveling from world to world, meeting with underground leaders. Just a month ago Bria and the rest of the Corellian resistance had celebrated the signing of the Corellian Treaty. Publicly, Mon Mothma was credited with engineering the treaty, and there was no doubt that she had helped. But Bria had heard a rumor that Corellia's own Senator Garm Bel Iblis had secretly been one of the main architects of the treaty. In addition to Corellia, the other signatories to the treaty were Alderaan and Chandrila, Mon Mothma's home planet. Traveling system to system, world to world, Mon Mothma made contact with resistance groups where they existed, and created new groups where there had been none. The former senator's fame was both help and hindrance. On the one hand, it gave her access to important nobles and leaders of industry, but on the other hand, especially in the beginning, some groups had expressed the fear that she might be an imperial plant, sent by Emperor Palpatine to test their loyalty. The renegade senator had faced death many times, both from imperial troops and from suspicious resistance leaders. Bria had met Mon Mothma and conferred with her soon after the senator had fled the emperor's charge of treason. She'd been impressed, almost awed, by Mon Mothma's quiet dignity, her unswerving resolution and her formidable intelligence. It had been one of the high points of Bria's life when Mon Mothma had shaken her hand and told her that she, Bria Thurin, had been one of the people who'd been instrumental in getting Bail Organet to change his mind about Alderin's pacifism. The viceroy was now committed to the thought of armed revolution against the empire. He faced considerable resistance from his government, however, and so far, Alderin's efforts at arming itself were small and extremely clandestine. The Corellian Treaty had inaugurated the rebel alliance Bria and the other Corellians had been working toward. The individual rebel groups would retain much of their autonomy, but, in theory at least, strategic command of the alliance was now vested in Mon Mothma. To date, the fledgling rebel alliance had not been tested in battle. Bria was hoping that would soon change. Bria rounded a corner in Retribution's corridor, and was joined by her medical officer. Dano Hyx would be in charge of handling the slaves once they were rescued. Hyx was a short, bearded man with the brightest blue eyes Bria had ever seen, and a shy smile that most people found irresistible. Hyx had been a scholar at one of Alderin's top universities. There he'd studied medicine and psychology, and had wound up specializing in the treatment of addictions. Since joining the Corellian resistance 6 months ago, he'd applied his formidable skills to the problem of the Ylesian pilgrims. Bria was convinced that there were many frustrated idealists to be found among the underfed, overworked ranks of the Ylesian pilgrims. Since her first raid on Ylesia nearly 2 years ago, 16 slaves that she'd rescued were currently top-notch fighters or operatives for the Corellian resistance. Another 10 had been awarded medals for valor, posthumously. Bria had pointed out to her commanding officers on Corellia that Ylesia, with its thousands of slaves, was a potential goldmine of rebel recruits, if only they could find a way to overcome the addictive effects of the exaltation. True, Bria herself had overcome adhesion to the exaltation to become a valuable addition to the Corellian underground. But it had taken her nearly 3 years of unrelenting effort to cure herself. She'd tried everything from meditation to drugs, and had only found the strength she needed when she decided to dedicate her life to the eradication of slavery and the empire that condoned it. But they didn't have 3 years to devote to curing the pilgrims. They had to find a cure that would work in weeks or months, rather than years. That was where Dano Hyx came in. By thoroughly analyzing the physical, mental, and emotional effects of the exaltation, at one point he traveled to Nal Huda to meet a number of Tlandatil males and studied how they produced the effect. Hyx believed he'd found a cure. Hyx's cure involved a mixture of mental, emotional, and physical treatments, ranging from anti-addiction drugs to interactive and group therapy. Today, if all went well, Hyx would get the chance to begin putting his new treatment to the test. He glanced up at Bria. "Nervous, Commander?" She smiled faintly. "Does it show?" "No. Most people wouldn't notice a thing, I'm sure. But I'm not most people. I got to know you pretty well while we were first working on the new therapy. And assessing the mental and emotional states of humanoids is my job, remember?" "That's true," Bria admitted. "Yes, I'm a bit nervous. This is different from capturing a customs patrol ship or raiding some lonely imp outpost. This time, we're going up against the people who used to own me, body and spirit. I'm always just a bit afraid that when I'm exposed to the pilgrim's addiction that my own will somehow come back." Hyx nodded. "You have an emotional stake in this raid, not just a military goal." It's perfectly understandable that you'd feel anxiety. Bria gave him a quick glance. That won't keep me from doing my job, H-Wax. I know, he said. Red Hand Squadron is very efficient, I hear. From what I've observed about your people, they'd follow you into a black hole and out the other side. Bria laughed a little. I don't know about that. If I were crazy enough to mess with black holes, I hope they'd be sane enough to hold back. But my troops would follow me into Palpatine's Imperial Palace, that I know. You wouldn't last very long, he said dryly. She smiled, but no warmth reached her eyes. But we'd have fun for a while. It would be worth my life to get a shot at Palpatine. How soon does the first wave launch? She glanced at the tiny chronoring she wore. We're waiting for the signal from my operative on the space station. Then we'll micro-jump into position. He'll tell us the moment Helot's shackle undocks from the Elysian space station. We want to catch the slavers before they can leave the system. Makes sense? Bria turned right and entered the turbolift. I'm going down to do a final check of my troopers who will be going in the boarding shuttles. Want to tag along? Sure. They took the lift down to the shuttle launch bay. When they stepped out, the launch area was a controlled frenzy of crews making last-minute checks of vessels, equipment, and weapons. One of the troops, seeing Bria, put 2 fingers in his mouth and whistled piercingly. Commander on deck! Bria spoke to her lieutenant, Jace Pale, who was overseeing the last pre-battle preparations. Assemble troops, please. One quick order later, and the boarding squads were falling in. There would be 1 squad per shuttle, about 10 troops on each. 2 waves of 3 shuttles each, first wave and second wave. First wave would have the responsibility for boarding Helot's shackle and neutralizing the slaver resistance. The second wave would reinforce the first, and help with the mopping up. Bria walked slowly down the lines of troops, inspecting them, checking their uniforms, their weapons, their expressions. At one point she stopped before a young trooper whose eyes glittered with more than eagerness. Studying his flushed cheeks and reddened nose, she frowned. Corporal Burrid. He came to full attention. Yes, Commander. She reached up, touched his cheek, then his forehead. Fall out, Burrid. You've got at least a degree of fever. SK Burrid saluted. Respectfully, Commander, I feel fine. Right, Bria said. And I'm the Emperor's Wookiee concubine. H-Wax? The medical officer took a med probe out of his belt pouch and touched it to the young man's face. 2 degrees fever, Commander. White cell counts indicate infection, possibly contagious. Report to the med droid, Corporal, Bria ordered. Crestfallen, the young man opened his mouth to protest, then he thought better of it and obeyed. Without a word, his backup from the reserves moved into his place in line. When Bria had finished her inspection, she paused, then addressed her soldiers. All right, people. We're waiting now for the signal to make our micro-jump. The Y-Wings will go in first, and make their runs to bring their shields down. Then it will be up to you people. You'll be docking with their airlocks where they have them, and fighting your way in. Where there are no airlocks, we're going to make ones. Special engineering teams will accompany 2 boarding shuttles. Those squads will cut through the hull just in front of the engineering sections. She paused. Remember, there are going to be slaves underfoot, confused, frightened, and probably beginning to suffer from exaltation withdrawal. They may try to attack you. Don't risk yourselves, but make every reasonable effort not to harm them seriously. Use stun beams on those slaves, all right? There was a general murmur of agreement. Are there any questions? There weren't. The troops had already been briefed by their squad leaders and platoon leaders, and they'd been through repeated drills. Bria nodded at the troops. This is Red Hand's most ambitious undertaking yet, people. If we can pull this off, you can bet we'll be seeing more action. So let's impress the sector command, right? Agreement was unanimous. As Bria turned to confer with her platoon leaders, suddenly her comm link beeped. She activated it. Yes? Commander, the signal just came through. Helot's shackle has just undocked from the Elysian station. Bria nodded, then turned to the platoon leader. First wave, board your shuttles. Second wave, stand by. The deck reverberated to the pound of running feet as the 30 troopers scrambled into their respective shuttles. Bria keyed in her personal frequency. Attention, Crimson Fury, this is Red Hand Leader. Go ahead, Bedhand. Prepare your ships to micro-jump in 3 minutes. Retribution will be right behind you. Copy that, Red Hand Leader. Preparing for micro-jump. Quickly, Bria and Dano HYX left the shuttle fighter launch bay, took the turbolift up, then jogged forward until they reached the bridge. The ship's captain looked up as they entered. Bria slipped into a seat behind the tactical schematic. From her station, she could also see the view screens. Captain Jolin, she said. 10 seconds after the last of the Y-Wings has jumped, we will jump. Yes, Commander, Jolin said. Tedros Jolin was a tall young man whose hairline was receding, despite his youth. He joined the Corellian resistance just recently, after his entire family had been murdered during the Imperial massacre on Tishapal. Before that time, he'd been an Imperial lieutenant. His Imperial training had served him in good stead, earning him a promotion in the rebel forces. He was an able officer, a decent man, who told Bria that he'd already been thinking of deserting the Imperial Navy when his family had been murdered. That had pushed him over the edge. Bria watched tensely as the seconds counted down, and 2 by 2, the 6 Y-Wings jumped into hyperspace. Then the Starlines stretched out before them, as Retribution jumped too. The moment they arrived back in real space, Retribution opened her shuttle bays and the first wave of boarding shuttles launched. They approached Helot's shackle at half speed, behind the Y-Wings, which were barreling in at full speed. Bria watched with satisfaction as the first pair of Y-Wings streaked toward the Corellian corvette, firing salvos of 2 proton torpedoes each, targeting the stern and amidships. Their goal was not to blow a hole in Helot's shackle, but to take down the shields without harming the vessel unduly. Bria intended to take the shackle intact and bring it back to be added into the rebel fleet. One of the shuttles in the second wave would be carrying a prize crew, consisting of computer techs, engineers, a pilot and damage control and repair teams. Bria would not have minded catching Helot's shackle unprepared, but she wasn't counting on that, and wasn't surprised to find that the corvette was traveling with its shields up. As the Y-Wings hurtled in, the big ship opened fire, but the agile Y-Wings easily evaded its blasts. Retribution stayed carefully out of range of its fire. As Bria watched, the 4 proton torpedoes launched by the Y-Wings flashed blue-white, impacted against the shields, and splashed over the slaver's hull without penetrating the defenses. The first pair of Y-Wings peeled away and went circling back in case they were needed again. Helot's shackle blasted away again, and this time one of its shots grazed one of the Y-Wings, a minor hit, but enough to put the fighter out of the action. Bria was figuring it would take 4 proton torpedoes to bring down the shackle's shields. The second pair of Y-Wings went streaking in, and the first fired. This time the blue-white burst spread out. Then, suddenly, There was a visible impact against the side of the vessel. A blackened streak marred the armor. "That's it," Bria said, and keyed the comm unit, addressed her Y-Wing team leader. "Crimson Fury, good work. Shields are down. Now let's use those ion cannons of yours to finish him. Warn your ships to take evasive. We don't want any more hits." "Copy that, Red Hand Leader." Targeting sensor suites and solar fin. Starting our runs now. The Y-Wing pairs began strafing the Helot's shackle, firing their turreted ion cannons at the pre-assigned targets. The bursts from the ion cannons were designed not to damage the enemy vessel's hull, but to knock out all electrical activity aboard ship, including, of course, the engines, the targeting computers, and the bridge systems. Every electrical system aboard would need to be reinitialized before the shackle would be operational again. Helot's shackle fired again and again, but the Y-Wings were just too quick and agile for the big ship's weapons to target effectively. Scant minutes later, the shackle was drifting helpless in space, its electrical systems down. Bria checked her chrono as the first wave of boarding shuttles moved in. Good. Right on time. One ship attached itself to the large forward airlock, the one the shackle used to load her cargoes of slaves. The remaining 2 shuttles grappled against the hull on either side of the slaver's ship and began cutting their way in. Bria listened as reports flooded in from her squad leaders. "Red Hand Leader, Squad 1 reporting from the cargo airlock on the forward hold on Deck 4. We've made it inside, but we're encountering heavy resistance. The crew was getting the slaves out as we came through, but there are still some in here. The pilgrims have taken shelter, as have we, behind cargo canisters. We've got a brisk firefight ongoing. We're going to push them back, so we can get to the turbolaser access shaft." "Red Hand Leader, Squad 2 reporting in. We've breached the hull forward of the engines on Deck 4 and set up a portable airlock. My troops are moving in now." "Red Hand Leader, the armor plating on this section of the starboard hull is giving us some trouble. Stand by." And a minute later, "Red Hand Leader, we are through." Bria watched the progress of the squads through the vessel, weighing when to bring in her second wave. The 2 squads who'd cut their way in had met with minimal resistance. But the forward squad who'd entered through the airlock was meeting heavy opposition from the slavers as they battled their way to the turbolifts. It was understandable that the slavers would fight to the last. Red Hand's reputation was beginning to spread, and doubtless the crew of the shackle had recognized the symbol of a blood-dripping hand painted on the bows of their attackers' ships. Bria stood up and addressed the captain of her ship. "Tedris, you're in command of the squadron until I return from the second wave operation. Be prepared to send backup if I contact you, but not until. Have the Y-Wings moved out to their patrol stations?" "Yes, Commander. We'll have at least 15 minutes warning if anyone decides to join the party. Of course, that's just in case the slavers manage to get a distress call out before we jam their transmissions." "Good work, Captain." Jalin nodded, but did not salute. Discipline in the rebel forces was far more informal than in the Imperial Navy. It had taken Bria 2 weeks to break him of the habit of saluting at the drop of a "Sir." "Good luck, Commander," he said. "Thanks. I may need it. My people have pushed them out of that forward hold, but they had lots of time to set up strong defenses. I'm betting they've holed up in the bridge and the access corridors and are working on the electronics. I think I'm going to have to be a little creative." Jalin smiled. "You're good at that, Commander." 10 minutes later, Bria's boarding shuttle had docked with the portable airlock and her reserves were jogging down the corridor of Deck 3 after her, blaster rifles ready. In the eerie, wan illumination provided by the emergency battery lights, The crippled shackles seemed deserted. Bria knew that was an illusion. Dimly, she could hear the wailing of some of the slaves. Probably they'd been herded to the security hold on Deck 4 and locked in. The commander hoped fervently that none of the slavers had hit upon the bright idea of driving the slaves into rebel blaster fire in an attempt to delay the invading soldiers while they made their getaway. That had happened once, and Bria still had nightmares about it. The pale, shocked faces of the unarmed slaves, the reverberations of the blaster bolts, the screams, the crumpling figures, the meaty sizzle reek of burning flesh. Bria led her troops forward, toward the master's cabin in the bow of the ship. It was located directly beneath the bridge, and was the key to her plan. She keyed her comlink. "Prize crew, how's it going?" "Commander, hull damage appears to be minimal. Our Y-wings targeted well. We have people working on repairs now." "How about the electrical systems and the computers?" "That's going to be harder. We can't start up the systems until you've captured the bridge. We don't want to give them any control over the ship. They're probably trying to do a restart themselves up there. Can you block that?" "I think so, Commander." "Good. Concentrate checking out the systems, then, and the engines. Wait for my signal to reinitialize." "We copy, Commander." Bria and her squads met only one pocket of resistance on their way to the master cabin. About 10 slavers and one unfortunate slave whom they'd armed and pressed into service were holed up behind a hastily erected barricade in a companionway. Bria signaled her troops to retreat back around the corridor, then addressed them in a whisper. "All right, people. We're going to lay down a suppressing fire while Laren's here." She nodded at a short, slight, very agile soldier. "Crawls under our fire until he's in range to toss a stun grenade right into the middle of that nest of vermin." "Got me?" "Right, Commander." Laren's dropped down, prepared to scuttle forward, the stun grenade held in his teeth. "On the count of 3, then. 1, 2, 3. Bria and the other rebels dodged into the companionway, firing bursts at the barricade, careful to aim high enough not to scorch Laren's rapidly scuttling rear. Blaster bolts screamed in the confined space. Bria caught a glimpse of an arm with a dagger tattoo, aimed and watched the arm, and its slaver owner, presumably, fall back behind the barricade. She remembered the first time she'd ever shot a blaster, and had a brief, sharp memory of Han that she suppressed. No time for memories, time only for the job at hand. Bare seconds later there was a loud whump. And suddenly the returning fire was gone. Bria motioned her people to follow her. "Remember, the pilgrim will be wearing a tan robe." She ran forward, saw the nest of slavers lying sprawled about. 3 were already dead, one of them from having his arm blown off. The pilgrim was stunned, moving feebly. Bria stood looking down at the carnage at her feet, and felt hatred surge up in her. 6 slavers still alive, her finger twitched on the trigger of the blaster rifle she held. "Commander, shall I set up a guard detail?" Laren's looked at her inquiringly. He was new to Red Hand Squadron. Several of the veterans gave him impatient glances. "They're vermin, Laren's," Bria said. "We'll just ensure that they don't represent a future danger. Mech, you and Cian catch up when you've finished here. Drag that pilgrim into a room so when he wakes up he won't be in the middle of anything." Mech nodded. He was a middle-aged man who'd been enslaved himself, though he'd been an imperial slave, not an Ilesian one. He nodded. "We won't be long, Commander." Laren started to say something, then obviously changed his mind. Bria motioned to her troops, and they moved on. 5 minutes later, the squad was in the slaver captain's quarters. Bria tried not to look at some of the toys the fellow had lying around, evidently for use in amusing himself with some of his slaves. She walked over to the center of the cabin and pointed up at the overhead. People, the bridge is right up there. She glanced at one of her squad leaders. Squad 1, I want a diversionary attack along the corridors leading to the bridge up on deck 2. The squad leader nodded. Be ready on my signal, Bria said. Right, Commander. He took off, his troops following him. Bria addressed her remaining troops. Squads 4 and 5, you'll attack the bridge with me. A couple of the newer recruits glanced at each other, obviously puzzled. How were they going to attack the bridge from here? Where's Joanne? Bria asked. A stocky trooper stepped forward, her features almost hidden beneath her helmet. Here, Commander. Bria pointed up. Joanne, use your demolition bag of tricks to get us up there. Right, Commander. The woman climbed up on a bureau that had been shoved into place, and began using her laser torch. The new recruits nudged each other and chuckled, as they realized what their commander was planning. 3 minutes later, the demolitions expert looked down at Bria and gave her a thumbs up. Commander, I've rigged a demo charge that will blow us a nice circular hole through the deck. Bria smiled. Good. She spoke into her comm link. Squad 2, begin your attack on the bridge. The rebels heard the sounds of blaster fire start up again. Rena. Bria nodded at another stocky, muscular woman. You've got a good arm. You stand by with the stun grenades. As soon as it's safe, toss them up through the hole to stun most of those vermin. She looked at the rest of her troops. People, as soon as Rena's lobbed those grenades through that hole, and the blasts have gone off, we're going up. Remember, people, this is the bridge up there. Be careful where you shoot. Too much damage and the prize crew won't speak to any of us for a month. Got it? There were chuckles from her squad. All right, it's set, Joanne said. Get back and cover your eyes, friends. 30 seconds. Hastily, Bria's troops retreated to the cabin's perimeters. A couple of soldiers pulled down their blast goggles, the others just looked away. Bria, Joanne and Rena stood back behind a heavy ornamental screen. Moments later there was a fizzling sound, then a muffled thud. Something heavy hit the bureau, slithered off onto the deck. The reek of smoke touched Bria's nostrils. She nodded at Joanne. Good job. The demo specialist and Rena were already moving, scrambling back up on the bureau. Rena lobbed 3 stun grenades up through the hole in 3 different directions. The SSSS swamp of the grenades and the resulting cries and thuds told the commander that they were doing their work. Rena pulled herself up with a boost from Joanne, then disappeared. They heard her blaster. Bria swarmed up the bureau, and was next through the hole as someone grabbed her rear and gave her an undignified, if efficient, boost. The bridge crew was lying around, mostly stunned, but there were a few slavers scrambling out the door. Bria sighted on one huge Rodian and took him down with a blast between the green-skinned being's shoulders. Another slaver, a Bahan, turned to fire at her, his blaster beginning to stutter with a low charge. Bria ducked, rolled, came up with her sidearm in her hand, and shot him in the face. The vermin was standing in front of the Navicomputer, and she didn't want to risk killing him with the blaster rifle's greater power. Moments later, it was all over. Silence descended, broken only by the moaning of the wounded. Bria took a quick status check. 6 of her people were wounded, and 1 might not make it. Quickly, Bria assigned a special team to rush the wounded back to Retribution for treatment. Minutes later, the prize crew reported that they were ready for the restart. Bria watched tensely, heard a whine, then, suddenly, full illumination replaced the emergency lighting on the bridge. The tactical screens glowed, the navicomputer chirred softly to itself. Bria left her troops to deal with the vermin and walked out to the turbolift. She keyed her comm link. HYX, you there? I'm here aboard Retribution, Commander, the medical officer reported. The wounded have been transported over, and everything is looking good. Except for Coronel, he didn't make it. Sorry. The medic and I did everything we could. Bria swallowed. I know that. Are you still needed there, HYX? Not really. The med droids have things under control here. I'm taking the shuttle back to the shackle. Good. I'm going to need you soon. Come straight to the security hold. That's where the slaves are locked up. I'll meet you there. Bria took the turbolift down 2 decks, then started aft. She was nearly to the locked portal when the scuff of a foot behind her made her whirl around, sidearm in hand. Behind her, brandishing a blaster, was one of the slavers who'd somehow escaped capture. The woman's eyes were glittery, her pupils dilated, her hair a greasy halo around her face. Stop right there or I'll shoot! She bellowed, holding the blaster in 2 trembling hands. Bria stopped. Trembling with fear? Maybe, but that's not all. Drop your weapon! The woman howled. Or I'll kill you! I don't think so, Bria said calmly, letting her blaster hang down in her hand, muzzle pointed at the deck. If I'm dead, I'm no use to you as a hostage. The woman frowned, obviously trying to puzzle out her captive's words. Finally, she elected to ignore them. I want a shuttle! She cried. A shuttle, and some slaves to take with me. You can have the rest. I just want my fair cut, that's all. Not a chance, Bria said, steel underlying her quiet tone. I'm not a slaver. I'm here to free these people. The woman appeared completely baffled by this. She cocked her head. You don't want to sell them? She asked skeptically. No, Bria said. I'm here to free them. Free them? Bria might as well have been speaking Huttese for all the slaver understood her. They're worth couple thousand credits apiece, some of them. I don't care, Bria said. The slaver's brow furrowed. Why not? Because slavery is wrong, Bria said. You're wasting my time, vermin. Kill me or let me go, but you'll get nothing from me. The woman pondered Bria's words, obviously taken aback by the commander's response. It was plain to Bria that the slaver was under the influence of some powerful stimulant. Carcinum, probably. The woman was shaking all over. The muzzle of the gun was practically vibrating in midair. Bria's eyes narrowed as she watched the muzzle of the weapon waver, then drop fractionally as the drugged woman struggled to comprehend a being who cared nothing for personal profit. Bria's hand moved in a blur as she brought her weapon up, at the same time throwing herself to the side. The slaver fired, but she was shaking so violently that the bolt didn't even singe Bria. The rebel commander's shot struck the slaver just below her chest. The woman went down with a scream and a gurgle. Bria walked over to her, kicked away the blaster from the outflung arm and limp fingers, and looked down at the slaver. There was a gaping, charred hole in her abdomen. The woman stared back up at her, panting shallowly. Bria aimed her sidearm at the slaver's forehead. Want me to? The woman shook her head, side to side, then struggled to speak. And no, she wheezed in agony. I want to live. Bria shrugged. Fine by me. You've got maybe 5 minutes, I figure. With her sidearm in her hand, Bria stepped over the slaver and continued down to the hold. She had to use her blaster on the lock. Inside, she heard screams of panic. The portal swung open. The stench hit the Corellian the moment she stepped through the door. Human and alien, the effluvia rolled out, almost visible. It was so thick. Bria looked over the crowd of wailing, moaning, wretched pilgrims who were cowering away from her, even as they held out their skinny, talon-like hands, pleading. Bring a priest! Need the priests. Take us home. The commander felt her gorge rise, and it took her a moment to control herself. That would have been me, almost 10 years ago. Now, that's how I would have been, if it hadn't been for Han. A step came from behind her, and Bria whirled, sidearm ready, only to relax when she recognized Dano Hyx. He raised an eyebrow at her. A little jumpy, Commander? Bria smiled sheepishly. Maybe just a tad. That got anything to do with the dead woman out there in the corridor? Not really. Bria holstered her blaster, realizing disgustedly that now she was the one doing the shaking. More to do with them. She jerked her head at the agonized pilgrims. They're all yours, Hyx. Looks like you've got your work cut out for you. He nodded, studying them with a healer's kindly detachment. How soon will the shackle be ready to rendezvous with the transport? Bria glanced at her chrono. I allowed 35 minutes to take this ship and get her working again. It's been 39. I expect to hear. Her comm link signaled, and Bria smiled and answered it. Red Hand Leader here. Commander, this is Jace Pale. We have secured the ship, and the prize crew reports we are now hyperspace capable. Proceed to our rendezvous coordinates? Copy that, Jace. I'll advise retribution. Tell Lieutenant Heather to take her out. Deliverance is waiting for us to transship these pilgrims. I copy, Commander. Bria keyed her comlink. Captain Jolin, Hellet's shackle is ours, along with her cargo. Prepare to rendezvous with Deliverance at our assigned coordinates. I copy, Red Hand Leader. We'll meet you there. And, Commander? Yes, Tedris? Congratulations on a smoothly run operation. Thank you, Tedris. 1 month later, Bria Thurn, on a rare visit back to Corellia to meet with her commanding officer, walked quickly into his office. Pianat Torbal, a short, dark-haired man with intense eyes, looked up. Welcome home, he said. You're late. I was expecting you 2 days ago. Sorry, sir, she said. I picked up a last-minute call to help the Pride of the Rim out with a couple of picket ships. Retribution took a hit that damaged sublight engines, and we had to lay up for a day. I know, he said, and smiled, his quick, irresistible grin. I received the report from the Pride. Don't be so defensive, Thurn. She smiled back, then, at his gesture, dropped wearily into a seat. So, did you get my report, sir? I did, he said. Seems your friend Hyx is reporting great progress in turning those pilgrims you rescued off the Hellet's shackle back into normal citizens. Congratulations. Your faith in him and his new treatment seems to be paying off. Bria nodded, her eyes lighting up. It means a lot to me, to be able to give those people back their lives. Their families will be glad to see them. They'll be able to live in dignity and comfort. Unless, of course, they choose to join up with us, Torbal said. which apparently some of them are already talking about doing once they're returned to health, which may take a couple of months. I gather that malnutrition plays a pretty big part in the brainwashing they undergo on Ilesia. Bria nodded. I remember my gums started to bleed all the time. It took me 2 months of decent food to overcome most of the effects. He glanced back down at his data pad. Hellet's shackle is almost finished being refitted for combat. We can really use her, Durin. Thank you for acquiring her for us. With that in mind, want the honor of renaming her? Bria thought for a moment. Call her Emancipator, she said. That's a good one, Torbil said. Emancipator she is. Torbil clicked off his data pad, leaned his elbows on his desk, and leaned forward. Bria, he said. Now that the official stuff is over and done with, I have to tell you that I'm concerned about some aspects of your record. Her eyes widened in surprise. But, sir! Oh, don't get me wrong, Durin. You are a good fighter, an able leader. Nobody's gainsaying that. But look at the name those slavers gave you, that your squadron cheerfully adopted. Red Hand, symbol of no quarter. Look at this report on the taking of Hellet's shackle. No prisoners. Not a single one. Bria stiffened. Sir, they were slavers. They know how the civilized world regards them. They put up a lot of resistance, and not a one offered to surrender. They fought to the last. I see, Torbil said. The two of them exchanged a long look, and it was the ranking officer who looked away first. An awkward silence ensued until Torbil cleared his throat. Things are heating up in the Outer Rim, he announced. The rebel groups out there are really understaffed. I'd like Red Hand to stay out there for a while, give them some assistance. Yes, sir, Bria said. Sir? Yes? I think I may know a way to get more recruits. What is that? Well, the best we've ever done curing the Ilesian pilgrims of addiction before was about 50%. Remember? He nodded. But now, with the new techniques Dano is using to help the pilgrims we took to Grenna Base, he thinks his success rate will be better than 90%. That's very encouraging. But what does that have to do with getting more recruits? Bria leaned forward, her blue-green eyes holding his dark ones. Sir, there are over 8,000 pilgrims on Ilesia. He sat back. What are you suggesting, Durin? Give me just a little help, an old troopship for transport, a couple more cruisers, some more troops, and I can take that planet. I can shut down the Ilesian operation for good. We'll take every colony, free every slave there. Hundreds of them are bound to join us, if the percentages we've seen so far are any indication. That's a big if, Torbil said. I know, sir. But I think the risk would be worth it. We don't have the troops. Not all of the Corellian resistance would be enough to take a whole planet, then. We're getting recruits in from Alderaan every day, Bria pointed out, truthfully. And there are so many Bahan and Celestin pilgrims on Ilesia, those worlds might send us some troops and ships. It's worth asking them. And what about Chandrila? They're part of the new rebel alliance, sworn to help us. Recruits, it's an incentive, certainly. She nodded vigorously. Sir, it could work. We can free those slaves. And while we're at it, we could take the spice to sell on the open market. We're always short of credits. Think of how many turbolasers or proton torpedoes that much spice would buy us. We could bomb the warehouses and factories when we had emptied them. Ilesia and its filthy trade would be a thing of the past. Bria realized that she had lost her composure, but in her passion, she didn't care. Her hands were shaking. She gripped the edge of Torbal's desk so he wouldn't see the betraying tremor. I don't believe the Rebel Alliance would think much of selling drugs as a means of financing the rebellion, Torbal said. Then, with all due respect, sir, don't tell them where you got the credits. Bria's smile was more than a little savage. You know as well as I do that they won't look a gift Tralodon in the mouth. They'll take the credits and use them. We need weapons, medical supplies, uniforms, ammo, you name it. True, he said. Fighting a resistance is an expensive proposition. Think it over, Bria urged. I know Red Hand could do it. And without Ilesia siphoning off some of Corellia's best, we'd have more recruits. Think about who's going to Ilesia these days. Young people, dissatisfied with their lives, unable to pay the horrendous taxes, wanting something more, a better life. Those are exactly the kind of people we need. True, he said again. But what about the Ilesian atmosphere? Your raid on Colony 3 2.5 years ago freed 100 slaves, but we lost a ship in that blasted atmosphere. That treacherous atmosphere of Ilesia's is one of their best defenses. Bria's features twisted in remembered anguish. I warned them, but that wind shear just caught the ship. Thurin, it wasn't your fault. But we have to think about that. Command is bound to point that out. She nodded. I'm working on that, sir. There's got to be a way to deal with the atmosphere. Better pilots, for one thing. Our people are enthusiastic, sir, but face it, most of them haven't had much experience. Our training programs need work. I agree. We're working on ways to make our Sims better and broaden their experience before we turn them loose. Bria stood up and leaned across the desk. Sir, just promise me you'll think about it. I can do it. I even have some ideas about how to fund the raid. At least consider it, okay? He gave her a long, level glance. All right, then. I promise you I'll think about it. Thank you, sir. Interlude 1, the corporate sector. Dressed only in his trousers, barefoot, Han Solo wandered out of the bedroom in Jessa's tiny apartment. Her little flat was located on her father's, Doc's, Outlaw Tech base, a grim, utilitarian place, but both Doc's and Jessa's personal quarters were surprisingly well-furnished and comfy. Han yawned and scratched his head, rumpling his hair even further, then threw himself down on the elegant couch with a thud and signaled on the big vid unit. The official news from the corporate sector authority came on, and Han watched it with a cynical grin. The authority was getting worse every day. Wouldn't take much to make them as repressive as the Empire. At least the Falcon was now in the best shape of her life. Before his capture and removal to Star's End prison, Doc had upgraded her hyperdrive until she'd now make 0.5 past light speed. I ought to be able to outrun just about anything the imps could throw at me with that, Han thought smugly. Or the authority either. Then, in order to induce Han to go after her father and rescue him from Star's End, Jessa had fixed the Falcon up with an all-new sensor suite and dish, to replace the ones damaged in a fight with an authority lighter. Later, following Doc's rescue, the grateful Jessa had recently finished the Falcon's repairs, putting in an all-new guidance system and repairing all of the hull damage the YT-1300 had accrued. Han had even considered giving the ship a coat of paint, so she looked just like new, but, after some consideration, had rejected the idea. The Millennium Falcon's beat-up appearance was one of her strongest assets in catching opponents unaware. Nobody expected a grubby old freighter to have a military-grade hyperdrive that had been customized and upgraded by the galaxy's master tech, a sophisticated sensor suite, top-notch jamming capability, and all the other improvements Han had bestowed on the love of his life. Jessa was still asleep in the other room. Han leaned back and propped his feet up on the table, thinking about Jess. She was certainly the best thing to come his way so far in the corporate sector. The two of them had had a lot of fun. Just the other day, they'd flown the Falcon to one of the swankiest casinos in a nearby sector, and put on their best bib and tucker for a gambling spree. Jess had gotten her blonde curls done in a wild new style, striped bright red, and bought a stunning red gown that was snug in all the right places. Han had been proud to be seen with her, and assured her she was the most beautiful woman in the place. The news vid changed from corporate sector reports to a brief report from the Empire. Palpatine's forces had stifled yet another uprising on yet another world. Han's mouth twisted. Same old, same old. He found himself thinking about Sala, wondering if she'd gotten over being mad yet. He suspected not. It was a good thing she wasn't here to see him with Jessa. Sala was the jealous type. She was one tough lady, but then, so was Jessa. Han was profoundly grateful that the two of them were unlikely ever to meet. Thoughts of Sala led naturally to wondering how Lando, Jarek, Shug and Mako were doing. Han even thought of Jabba with something approaching nostalgic affection. He bet the Hutt leader was having a hard time replacing him. If he ever decided to go back to Imperial space, Han suspected Jabba would welcome him with open arms, repugnant as that thought was. Han watched another brief news bite from the Empire. Seemed that the Empire had now declared that the rebel forces in the Outer Rim had been completely crushed. Sure, he thought. Right. That must mean that they're quite a thorn in the Imp's side. He wondered whether Bria had anything to do with harassing those Imp forces, or was she back to being a spy these days? Han sighed, realizing that he actually missed an Arshada. The corporate sector was a fun place, lots of adventures to be had and profits to be made, but it wasn't home. He wondered whether he should just cut his losses and head back for Imperial space. At the very least, it was probably time to head out and look for some action, translation, profit, here in the corporate sector. True, he'd promised Jessa to help her and Doc in their campaign against the Authority. But that might be risky. And it wasn't as though he owed Jessa anything. He'd rescued her father, hadn't he? At great risk to his own precious hide? A tiny, honest corner of his mind reminded him that he'd mostly gone on that rescue mission for Chewie's sake. No way he was letting his pal languish in an Authority prison. And yet, things were very pleasant here for the moment, though he knew it couldn't last. Right now, things were going well with Jessa. They were having a good time. Maybe he'd just postpone leaving for another month, or 2, or 3. Han? Came a sleepy murmur from the bedroom. I'm here, honey. Just watching the news, Han said. He flicked off the vid and went out to the tiny kitchen. He'd make Jessa a hot cup of imported stim tea that she'd come to be very fond of, and take it to her. Boba Fett stood in the queue waiting to board the luxury liner Queen of Empire, for her voyage to Velga Prime and points in between. The liner was the sister ship to Hodge Shipping Line's Star of Empire, and was fully as large and opulent. Boba Fett was boarding the liner from an orbiting space docking platform, but there were nearly 1,000 sentients waiting to board, so each line was several hundred beings long. The bounty hunter gauged the slow progress of the line, and figured it would be at least 10 minutes before he'd be free to carry his large, heavy traveling case to his cabin. The line moved forward a few paces, and the bounty hunter shoved his heavy case along with his foot, as he moved with it. For just a moment he indulged himself in imagining what would happen were he suddenly to appear as his real self, as Boba Fett in his Mandalorian armor, instead of as he currently was, disguised as an Anomid. It was necessary from time to time, he discovered, to appear as a being other than himself. Anomids were perfect beings to assume as disguises, since hardly any of their bodies showed in their ordinary street garb. They were willowy humanoids native to the Alblari system, and typically dressed in oversized robes that covered them from their hooded heads to their six-toed feet. They also wore gloves and vocalizer masks, so hardly any of their translucent, whitish skin showed. Anomids had wispy grayish hair, leaf-shaped ears, and large silvery blue eyes. Boba Fett of course wore a head mask beneath his vocalizer mask, but it was a very good one, custom made to fit over his own features so that it would move quite naturally on his face. Silver blue eyes were built into the mask, and were specially engineered so he could see nearly as well as he could with his unaided eyes. Still, he felt somewhat naked without his armor and its extended senses. With his armor on, he had a range of visual modes available to him, enhanced audio pickups, and a host of other sensor data displayed on the telltales inside his helmet. With nothing but the Anomid robes, hooded cloak, mask and gloves on, he felt light and vulnerable, too vulnerable. But it was necessary. If Boba Fett had attempted to book passage on the Queen as his true self, panic would have ensued. Each passenger aboard and much of the crew would have been convinced that she or it was the bounty hunter's intended quarry. Citizens, Fett had discovered long ago, all had guilty consciences. Virtually every sentient in the galaxy had done something in his past that she or it could flash back on and imagine was a reason for having a bounty placed on their heads. The being who had once been Journeyman Protector Jaster Mariel, and was now Boba Fett, the galaxy's most notorious bounty hunter, had watched the reactions of the citizens around him for years, as he hunted bounties of one sort or another. He'd seen the face of a young mother clutching her infant change when she'd seen him, seen her clutch her baby to her breast as though he, Boba Fett, were going to snatch the child from her arms and drag both of them away. Several times citizens had panicked when he'd even come into their vicinity, throwing themselves on the floor, babbling out their, mostly imaginary, fatal transgressions and pleading for mercy, only to pull themselves up in mingled relief and dawning indignation when they realized that they were not Fett's quarry, and had humiliated themselves and spilled their secrets, for no reason. The line moved forward again. Boba Fett automatically surveyed the crowds around him, but he wasn't really expecting to see his quarry. Bria then had boarded the Queen on its previous stop, back on Corellia. It was unlikely that she would be coming outside the vessel during its short layover on Jining. The bounty hunter had missed the chance to catch up with the Dern woman when she'd first boarded the Queen because she'd come aboard under an assumed name in the last minutes before the ship undocked. The Hodge shipping line, while outwardly loyal to the Empire, was known to do favors for the Rebel Alliance when it suited them. The Dern woman's last-minute booking was doubtless the result of some official string-pulling. Also, Bria Theron's assumed identity was not one of the ones she'd used before. This time she was traveling as Bria Laval, a minor starlet and cabaret singer who was headed for a booking at one of the large casinos, the Chance Castle, on Nar Shaddaa. Boba Fett had access to a great many sources of data from many places in the galaxy. Since he hunted bounties from time to time for the Empire, he had access to some of the mid-security level Imperial databases. He also had access to many newswires and the Guild databases. Fett had ordered his systems to flag certain priority names and physical profiles. When a Bria Laval showed up one morning on his database summaries as a passenger aboard the Queen when the liner had departed Corellia that morning, a quick check of the woman's ID and physical description had shown Fett that there was a better than 70% chance that this was actually Bria Theron, commander in the Corellian resistance. Only a visual inspection would assure Fett that she was the right woman, so here he was, standing in line to board the huge liner. The Queen was fully 2 kilometers long, and equipped to carry 5,000 passengers. She contained most amenities any sentient could wish: indoor pools and spas, casinos, Nulgi gliding areas, exercise rooms, as well as upscale shops where a wealthy being could spend a great many credits indeed. Fett moved forward yet again, nudging his case along with him. It contained, in camouflage compartments, his Mandalorian armor and several select weapons. The sides of the case were reinforced with durinium, an alloy that would resist sensor scans. And in the outermost layer of the case, there were micro-miniature projection devices that would generate false readings about the contents to any scanning device. Fett finally reached the head of the line, and produced his IDs, ticket and credit vouchers. The ship's official who checked his reservation offered to call for a luggage droid, but Fett politely refused, his harsh voice reverberating through the vocalizer mask. Amongst themselves, Anomids did not converse in oral speech, but by an elaborate and very beautiful form of sign language. They were known to be sociable beings, and Boba Fett was hoping there would be no real Anomids on board. If there were, he would have to plead illness and stay in his cabin, for he did not know the Anomid sign language. But none of the individuals on the passenger roster had listed Yablari as their world of origin. When he reached the safety of his cabin, Fett stowed his trunk, first making sure to activate its anti-theft protections. Anyone unfortunate enough to attempt to remove the trunk from Fett's cabin, or to try and open it, would lose digits, at minimum. The Queen's scheduled itinerary called for her to stop at a number of ports of call. Their path would take them through some of the most dangerous areas of Imperial space, including a stop in Hutt space at Nar Heka, hardly a garden spot of the galaxy, but Nar Heka was head and shoulders above either Nal Hutta or Nar Shada. Fett suspected that Briotherm had chosen this liner because it was one of the largest, and thus probably the safest. There had been a lot of pirate activity lately. Over the next 3 days, Fett wandered the ship in his Anomid disguise, staying mostly to himself. He made a visual ID of Briotherm on the first day, and followed her to find out where her stateroom was. He discovered that she had a suite, and shared it with 3 men. 2 of the men were older, and Fett figured that they, too, were officers in the Corellian resistance. The 3rd man was in his mid-30s, and from the way he carried himself, was a seasoned combat veteran who was serving as security and bodyguard for the Corellian officers. The 2 officers in the bodyguard, like Briotherm, dressed in civilian clothes. The Dern woman was seldom alone outside of her stateroom. Often, she was surrounded by male admirers, although Fett noticed that she never took anyone back to her cabin with her, merely smiled and flirted casually. She played sabacc, careful neither to lose or win much, and she browsed the shops, but never bought anything of significance. Fett kept her under observation, and laid his plans carefully. Lando Calrissian enjoyed traveling aboard cruise ships, and had done a lot of it lately, since losing the Millennium Falcon to Han Solo. Now that Han and Vuffy Ra had trained him to be a better-than-average pilot, he could have taken any of the ships on his used spaceship lot for his own, but Lando wasn't that interested in any of them. He was waiting for just the right ship to come along. His ideal ship would be more luxurious than the utilitarian Falcon, but every bit as speedy and capable of defending herself. Lando was on the lookout for a nice yacht he could get for a good price. So far, no bargains had surfaced. And besides, private ships didn't have casinos. Lando liked casinos. He'd been spending a lot of time in them for the past year, working to recoup his liquid credit resources. The young gambler had been wiped out by the sabacc tournament, but since then, he managed to turn Han Solo's loan of 1,500 credits into many thousands. Lando had been able to repay Han the money he'd borrowed, several months before his friend had taken off for the corporate sector. Queen of Empire and her sister ship, Star of Empire, were two of Lando's favorite ways to get around the galaxy. They weren't as fast as some of the newer ships, but there was no doubt that Hodge shipping lines knew how to build a luxury vessel. And the Queen and the Star were big, a major advantage these days, with all the pirate activity going on. This time, he'd chosen the Queen for his trip back home. From NAR Heka, he could easily catch a system shuttle back to NAR Shada. This particular evening, Lando was wearing his newest stylish outfit, red shirt embroidered with black, narrow black trousers, and a red and black short cape that swung from his shoulders with a rakish flair. His dark hair and mustache were impeccably groomed, thanks to a trip to the ship's barber that day. His black soft boots shone with the subdued glow of real Numitra snake hide. Calrissian was looking good, and he didn't miss the admiring glances cast at him by some of the female patrons in the club. Lando was sitting in the Queen's swankiest nightclub, the Star Wind's Lounge, following a highly successful session at the sabacc tables. His credit pouch was carefully stashed in a secret compartment close to his skin, and was satisfyingly heavy. This trip, he'd make roughly 4 times what his expensive ticket had set him back. Not a bad profit margin. While he was gambling, serious business. Lando was abstemious, rarely partaking of anything alcoholic. But at the moment he was relaxing, sipping a Tarkinian nightflower, and munching on a handful of dried, salted juevels. The band in the Star Winds was quite good, doing selections of older hits as well as the modern jizz tunes, and many patrons were dancing. Lando eyed the unescorted ladies in the lounge, wondering whether he was interested enough in any of them to ask for a dance. His eyes kept returning to one woman who was sitting at a table with not one, but 2 male escorts. Human, yes, and stunning. Long reddish hair swept up with jeweled sapphire combs, and a face and figure that just wouldn't quit. Lando couldn't decide whether she was romantically attached to either of her escorts. She sat close beside them, smiling and bending forward to listen as first one, then the other, spoke into her ear. But the more Lando watched her, the more he became convinced that neither of the men was her date. Her smiles were more comradely than romantic. There was no suggestion of a lingering intimacy in the brief contacts of their shoulders as they brushed hers. Lando finished his drink, and was almost ready to go over and ask the lovely stranger if she'd like to dance, when the excellent Rugja Orchestra Band, Umjing Bob and his swinging trio, finished their current selection. There were only 3 members in the band, but since each Rugja had 15 flexible limbs, and played at least 10 instruments apiece, they sounded like a genuine orchestra. In fact, looking at Umjing Bob and his 2 band members, it was difficult to discern anything but limbs ending in assorted instruments, though occasionally one of the being's multiple eyes would be visible through the tangle. The band was very versatile, playing everything from swing bop to modern jizz selections. The gambler clapped politely as they finished a mellow version of Mood and Moons, then settled back in his seat as the bandleader, Umjing Bob, put down his clohorn, disengaged from the nalagon, and ride his way up to the public address system. The Rugja's voice had a mechanical timbre, understandable, because it was artificially generated. Rugja were a species whose natural communication was not audible to humanoids. Umjing Bob spoke, as the spotlight reflected off his glossy, mauve, upper limbs. Good evening, gentles. Tonight we have an honored guest with us, a celebrity whom I am hoping we can prevail upon to favor us with a number. Join me in welcoming Lady Bria Laval. Lando clapped politely, but his applause soon became genuine when he realized that the bandmaster was referring to his attractive stranger. Blushing, smiling, she half rose from her seat to take a bow, but then, urged on by the applause, she picked up the skirts of her long, electric blue sheath, a color that set off her hair, and walked up the steps to the bandstand. After conferring briefly with Bob, she stepped up to the microphone, tapped her jeweled, slippered toe as the percussion started up, and then the band broke into a slowed-down version of last year's hit, Smoky Dreams. Bria Lavel began to sing. Lando had heard a lot of singers in his time, and she was far from being the best. Her breath control was uneven, and she cut short some of the high notes because of it. But her voice was strong and in key, and her contralto was pleasantly husky. With her figure, face and smile, Lando was willing to forgive her lack of professional technique. Within moments of starting her song, she had all the humanoid males in the palm of her hand. She sang with passion of lost love, of tender sadness, of misty memories fading with time. Lando was totally captivated. When she finished the number, he clapped as loudly as the rest of the audience. Smiling and blushing becomingly, she allowed herself to be escorted back to her table by Bob, who genuflected deeply to her, and then returned to his fellow Rugja band members. As the swinging trio struck up a catchy tune, Lando got unhesitatingly to his feet and walked over to the chanteuse, narrowly beating out a wealthy Alderanian banker whom Lando had relieved of many of his excess credits earlier that evening. Reaching Lady Lavel's table, Lando bowed to her, flashing his best, most charming smile. "May I?" he asked, holding out his arm. She hesitated for a long second, glanced at each of the men sitting with her, then shrugged fractionally. "Thank you," she said and stood up. Lando escorted her out to the dance floor. She looked around her and frowned slightly in consternation. "Oh dear. I'm afraid I don't know how to do this one." Lando was surprised. The Margin Guy Glide had been popular for at least 5 years. "It's easy," he said, putting his hand on her shoulder and interlacing his fingers with hers. "I'll show you." She missed several steps right off, and brought her heeled evening slipper down on his toes once, but after a couple of minutes, and Lando's experienced coaching, Bria began to catch on. Her sense of timing was good, and so were her reflexes. Once she'd memorized the intricate pattern of the steps, she began to enjoy herself, Lando could tell. She was nearly as tall as he was, and as they moved around the dance floor, they began to receive the admiring glances of the onlookers still seated at the tables. "Good, you've got it," Lando said. "You're a natural." "I haven't danced in years," she confessed, a little breathless, as the music changed to a fast number. Lando whirled her into a Boxnov 3-step. She was a little rusty, but it was obvious that the older dance was one she'd done before. "You're wonderful," he assured her. "I'm the luckiest man on this ship, finding a partner like you." She gave him a brilliant smile, her cheeks flushed with the exercise and praise. "Flatterer." Lando put on a mock-hurt expression. "Me? I am under a vow of truth, Lady Bria." "Bria, what a lovely name." "You're Corellian, aren't you?" "Yes," she said, stiffening slightly in his arms, her glance suddenly wary. "Why?" "I was just thinking that I've only heard that name once before." "Is it common on your homeworld?" "No," she said. "My father made it up from the first syllables of my grandmother's names, Brazila and Iafigena. He didn't want to saddle me with either of them, but he wanted to honor both of them." "Clever," Lando said. "Obviously a man of great diplomacy and tact." She laughed a little, but there was a sad note underlying her merriment. "That's my father," she agreed. "Lando, I'm surprised to hear you say you've met another Bria. I thought I was the only one." "You probably are," Lando said. "The other Bria I knew was a ship." My friend Han named his source of star might he leased from me the Bria. She missed a step, recovered quickly. Han? She said. I used to know a Corellian named Han. Is your friend Corellian? Lando nodded, and twirled her in a spin. When she was back in his arms again, he said, Han Solo and I go back a ways. Don't tell me you know him? She laughed a little. I do. It has to be the same guy. Brown hair, brownish eyes with a hint of green, a hair taller than you, has a very charming, lopsided smile. Whoa, Lando said, raising an eyebrow. You do know him well, don't you? That guy gets around, doesn't he? Her face reddened at his knowing look, and she glanced away and concentrated on the intricate steps for a moment. When she looked back up, her eyes were cool and a little amused. He's just part of my past, like a lot of other guys, she said. There must be a few skeletons in your cargo locker, right? Lando, realizing he touched a nerve, was happy to let the subject go. You bet, he said. They danced several more dances, and Lando enjoyed her company tremendously. He looked over at her table, and realized that her companions had left the lounge. Who are those fellows who are sitting at your table? She shrugged. Just business associates, she said. Feldron is my agent, and Renkov is my business manager. I see, Lando said, secretly delighted. It was obvious that she was serious, that neither of them was any kind of romantic interest. So, do you want to have a drink, perhaps? Somewhere a bit more private? She gave him an assessing glance, then nodded and stepped back, out of his arms. All right. I'd like that. We can talk about mutual acquaintances. Lando reached for her hand, then raised it to his lips. Mutual acquaintances it is, he said. My stateroom, number 112, in, say, 30 minutes? She said. 30 minutes, Lando said. I will be counting them, everyone. She smiled at him, a smile that held rueful amusement as well as pleasure, and turned and left Lando standing on the edge of the dance floor. He watched her walk away, a pleasant occupation. She reached the portal of the lounge, brushed past an Unabridged who was loitering there, watching the dancing and listening to the music, then disappeared from sight. Lando smiled. Now to find the best bottle of wine in this ship, and some flowers, he thought, and headed briskly for the bar. 29 minutes and counting. Bria told herself to settle down as she hurried down the corridor toward her stateroom. But she was excited, realizing that she was finally going to get news of Han. Lando Calrissian was obviously more than just a casual friend. Bria was so eager to reach her stateroom that she was almost jogging as she approached the door of 112. At last! Someone who knows him well, who can tell me how he's doing, what he's been doing, where he is. Just as Bria reached the door to her cabin, she had the sudden thought that perhaps Han was on Nar Shaddaa, her ultimate destination. Was it possible that in 48 hours or so, she'd actually get to see him? The thought excited her, even as it filled her with trepidation. After more than 9 years, what would it be like to be close to him? As she unlocked her stateroom door, her hands were shaking. She was so absorbed in memories of Han that she had no warning at all. One moment the door was opening before her, and the next a powerful thrust propelled her through the portal and into the living room of the suite with such force that she didn't even have breath to cry out. Her high-heeled slippers skidded on the polished floor, and she tripped, trying to catch herself. Just as she started to fall, Bria felt something sharp sting her back. She had only an instant to realize that she'd been shot with some kind of knockout drug. As she fell, she managed with the last of her strength to turn slightly, and saw a strange Unabridged standing behind her in the doorway. Bria managed a soft, choked cry of warning to her friends before everything around her faded, and went black. Boba Fett watched the darn woman sag to the floor, then lie there, motionless. Quickly he shut the door to the corridor behind him, and started forward, just as the older men Learn had been traveling with rushed out of the sleeping cabin on the right. Boba Fett extended his arm, flexed his hand, and a deadly dart, unlike the soporific one that had felled the woman, shot toward the older of the two resistance officers and embedded itself in his throat. The man had time for one strangled gasp, and was dead before he hit the floor. The other man did not hesitate, but came straight in. Boba Fett swept aside the Unabridged cape and stood poised as the man, with a wordless yell, attacked. The rebel leader might have been a decent officer in planning strategy and attacks, but he was no expert at unarmed combat. Boba Fett blocked his blow with one forearm, then came in with a hard, lethal blow that crushed the Corellian's larynx. Fett watched dispassionately as the rebel officer died. It took no more than a minute. He bent over the dead man, planning to drag him and his fellow off to the corner of the room and throw some sheets over them, more to muffle the stench of voiding from the suddenly deceased bodies than from any sense of decorum. Boba Fett's peripheral vision was compromised by the mask he was wearing. Without his Mandalorian helmet with its special sensors, the bounty hunter had only an instant's warning of danger. He dodged just as the rebel bodyguard struck, silent and with the expertise the two older men had lacked. The bounty hunter whirled away from the younger man, and as he did so, Fett whipped off the Unabridged's heavy cloak and flung it into the bodyguard's face. With one smooth movement, his opponent disentangled himself and came in again. He was perhaps in his early 30s, and was bare-chested, barefoot, and wearing only shorts. The man had evidently been asleep in the other room when his officers had made their ill-fated attack. This fellow, Fett knew instantly, was a combat soldier, trained to use his hands and feet as weapons, and trained also in using the vibroblade he held in one hand. Behind his two masks, Boba Fett smiled slightly, pleased to be challenged, and by someone who plainly knew what he was doing. He had another lethal dart he could have used, but he decided against it. A little exercise would be welcome. It had been a long time since he'd indulged himself in unarmed combat. Few foes were worthy of his time. The man was already dancing in, balanced, his eyes level, vibroblade ready for a disemboweling slash. Boba Fett let him come, then dodged at the last possible second, pulling himself into an arc like a nulgy dancer, and then spinning around, out of the way. As he moved, his hand moved out and dealt the soldier a stunning clip behind his right ear. The soldier managed to dodge at the last moment though, and the blow that had been meant to render him unconscious only dazed him. He staggered a little, shook his head, then came back for more. Boba Fett was pleased to oblige. They sidestepped around each other in a grim parody of the way Lando Calrissian and Bria Thern had danced in the Star Wind's lounge only minutes before. The guard lunged again, and again Boba Fett waited, then evaded the movement at the last possible second. Another blow made the Corellian gasp, this time Fett's instep impacted with the back of his knee. The guard's leg buckled, and for the first time, Fett saw fear in his eyes. He now knew he was totally outclassed, and yet he conquered his pain and weakness and moved in again. A man who knows his duty and does not shrink from it, Fett thought. Admirable. His reward for his courage shall be a quick and easy death. For the first time, Fett went on the attack. His foot lashed out in a precise blow, and impacted with the man's wrist with stunning force. The vibroblade went flying. Fett spun in for the finish. Another sweep behind the other knee, and the man sagged, his legs unable to hold him. But that did not matter. Fett already had him around the neck in a grip as hard and relentless as Durasteel. One quick, sideways jerk, and the guard sagged in his arms, dead. Boba Fett dragged the man over to the corner, and laid him down, then brought the others over, too. He tossed the covers from one of the beds over the bodies. As he was finishing the task, he saw that the Thurn woman was beginning to stir. When Bria regained consciousness, she found herself bound so efficiently that she didn't even bother struggling past the first moment. She was alone in the living room, sitting on the lush carpet, propped up against one of the armchairs. Her head was muzzy, and she was terribly thirsty, but she was otherwise unharmed. Except for the fear. Bria had been in tight situations before, in battle, but she'd never been captured like this. It was the most helpless feeling in the world, to sit there alone, and wonder who had done this to her, and why. It had to have been that Unabridged, but Bria had never had any dealings with the aliens before, and she couldn't imagine why any of them would wish her harm. Perhaps the Unabridged was a bounty hunter. That was the only explanation that made sense. She wet her lips, took a deep breath, and prepared to scream a scream that would be heard even outside the closed door of the stateroom. It was then that she noticed two things: the bodies of her companions, covered with bedclothes and stacked efficiently out of sight of anyone at the door, and the sound sponge. The little device was set up on the floor near her, and the blinking light showed that it was on. It would effectively muffle any outcry she could make. Bria shut her mouth and her eyes and leaned her head back against the chair. Great. Whoever that Unabridged is, he thought of everything. Who could he be? The alien had evidently dealt with Darnov, Feltran and even Triska, and Bria knew his reputation at unarmed combat, in a matter of minutes. She could see the wall chrono, and realized she'd only been out about 10 minutes. As she sat there, struggling to think of something she could do, the Unabridged opened the door to the stateroom and entered, carrying a huge, heavy case that he placed on the floor with a thud. Seeing that Bria was awake, he went into the fresher and soon returned, carrying a glass of water. He knelt beside her, turned down the sound sponge so she could hear his voice. That sleeping drug causes great thirst. This is plain water. I have no intention of harming you. The bounty on you is for unharmed delivery. He held out the water, and Bria leaned toward it, then hesitated. She didn't dare drink it. What if this was an Imperial bounty hunter or agent? What if the water was laced with truth drug? Even though her thirst was now a raging hell in her mouth and throat, she shook her head. Thank you anyway, she managed. I'm not thirsty. Of course you are, the Unabridged said. I care nothing for your pitiful resistance secrets. He shoved his vocalizer mask aside and took a long drink. The water is safe, he said, holding it back out. Bria blinked at him, then her thirst won out. She drank deeply as the Unabridged helped her. He pushed his vocalizer mask back into place. As Bria leaned back against the armchair, she said, You're not an Unabridged. They can't speak without their vocalizer masks. You're obviously a bounty hunter in disguise. Who are you? The Unabridged regarded her from featureless silver-blue eyes. Observant Bria Thorn. I am pleased by your reaction. Hysteria is wearing and useless. As to my identity, you would know me perhaps by my adopted name. Boba Fett. Boba Fett? Bria sagged back against the armchair, eyes wide, fighting the fear that even the casual mention of that name brought. She found herself praying to childhood gods for the first time in years. After a moment, she wet her lips. Boba Fett, she managed. I do know that name. I didn't think you bothered with dinky imperial bounties. The one the imps have on me isn't worth your time. The bounty hunter nodded. True. Besadii clan's bounty is 100 times that. Teroenza, Bria whispered. It has to be. Last I heard, it was 50,000, not 100. Following your capture of Helot's shackle, Besadii doubled that. Bria tried to smile. It's so nice to be popular, she managed. Helot's shackle was a slave ship. I had to stop them. I have no regrets. Good, he said. That should make our short association as pleasant as possible. Would you like more water? Bria nodded, and Fed got another glass. This time she took a drink without being asked. Bria was trying to remember her training and what to do if captured. She wasn't in uniform, and thus had no lullaby available to end her suffering. Besides, she was a long way from any El Huta or Ilesia. A lot could happen between here and there. She decided to bide her time and keep Fed talking, if she could. All her instructions said that the more captors came to regard a prisoner as a real person, the easier captivity became, and the greater the chance that someone would get careless. Bria was also aware that the chance of Boba Fett slipping up was incredibly unlikely. Still, she had nothing else to do at the moment, did she? She tried not to look at the sheet-covered bodies in the corner. You know, she said, I've heard a lot about you. Makes me wonder if all the things they say about you are true. Such as? That you have your own moral code. You are the consummate hunter, but no bully. You take no pleasure in inflicting pain. True, he said. I am a moral person. What do you think of the Empire? She asked, as he began checking the heavy case he'd lugged into the room. She caught a glimpse of his famous helmet. I believe that the Empire, though morally corrupt in some ways, is the lawful government. I obey its laws. Morally corrupt? She asked, cocking her head. How so? Several ways. Name one. He gave her a glance, and she wondered if he'd tell her to shut up, but after a moment, answered. Slavery. It is a morally corrupt institution, degrading to all parties. Really? She exclaimed. Then we have something in common. I don't like slavery much either. I know. I was a slave, she said. It was horrible. I know. You know a lot about me, I guess. Yes. Bria wet her lips. You know that Teroenza and whoever is running Besadii these days are planning to kill me in some protracted, hideous fashion, right? Yes. Unfortunate for you, profitable for me. Bria nodded, and fixed him with an appealing gaze. Since you know so much about me, you know that I have a father, right? Yes. Then maybe. I know this seems unusual, but under the circumstances, perhaps you wouldn't mind. Bria trailed off, fighting for control. It was really sinking in now that she was done for, that she wasn't going to be able to get out of this. What? She took a deep breath. I haven't seen my dad in years. We were always close. My mom and brother aren't worth much, but my dad. Bria shrugged. You get the idea? When I started in with the resistance, I knew it was too dangerous to see him anymore. Too dangerous for both of us. But I've found ways, safe ways, to let him know I'm alive. A couple of times a year, he gets a message through very roundabout channels. Just Bria's okay. Like that. Go on. The bounty hunter's voice was absolutely expressionless. Anyway, I don't want him to wait and wait for a message from me. Could you let him know I'm dead? He means a lot to me. He's a good man, a decent man. Pays his imperial taxes, honorable citizen, all that. So, if I gave you his name and location, could you just send a message? Bria's dead. That's all. To Bria's surprise, Boba Fett nodded. I will do so. What is? The bounty hunter broke off as the door chime sounded. Bria jumped, and Boba Fett rose to his feet in one seamless motion, like a hunting animal. The chimes sounded again. Dimly, from outside the cabin, muffled by the sound sponge, Bria heard. Bria? Hey, it's me, Lando. Calrissian, Boba Fett said quietly. Quickly the bounty hunter turned the sound sponge all the way back up. Going over to the portal, he keyed it open, standing back behind it. Lando, no! Bria shouted. Go away! The sound sponge soaked up the noise, absorbing it. Instead of filling the room, her shout was no louder than a whisper. Clutching his flowers and the bottle of fine wine, Lando stepped eagerly through the door to Bria Lavel's stateroom. Sorry I'm a few minutes late, he was saying. The florist was closed, and I had to. Calrissian broke off in confusion, his eyes widening as he took in Bria, sitting on the floor by the armchair, her arms bound behind her, and the sheet-covered mound in the corner. He backed up, realizing he just made a very bad mistake. Behind the gambler, the portal shut. What's going on? Lando demanded, only to hear his voice emerge in muffled, subdued tones. Seeing the direction of Bria's gaze, the gambler turned and found an Unabridged regarding him. Nice to see you again, Calrissian, the Unabridged said. You are fortunate that I never mix business and pleasure. What? Lando started, then he caught a glimpse of the big case, lying open on the floor. His dark eyes widened. Fett, he said. Yes, the bounty hunter said. That had better be the last word I hear out of you, Calrissian. I am not here for you. Cooperate, and I may let you live. You might come in handy. Lando knew better than to argue. Meekly, he put down the wine and flowers. Moments later, he found himself sitting several meters away from Bria, just as efficiently bound, his back propped against the sofa. Boba Fett regarded Bria intently. Tomorrow, when we dock with Nar Heka's docking platform, you and I are going to leave the Queen, walking closely together. I will be armed, but not with any weapon of visual inspection or security skin could discern. You will stay close by my right side at all times, and remain silent. Understood? She nodded. Yes. But what about Lando? The note of fear in her voice for him made the gambler glance at her appreciatively. Calrissian's life depends on you, Bria Thurin. If you give me your word that you won't alert anyone, I will leave him behind, bound and gagged, but alive. Bria raised her eyebrows. You would trust my word? Why not? He asked, with an undertone of mockery. You value the lives of innocents more than you do your own. I know your type. But just to make sure, I plan to wire Calrissian before we leave with a remote-controlled detonator. If we encounter any problems, the cleaning droids will have to scrape his remains off the walls. Lando swallowed painfully. Bria glanced at the gambler and gave him a reassuring smile. You're right about me. I give you my word that I won't cause any trouble. Good, Fett responded. At the moment. The bounty hunter broke off as an alarm suddenly shrieked through the Queen of Empire with an ear-splitting volume. Lando sat bolt upright, his eyes widening. What the? 15 seconds later, the entire Queen bounced. There was no other word for it. The huge ship heaved like a buoy on a stormy sea. Lando's stomach lurched, and he fell over on his side. He looked over at Bria, who had managed to remain upright, saw her gagging, struggling not to be sick. "What's going on?" she gasped. Lando, remembering Boba Fett's order to remain silent, struggled to right himself. "We came out of hyperspace," Fett said. "The failsafes must have encountered a sudden gravity shadow and reacted automatically." Lando silently applauded the bounty hunter for his acumen as he managed to roll back over and sit up. It was hard work, with his hands bound behind him. "What would cause that?" she said. "An engine malfunction?" "Possible," Fett said. "But more likely an attack. An Imperial interdictor cruiser could bring a ship out of hyperspace." "But why would the Imperials attack a cruise ship?" Bria asked. Lando had been wondering that same thing, and couldn't think of an answer. Bria frowned as she concentrated on the straining vibrations of the ship. "You're right about the attack," she said. "We're caught in a tractor beam." Grabbing his case, the bounty hunter dragged it behind the ornamental screen that decorated one wall of the luxury suite. Faintly, Lando could hear the swish of robes being doffed. The gambler managed to catch Bria's eye and mouthed, "Trust me, Lady Bria. Follow my lead if we get an opening." He had to repeat it several times, until she nodded in comprehension and flashed him a shaky smile. Minutes later, the bounty hunter emerged, clad once more in his Mandalorian armor. He carried his blaster rifle, which was his only visible weapon, but Lando knew from experience that the bounty hunter was a walking arsenal of camouflaged weaponry. Walking over to Bria, he removed the restraints from her ankles, and then did the same for Lando. "You two come with me," he said. "And Calrissian, remember? You're expendable. Lady Thurin, if you try anything, Calrissian dies. Clear?" "Yes," Bria said. Lando nodded, then managed to get to his feet unaided, despite his bound arms. Boba Fett, in a parody of gentlemanly behavior, assisted Bria to rise. She wobbled a bit on her high-heeled shoes, flexing her feet and grimacing at the pins and needles. Fett picked up the sound sponge and deactivated it, stowing it in a pocket of his trousers. With the muffling device turned off, Lando could hear the sounds of blaster fire, screams, and running feet. A public address system boomed. "All passengers, please remain calm and in your cabins. There is an intruder alert, but your crew is working to restore order. We will advise you as matters progress. Please remain calm. All passengers." Right, Lando thought. They're going to restore order, sure they are. The gambler glanced at Bria, and she looked at him and shrugged slightly. They reached the door, and Fett gestured to Lando. "Open it." The corridor was pure chaos. They had to wait in the doorway until a mob of screaming passengers, most of them dressed only in nightgowns and robes, fled past. Fett glanced at a small, palm-sized device he held. "Turn right," he instructed. Lando and Bria obeyed. The gambler found it surprisingly difficult to walk with his arms bound behind him. It affected his balance. Several times they had to step into doorways to allow shrieking hordes of passengers to run past. The sounds of blaster fire were closer, now, as they neared the boat decks. They left the passenger cabins behind, and took a series of glide walks that Fett directed them to. From the sounds, most of the pitched fighting was going on near the docking areas. Sounds of battle grew louder, closer. As they neared the shuttle deck, they saw sprawled bodies littering the corridor, most of them wearing uniforms marking them as the liner's crew. A number of the bodies belonged to passengers, but none wore imperial uniforms. Bria glanced at Lando as they stumbled along. He was surprised at her composure in the face of carnage. Dead bodies made most citizens sick. Lando strained his eyes for a glimpse of the attackers, but so far they hadn't encountered any. He licked dry lips, knowing that, even with bound arms, he had to try to make some move before the three of them climbed into a shuttle together. In a shuttle, they had no chance. He glanced sideways at his fellow captive, assessing her ability to possibly back him if he tried something. For a moment it occurred to him to wonder just why this lovely young woman, she couldn't have been much over 25, had Boba Fett after her. She must be more than what she seemed, and his observations of her so far backed that up. Most citizens, faced with the most feared bounty hunter in the galaxy, would be reduced to quivering lumps of protoplasm. But Bria was plainly not your ordinary citizen. They rounded a corner that led to the shuttle deck, only to run smack into a boarding party. Lando froze, Bria beside him, faced with 12 or 13 unsavory characters dressed in loud, gaudy, mismatched clothes that gravely offended Lando's fashion sense. They were festooned with garish jewelry. Bria whispered, "Pirates!" Suddenly things fell into place, and Lando realized exactly what had happened to the Queen. He'd seen this trick before. These pirates had brought the Queen out of hyperspace by towing a good-sized asteroid into the real space analog of her hyperspace coordinates. Then the gravity, shadow, of the asteroid's gravity well had caused the hyperdrive failsafes to cut in, abruptly reverting the Queen to real space. An audacious and cunning plan, and it took big ships to implement it. Big ships and a daring leader. For the first time, Lando felt a surge of hope. It's got to be. Nobody else would dare to attack a cruise ship this big. Back the other way! Boba Fett shouted, and his captives obediently reversed course. Lando and Bria tried to run, but if Lando had thought that walking with bound arms was tough, he never imagined that running would be so much worse. At every moment he imagined himself falling down, then being summarily shot by Boba Fett for his clumsiness. The two captives managed a clumsy jog, and Boba Fett urged them on. But as they approached another curve in the corridor, Lando caught a flash of bright color. More pirates! Stop! Boba Fett barked, his voice sounding doubly harsh because of the mechanical speakers. Quickly the bounty hunter pushed Bria into a doorway, then yanked Lando over to stand in front of her as a shield. "Don't move, Calrissian!" Fett hissed, and moved out until he was in full view. The pound of running feet approached, and then, more or less at the same time, both groups of pirates converged from opposite sides of the corridor. Boba Fett, who had been checking his weaponry, tensed, ready to do battle. Against how many pirates? 25? 30? Maybe more, Lando guessed. The two groups drew nearer, then slowed uncertainly. Lando didn't blame them. He wouldn't want to be the first person to fire on Boba Fett, even at these odds. Chances are that the bounty hunter would take quite a few attackers with him. "What's going on?" A familiar strong alto bellowed from the back of one of the packs. Lando let out a gasp of relief. "Boba Fett, in the name of all the hells of Barab, what are you doing here?" "Collecting a bounty," the hunter replied. "No quarrel with you, Captain Renthal. I'll take my bounty and a shuttle, and go." Lando filled his lungs, shouted, "Dree! It's me, Lando. Hey, am I glad to see." Lando's breath went out in a whoosh as the bounty hunter took one fast step backward and the butt of Fett's blaster rifle connected with his solar plexus. The gambler doubled over, wheezing. Slowly, the ranks of pirates parted, and Dree Renthal, pirate captain and Lando's former girlfriend, emerged. She was a big, squarish woman of about 45, with fashionably striped silver and gold hair, a fair complexion, and the coldest gray eyes Lando had ever seen. Renthal wore her typical wild jumble of clothes: red striped stockings, a purple skirt kilted up on one side, a pink silk shirt and armored vest. Her short, spiky hair was half hidden by an outrageous beret with a long, trailing orange feather. Lando tried painfully to straighten up. He wanted to wave, but of course his arms were bound. Besides, Boba Fett would probably blast him for his temerity. Renthal surveyed them, and said, "Lando, you never told me you had a bounty on your head." Actually, Lando knew of several bounties on his head, in the centrality, but this was Imperial space. "No bounty, Dree," he called, his voice harsh and breathless. "I was just in the wrong place, at the wrong time." Renthal looked back at the bounty hunter. "Fett, that true? No bounty on Calrissian?" "I have an old score with Calrissian, but it is personal." Dree Renthal considered for a long moment. "In that case, Fett, you ought to be willing to let him go. Lando's kind of special to me. I might lose a little sleep if I let you take him. Tell you what, let him go, and I'll let you have the shuttle, free and clear." Boba Fett nodded. "Very well." Without turning his head, he said, "Calrissian, go. We will meet again, someday." Lando felt Bria move away from him, giving him room to edge around her and leave. The gambler wanted more than anything to head for safety, Dree and her mob of cutthroats, but instead, he heard his own voice saying, "No. Dree, I can't go without Lady Laval. You can't let Fett take her." Boba Fett wasn't often taken aback, but he heard Lando Calrissian's words with surprise, almost astonishment. He never figured Calrissian for anything more than a dandified coward. The bounty hunter glanced at the gambler, wondering if Calrissian was just blowing Tubana gas, making an empty statement, but he could tell from the man's set expression that he meant it. He wouldn't go without Bria. Fett's gaze returned to Dree Renthal. How much did she care for Calrissian? It was obvious that the gambler was an old lover. But Renthal was a practical woman. One did not rise to the leadership of one of the largest pirate and mercenary fleets without being both pragmatic and ruthless. Perhaps Renthal would just cut Calrissian loose for his foolish stand, and over another woman yet. Renthal locked gazes with Calrissian and sighed. "Lando, honey, you're cute and a good dancer, but you're pushing me, here. Why should I give a Regnuf's patootie about this floozy? She your current girlfriend?" "No," Calrissian said. "There's nothing between us, Dree. But Bria here is Han Solo's girlfriend. He risked his life to save your Y-Wings and Renthal's fist from being blasted by Peacekeeper during the Battle of Nar Shaddaa. Seems to me you owe him." Again Fett was surprised. Bria Thurin and Han Solo? That was obviously in the far past, since Fett had been monitoring her actions for over a year, and she'd had no contact with Solo. Renthal blinked. "Bria? Her name is Bria? Like Solo's ship? This is that Bria?" Calrissian nodded. "Yes. She's that Bria." Dree Renthal grimaced and swore. "Lando, you just love to make my life complicated, don't you? I'm gonna take this out of your hide, baby." "Okay, you're right, a debt is a debt." Reaching beneath her armored vest, she pulled out a heavy pouch. "Jewelry and credit vouchers, Fett," she said. "Should be over 50,000 credits worth in here." Let 'em both go, and you can have your shuttle. I don't want to fight, but I'm not letting you leave with them. Boba Fett surveyed the assembled ranks of pirates, assessing his chances for fighting his way out. There were 32 pirates, hardly good odds. Boba Fett's armor would protect him, possibly enough to allow him to escape, but Bria Thern was wearing a strapless evening gown. She was certain to be hurt, perhaps killed, in any firefight. And her bounty called for a live, unharmed delivery. Boba Fett looked at the heavily armed pirates, then at Bria Thern, and experienced a tiny flare of something that he recognized, with dismay, as relief. Bria Thern would not die today, or tomorrow, in agony, while the depraved high priest of Ilesia rubbed his tiny hands and chortled with glee. Fett took a deep breath. The bounty on her is 100,000, he said. Who? Renthal looked over at Bria. Honey, what in the name of Kashyyyk's night demons have you been doing? All right, Fett, you bloodsucker. Turning to her crew, she opened the pouch and held it out. Come on, gentles. I'm collecting 50% of my share of the queen right now. Put it here. It was a measure of Renthal's reputation that there was scarcely any grumbling. Pirates dug into their pockets, their pouches, and soon Renthal's pouch was bulging. Turning, she tossed it to the bounty hunter. Fett caught it, weighing it, then surrendered to the inevitable. Renthal's ransom for Bria Thern was indeed a handsome one. The bounty hunter inclined his head to Lando, and said, Some other time, Calrissian. The gambler's teeth flashed in a fierce grin. I'll look forward to it. Then Boba Fett nodded to Bria. Later, my lady. She drew herself up, and the bounty hunter had to admire her composure. I hope not. I'll be watching my back. Boba Fett turned to Renthal and said, The shuttle deck is that way. Right, the pirate captain said. Gentles, let's give Master Fett here a nice unobstructed passage to that shuttle deck. We don't want any trouble with him, now do we? Respectfully, they parted, leaving the bounty hunter a wide aisle. With grave dignity, Boba Fett walked between the ranks of pirates. The pirates on the shuttle deck also gave him a wide berth. Selecting a ship, Boba Fett climbed in, checked the controls, signaled for departure, and watched the entrance to the ship's docking facility clear. Moments later, the bounty hunter was streaking through the blackness of space. Alone. Bria's head spun at the sudden turn of events. One moment she was giving herself up for dead, and the next she was safe aboard the Pirate Queen's flagship, Renthal's Vigilance. The Vigilance was a huge vessel, twice the size of Bria's Marauder corvette. Dree Renthal had salvaged the Imperial Carrack light cruiser following the Battle of Nar Shaddaa. With her Corellian corvette, Renthal's Fist, and her squadrons of Y-Wings, the pirate captain's fleet was indeed impressive. The minute I knew it was pirates boarding us, I knew it had to be Dree's gang, Lando told her, as several pirates shuttled them over to the flagship, while Renthal finished her boarding operation on the Queen. I've seen her pull that trick with the asteroid's gravity shadow before. Only Dree would have had the firepower to tackle something as big as the Queen. Bria looked at the gambler. Lando, I'm very grateful to you. You stood up for me, and you didn't have to. That took real guts. Lando smiled charmingly. What else could I do? You're far too lovely to let Boba Fett have you. Bria laughed. It wasn't Boba Fett I was worried about, actually. It was the people who wanted me. They're a nasty bunch. Compared to them, Boba Fett is a gentleman and a scholar. She sobered, then jerked a thumb back at the Queen of Empire's approximate location. What will happen to the passengers? Is Renthal? She hesitated. A slaver? Lando shook his head. Dree? No. She's in it for the quick credits. Slavery is too much work for her. She'll take the valuables, loot the ship, and maybe take a few prisoners for ransom. Once the ransom is paid, she returns them unharmed. Dree is a businessperson. She's ruthless when the situation warrants, don't get me wrong, but she's not a slaver. She eyed him, and Lando reached over and took her hand. Trust me, Lady Bria. I wouldn't lie to you. Bria nodded, then visibly relaxed. I do trust you, Lando, she said. How could I not after you stood up to Boba Fett for me? I couldn't believe you did that. Lando shook his head, smiling wryly. Sometimes I surprise even myself. And Dree Renhal will take us to Nar Shaddaa? Oh, yes, Lando said. Your booking's at the Chance Castle, right? She hesitated, gave him a sidelong look, then said, Well, actually, that's not what I'm worried about. I'm taking a shuttle from Nar Shaddaa to Nal Hutta. I need to keep a very important appointment. Lando raised his eyebrows. What in the galaxy is a lovely lady like you doing going to visit a bunch of smelly gangsters like the Hutts? She smiled wryly. Well? Lando waited, and when she didn't say any more, prompted. Bria, you really can trust me. I want to be your friend. She took a deep breath. I have an appointment to talk to Jiliak the Hutt. It took me a while to get him to agree to see me, but finally he did. I have a business proposition to offer him. Lando frowned. Then you'll have to take a shuttle to Nal Hutta. Jiliak became a mommy Hutt last year, and she hasn't been on Nar Shaddaa since, I think. Bria nodded. I'll go wherever it takes, talk to whoever I have to. She glanced up at Lando. I understand that Han lives on Nar Shaddaa? She couldn't conceal the note of hope in her voice. Lando shook his head, his gaze sympathetic. You're too late, I'm afraid. Han lit out for the corporate sector nearly a year ago, and hasn't been seen since. I don't know if he'll be back or not. Bria bit her lip. Oh. After a second, she looked back up, nodded. Well, that's the way things go. I'm not sure he'd want to see me anyway. Lando smiled again. I can't imagine any man not wanting to see you. He was a fool to let you get away, if you asked me. Bria chuckled wryly. Han wouldn't agree with you, I'm sure. Just then, their shuttle landed in the Vigilance's docking bay. Gathering up her skirts, Bria rose from her seat. Lando gravely offered her his arm to escort her down the gangplank. By the way, he said, how in the galaxy did you manage to get such a bounty placed on your pretty head? She shook her head. Lando, it's a very, very long story. He nodded. Doubtless, but since it will take Dree a couple of hours to finish with the Queen, we've got nothing but time. Well, I'm not free to tell you much. She hesitated. He smiled. Why am I not surprised? Tell you what. I'll find a bottle, and you can tell me the unclassified parts. Deal? She laughed. Deal. Interlude 2, somewhere between the corporate sector and the Taiyan hegemony. Han Solo awoke slowly, easing gritty eyes open against daylight's painful onslaught. His head pounded like a misfiring thruster, and his mouth tasted like banda fodder. He groaned and rolled over on his stomach, shielding his eyes from the hideous glare of the sunlight. Minutes later, he managed to sit up, holding his head and wondering what in the galaxy had induced him to throw that party last night. One in a long series of parties. He had a dim recollection that it had been fun, lots of fun. Groggily he fumbled for his backpack and found a commercial headache remedy, swallowed it dry. He settled back onto the bed and held still for several minutes, eyes closed, until it began to take effect and the headache eased off. Opening his eyes fully, he looked around the dimly lit room, seeing clear evidence in the scattered food, bottles, and other disorder that it had indeed been a wild party. What was that girl's name? He couldn't remember. But they'd obviously had a very good time. Han had been living high for weeks now, off the credits he'd gotten from the Authority Espo's ship's purser. Dimly, he realized that his stash of credits was considerably less than it had been several weeks ago, when he'd said goodbye to Fiala. He thought about her, wishing she was still with him. But when he prepared to leave corporate sector space, she'd booked passage home, saying that she had to get back to work, to the promotion she was sure she'd merit, for tracing down that slaver ring. Since then, Han and Chewie had made planetfall on at least 5 different worlds. Han looked blearily at the sunlight that showed beneath the curtain in the hotel room. It had a slight orange tint against the white drape. What world is this, anyhow? For the life of him, he couldn't remember. Rising, he headed for the fresher. His headache was under control now, and he was beginning to feel hungry. Stepping into the shower, he let the hot water pummel him and leaned against the tiled wall. For a moment he found himself thinking about home, wondering how everyone was doing. Maybe it was time to head back to Nar Shaddaa, while he still had some credits left. Thoughts of his friends filled his mind. Jarek, Mako, and Lando, of course. How was Lando doing these days? Had he ever found a ship to replace the Falcon? And what about Bria? Han sighed. Maybe, when he got back to Imperial space, he'd try looking up Bria. Yeah, right, he thought. That should be real easy. Just find the secret HQ of the Corellian Resistance and walk right in, demand to see your old girlfriend, probably get a blaster bolt right between your eyes solo. Feeling slightly better, Han shut the water off and went to get dressed. He decided to get some food, then head back for the Falcon and Chewie. Time to leave this blasted world, whatever world this was. Jabba lounged beside his aunt in her private audience chamber on Nal Hutta, watching and listening as Bria then made her appeal to TRILOGY. The woman spoke well, he had to admit, for a human. Almighty Jiliak. Bria spread her hands before her. Just think what an opportunity this is for your clan. If TRILOGY will just finance our group in terms of ammunition and fuel, the Corellian Resistance will make sure that Elysia is no longer a thorn in your side. Wouldn't it be worth it, to see Besaidii brought low? And for such a modest outlay. We provide the troops, the weapons, the ships. But you will take the spice stored in the warehouses, Jiliak said in Huttese. Jabba and Jiliak's protocol droid, K8LR, promptly translated the Hutt leader's words. Jiliak's repulsor sled bobbed slightly as she shifted her weight forward to regard the rebel commander intently. All we would gain could only be measured in negative terms. Now if we were to profit from this. Bria then shook her head. If we take the risks, we get the spice, Your Excellency. Running a resistance is expensive. We can't just wipe out your enemies for you and gain nothing for ourselves. Privately, Jabba agreed with her. Why was Jiliak being so stubborn? Jabba spoke up for the first time, in Basic, which he could speak, but rarely chose to. Let me make sure I understand what you are offering, and what you wish from us, Commander. Bria turned to him, bowed slightly. Certainly, Your Excellency. 1. Jabba began ticking points off on his fingers. TRILOGY will provide you funding to purchase ammunition and fuel for an assault on Elysia. 2. TRILOGY will arrange to eliminate the Tlaanda Till priests before the attack, correct? Yes, Your Excellency, Bria said. Why do you need us for that? Jiliak demanded haughtily. If your group is such an efficient military force, then you should be able to handle a few puny Tlandil. Because we stand a much better chance of being able to control the pilgrims if the priests are already dead, Bria then replied. It shouldn't be too difficult for a Khajidik of your resources to arrange. After all, there aren't more than 30 priests on the whole planet, or so our intelligence indicates. Only about 3 per colony, in most cases. Another thing, we don't want our troops having to deal with fighting off the Tlandil's empathic vibes. We want them to be able to concentrate on fighting. I understand, Jabba said. 3. In return for our funding and our promise to eliminate the priests, your groups will land and destroy the Besadii enterprise. Blow up the factories, make sure there is nothing left for Besadii to use in rebuilding. That's right, Your Excellency, the rebel commander said. The risk is ours. Of course, we'll also take the pilgrims and the warehoused spice. I understand, Jabba said. Your offer merits consideration, Commander. No! Jiliak snorted disgustedly and waved dismissal. Girl, we have heard enough. Thank you, but... Aunt? Jabba said loudly, then lowered his voice when Jiliak broke off and turned to regard him in surprise. He continued in Huttese. May I speak with you privately? Jiliak huffed slightly, then nodded. Very well, nephew. When the Thurn woman had been escorted outside the chamber by K8LR and asked to wait for their decision, Jabba said, And this is an offer too good to refuse. If we had to hire mercenary forces to eliminate the Ilesian enterprise, it would cost us many times what we'd have to pay to fund these rebels. It would cost. He ran quick figures in his head. At least 5 times as much. We should accept. Jiliak regarded her nephew with scorn. Jabba, haven't I taught you better than this? I told you, Desaligic must never support either faction in a war. You want us to join the resistance? That policy can only lead to disaster. Jabba had to take a deep breath and silently recite the Hutt alphabet before he could respond. And I am by no means suggesting that we should ally ourselves with these rebels. But we can and should make use of them to further our own ends. This human female and her rebellion are a gift from fate. Bria then is the perfect leader for this raid. Why? Jiliak blinked at her nephew. Jabba let out his breath in a quick huff of exasperation. Think, Aunt! Who were the 2 humans who escaped from Ilesia after killing Zawal all those years ago? Remember, I investigated the matter after Han Solo came to work for us. Jiliak frowned. No. Well, I did. Han Solo escaped Ilesia in a stolen ship, with much of Taroen's treasure in its hold, and the High Priest's pet slave. Her name was Briatherin, Aunt. This same woman. She has a personal grudge against Ilesia. She will stop at nothing to shut the Besadii slaving world down. Jiliak was still frowning. So what if she has a personal score to settle? How can that benefit us, nephew? Nothing could suit Desaligic's needs better than the destruction of those accursed spice factories. Think of it. Besadii, humbled and impoverished. This is a bargain. Jiliak rocked back and forth on her massive belly, staring goggle-eyed into space as if trying to picture in her mind's eye how it would work. No, she said finally. It is a bad plan. It is a good plan, Aunt, Jabba insisted, and with a little refinement can be made to work. After a pause, he added, With all due respect, Jiliak, I don't believe that you have thought the matter through. Oh? Jiliak reared back until she towered over her relative. Nephew, your judgment is flawed. I have been very careful, over the years, not to compare you with your reckless parent, who nearly bankrupted TRILOGY with his grand schemes, then was foolish enough to wind up on that mudball prison planet, Kip. However, Jabba didn't like being reminded of Zorba and his profligate ways. "Aunt, I am nothing like my parent, and you know it. I respectfully submit that you have grown soft, and your analysis weak. We must deal with Besaidii soon or, most assuredly, we will be ruined. What are your specific objections?" Jiliak rumbled, and a bit of green phlegm appeared at the corner of her slack mouth. "Too risky, too many uncertainties. Humans are not intelligent enough to be able to accurately predict their behavior. They're just as apt to take our credits, then betray us to Besaidii. These rebels are too committed to their cause," Jabba said. "You are right, you don't understand humans, Aunt. Commander Theron's group is just dedicated enough and stupid enough to risk themselves over those wretched slaves. Humans are like that. Especially this human. And I suppose you understand them?" Jiliak snorted. "Where do these masterful insights of yours spring from, nephew? From watching them cavort around scantily clothed?" Jabba was really getting angry now. "I do understand them. And I understand that this offer is not one to toss aside. So you would have us arrange to kill some 30 Tlandil for the Corellian resistance," Jiliak said. "What if that was ever discovered here on Nal Huta? The Tlandil here would raise such an outcry. They are our cousins, nephew. Humans are nothing." Jabba hadn't thought of that. He remained silent, mulling her objection over. "I still think it could be arranged," he said. "We've gotten away with multiple assassinations before, after all. Besides," Jiliak said sulkily, "I don't want the Elysian Enterprise destroyed. I want to take it over. What good will it do us to best Besaidii if the spice factories are destroyed?" "We could build other factories," Jabba said. "Anything would be better than having Besaidii warehousing that spice and driving the prices up and up." Jiliak shook her head. "I am the clan leader, and my decision is no. That is the end of it, nephew." Jabba tried to expostulate further, but she waved him to silence, and with a bellow, summoned K8LR and the rebel commander. The droid quickly shepherded the young woman back into the room, solicitously commenting on her bravery the whole time. Jiliak shot an exasperated glance at Jabba, and harumphed loudly. "Girl, as I was saying before, when I was interrupted." She glanced at Jabba meaningfully. "We appreciate your offer, but our answer is no. TRILOGY cannot risk allying with the Resistance in this matter." Bria Theron's features betrayed her disappointment, Jabba noted. She sighed, then squared her shoulders. "Very well, Your Excellency." She reached into the pocket of her fatigues and took something out. "If you should ever change your mind, you can reach me." Jiliak waved aside the proffered datacard, then glared at her nephew as he reached for it. Jabba gazed at Bria, holding the datacard. "I will keep this," he said. "Farewell, Commander." "Thank you for the audience, Your Excellencies," she said, and bowed deeply. Jabba watched her as she walked away, and found himself thinking that she'd look magnificent in a dancing girl's costume. All that reddish hair spilling down over her bare shoulders. Nicely muscled shoulders. This human was fit, exquisitely so, and her height was impressive. What a dancing girl she'd make. Jabba sighed. "Jabba," his aunt said, "I did not appreciate the way you appeared to disrespect my decision just now. Never forget that we TRILOGY must always present a united front when conducting business with inferior species." Jabba did not trust himself to speak. He was still bitterly angry over his aunt's refusal to see what a great opportunity Briathern had offered them. "If I were the leader of TRILOGY," he thought, I won't have to listen to her paranoid conservatism. Sometimes you have to take chances to make large gains. Motherhood has made her stupid and weak. It was only then that Jabba realized, for the first time, that if Jiliak were out of the picture, that he, Jabba Desaligic Tour, would be Desaligic's next leader. He would have to answer to no one. Jabba lay there, his tail twitching thoughtfully, then glanced sideways at his aunt. Suddenly her belly rippled, and her baby slithered out. "Mama's precious!" she exclaimed. "Jabba, look! Getting bigger every day!" She cooed at her baby. Jabba grimaced, belched, and then wriggled rapidly out of the room, unable to stand the sight of either of them for 1 second longer. Bria then picked up her glass of wine, sipped it slowly, appreciatively, then smiled at her escort. "That's wonderful. Thank you so much, Lando. You don't know how long it's been since I had an evening where I could just relax." Lando Calrissian nodded. Bria had returned to Nar Shaddaa aboard the shuttle from Nal Hutta today, following what she'd said was a disappointing interview with the Desaligic leader. To cheer her up, the gambler had promised to take her out for a Nerf Tenderloin dinner at one of the Smuggler's Moon's finest hotel casinos, the Chance Castle. Bria was wearing a softly draped gown of turquoise that matched her eyes, and Lando was wearing his black and scarlet outfit. For old time's sake. "How long?" Lando asked, twirling his own wineglass slowly in his fingers. "Well, I imagine being a rebel commando leader is fairly time-consuming. Almost as time-consuming as being the mistress of a sector moth." Her eyes widened, then narrowed. "How did you find that out?" "I never told you. Nar Shaddaa is the criminal nexus of the galaxy," Lando said. "An information broker owed me a favor, and I called it in." "Commander Briatharan, right?" Her lips tightened, and she nodded curtly. "Hey," Lando said, reaching out to touch the back of her hand gently. "Didn't I tell you you can trust me?" "You can. I have no love for the Empire. If I weren't such an arrant coward, I'd join the rebels myself. I know lots of secrets, and I'm good at keeping them." She smiled faintly. "Whatever you aren't a coward, Lando." Nobody who stood up to Boba Fett like that could be called cowardly. "You should think about joining the Resistance. You're a good pilot, you can think on your feet, and you're smart. You'd be an officer in no time." She hesitated, then added more seriously. "And about Moff Sarn's child, all I can say is that appearances can be deceiving. I was on assignment for the Resistance, but I was nothing more than a social hostess and aide for him, though he wanted everyone to think otherwise." "But you were also spying on him. Gathering intelligence is a nicer term." He chuckled. "So where will you go tomorrow, after you leave Nar Shaddaa?" "I'll head back to my squadron, and my next assignment, whatever that may be. I'm missing 2 of my senior officers now, plus an excellent combat trooper." Her expression darkened. "Fett killed them with no more thought or caring than you or I would step on an insect. That's why he's the most feared bounty hunter in the galaxy," Lando pointed out. "Yes." She took another sip of wine. "He's like a one-man army. Too bad he's loyal to the Empire. I could certainly use him in combat." Lando looked at her. "It means everything to you, doesn't it? Defeating the Empire?" She nodded. "It's my life," she said simply. "I would give anything I have, or am, to further that dream." Lando picked up a piece of flatbread, drizzled Kashyyykian forest honey on it, and took a bite. "But you've already devoted years to that goal. When does Briatharan get a chance to have a life of her own? When do you just say enough? Don't you want to have a home, a family someday?" She smiled sadly. The last person to ask me that question was Han. Really? When the two of you were on Ilesia? That was a long time ago. Yes, she said. It's been wonderful to be able to talk to you, find out what he's been doing. Do you know, Lando, in just a few months it will be 10 years to the day since we first met. I can hardly believe it. Where did the time go? Where time always goes, Lando said. There's a giant black hole in the center of the galaxy, and it just sucks it right up. She shrugged and smiled wryly. That explanation works for me. I'll have to remember that. Lando poured her some more wine. Anyway, you didn't answer my question. When are you going to have a life for Bria? Her blue-green eyes were very intent as they met his across the table. When the Empire is defeated, and Palpatine is dead, then I'll think about settling down. I would love to have a child, someday. She smiled. I think I still remember how to cook and do domestic things. My mother certainly spent enough time trying to turn me into appropriate wife material, and that included plenty of instruction in womanly duties. Lando grinned. I suppose she wouldn't much like your current rebel image. Dressed in combat fatigues, armed to the teeth. She laughed wryly and rolled her eyes. Poor mother! It's a good thing she can't see me, she'd keel over in utter horror. Just then the server brought their steaks, and both dug in with appreciation. Lando, this is so wonderful, Bria said. This beats military chow 6 ways from sundown. Lando smiled. Just one more reason I couldn't join the rebellion, he said. I have a penchant for fine cuisine. I don't think I could stand a steady diet of rations. She nodded. But you'd be surprised what you can get used to, with enough practice. I don't want to find out, Lando said lightly. How could I give all this up? He waved a hand at the elegant restaurant, and beyond it, the glittery clamor of the gaming tables. She nodded. I have to admit, I have a hard time imagining you in a rebel uniform. At least not without extensive retailoring, Lando said, and they both laughed. Have you ever been in combat? She asked him, on a more serious note. Oh, sure, Lando said. I'm a decent gunner as well as a better-than-average pilot these days. I've seen action here and there. And of course, there was the Battle of Nar Shaddaa. Han, Sala and I were in the thick of it. Tell me about that, she said. It just amazes me that smugglers, as independent and hard-headed as most of the ones I've known are, could band together like that to beat the Imperial fleet. Always pleased to talk about himself and his escapades to an admiring audience, Lando launched into a fairly detailed narrative of how the smugglers had joined forces with Dree Rental's pirate fleet to destroy many Imperial fighters and several big capital ships. Bria listened with grave and knowledgeable attention, asking strategic or tactical questions every so often to encourage the gambler in his story. Finally, when Lando was finished, and they'd ordered dessert, Bria sat back as the server cleared their plates away. What a story! She said. I'm really impressed by the smugglers' daring and expertise. They are all marvelous pilots, aren't they? You have to be good to stay ahead of the Imp customs ships, Lando replied. Smugglers can handle just about anything. They fly through asteroid fields, play tag with nebulas and space storms, and they can land on anything. Nothing phases a good smuggler. I've seen them land ships while fighting uneven gravity fields on asteroids barely bigger than their vessels. Gravity shifts, atmospheric turbulence, sandstorms, blizzards, typhoons, you name it, they know how to handle it. Bria was looking at him intently. Of course. Smugglers would naturally be the most experienced pilots in the galaxy. But they're also good fighters. Lando waved a hand. Oh, they have to be that too, with the imps apt to pop out and start blasting at any moment. Of course, during the Battle of Nar Shaddaa they were fighting to protect their homes and property, else most of them would have demanded payment for their services. She blinked, as though a sudden idea had occurred to her. You mean, you think the smugglers would lure themselves out for a military action? Lando shrugged. Why not? Most smugglers are just like privateers. If there's a decent profit in it, most of them would dare just about anything. She tapped her bottom lip with a manicured nail as she thought. Lando suddenly looked at her hand intently. Hey, he said, leaning forward to take her hand in both of his and examine it gently. What happened, Bria? She drew a deep breath. These old scars? A souvenir of working in the Ilesian spice factories. I usually cover them with cosmetics for social occasions, but I lost everything aboard the Queen, remember? Dree promised me you'd get your stuff back, Lando said. I told her your cabin number. He looked embarrassed. I feel terrible for mentioning them. I care about you. It's painful to see them, and know how much you were hurt on that world. She patted his hand. I know. You're sweet to be concerned, Lando. But I'm not the one you should be concerned about. People are dying every day on Ilesia. Good people. People who deserve better than a life of unending toil, malnutrition, and cruel deception. He nodded. Han talked to me about it once. He feels the same way, but there's not much we can do about it, is there? She gave him a fierce look. Yes, there is, Lando. And while there's breath in my body, I'm not going to give up on those people. Someday, I'm going to shut that hell world down for good. Bria grinned suddenly, recklessly, and at that moment, she reminded Lando very much of his absent friend. As Han would say, trust me. Lando chuckled. I was just thinking that you remind me of him at times. Han was an important role model for me, she said. He taught me so much. How to be strong, and brave and independent. You wouldn't believe what a spineless little crybaby I used to be. Lando shook his head. I don't believe it. She was looking down at her scars. They crisscrossed her hands and forearms in thin, white lines, like glow spider webs against the tanned skin. It used to hurt Han to look at them, too, she murmured. Lando studied her for a long moment. He's the only one, isn't he? He said finally. You still love him. She drew a long breath, then looked up at him, her expression very serious. He's the only one, she said steadily. Lando's eyes widened slightly. You mean the only one? Ever? She nodded. Oh, I've had a couple of offers. But my life is the resistance. And, she shrugged, frankly, after Han, other men seem sort of bland. Lando chuckled ruefully, realizing that, despite his best efforts and his fondest wishes, Bria's heart was with Han, and there it was likely to stay. Well, at least when he comes back from the corporate sector, I won't have earned myself a punch in the nose for stealing you away, he said. I have to try and look on the bright side, I suppose. She looked at him and smiled, then lifted her wineglass. I propose a toast, she said. To the man I love. Han Solo. Lando lifted his, clinked it against hers. To Han, he agreed. The luckiest guy in the galaxy. Interlude 3, Kashyyyk on the way back from the corporate sector. Han Solo stood in the middle of Malatobuck's living room, in her home on Kashyyyk, watching his best friend tenderly cradle his infant son. They'd landed on Chewie's homeworld just an hour ago, on their way back from the corporate sector. The Falcon was safely docked in the secret Rashalim docking bay. This time, for Han's benefit, the Wookiees provided a series of vine ladders for the Corellian to make the ascent through the Rasher trees. Knowing now what a Kalar was, the Corellian had flatly refused to climb into one. The moment that they'd landed, Han had noticed something odd. All of the Wookiees they met kept giving Chewie amused sidelong glances and nudging each other. Chewbacca had seemed oblivious to the byplay, however, so eager was he to see his lovely wife. After all, the Wookiee hadn't seen Mulla in nearly a year. And then, when they'd walked into Mulla's house, there she stood, holding a small bundle wrapped in a blanket in her arms. Chewbacca had stood frozen in the doorway, a look of incredulous joy dawning on his furry visage. Han had slapped his friend on the back with almost Wookiee force. "Hey, congratulations, Chewie! You're a dad!" After a few minutes to admire the baby, whom even Han had to admit was awfully cute, Han wandered into Mulla's kitchen to give Chewie some time alone with his family. He dug around in the refrigeration unit and found some odds and ends of things to munch on, pleased that Mulla had told him to make himself at home. As he sat there, listening to Chewie and Mulla discuss names for their son in the next room, Han's thoughts wandered back to the corporate sector and the Taiyan hegemony, and all the adventures he'd had there. He wasn't coming home rich, that was for sure, but he hadn't done too badly, he decided. And he'd certainly met a host of memorable individuals, some good, most not. Of course there had been the lovely ladies. Jessa, Fiala, and Hasty. Han smiled, remembering. And then there had been the bad guys. The ones who had tried to stiff him out of credits, or, worse, tried to snuff him like a candle. Quite a host of them. Pluto for one, Herkin, Zlarb, Mag, Spray, and Galandra. That was one tough fellow, Galandro. Be fun to watch him in a free-for-all against Boba Fett, weapons being equal. Galandro could probably outdraw the bounty hunter, but Fett's armor would give him some protection. Han couldn't decide which of them would win. And speculation was moot, after all, since Galandro had been reduced to a pile of charred meat and bone back on Delalt, in Zim's treasure vaults. It had been fun running into Roa and Badur. He'd have to remember to tell Mako that Badur had sent his greetings. Han was surprised to realize that he actually missed Bolux and Blue Max. He'd never realized droids could have so much personality. He hoped that SKYNX was treating them both okay. The Corellian fingered the newly healed knife wound on his chin. He'd never had time to get it properly treated, and it had healed with a noticeable scar. He wondered whether he should get it removed. Wasn't it Lando who always insisted that women couldn't resist a rogue? That's why the gambler had grown his mustache, claiming it gave him a rakish, piratical air. Han decided to keep the scar for now. After all, it was a conversation piece, or could be. He pictured himself in some of his favorite haunts on Nar Shaddaa, telling the story to some lovely, fascinated lady. Next stop, Nar Shaddaa, Han thought. Wonder if Jabba missed me? Away with you! Durga Bisadiai Tai rolled his bulbous eyes and motioned the small Ubis chime player to vacate his throne room. Enough! The high-pitched, chaotic notes were pleasant, but did nothing to help him work up the fortitude necessary to do what he had to do. Month after frustrating month, hour after inconclusive hour, nothing he had done had brought him any closer to a definitive answer about who had arranged the murder of his beloved parent. Durga had run into a wall as blank as the metal partitions that he now activated to drop from the ceiling and seal off the room from potential eavesdroppers. Tapping his comm unit, Durga grimly activated its privacy field, too. He didn't want anyone to know what he was about to do. Zir, Osman, his majordomo, no one. After all his work, all his searching, Durga had been unable to establish even a tenuous link between Uruk's death and either Taroenza or Desiligic, nor was there any evidence to establish collusion between them. It was time. The sour churning in his gut grew stronger, and he wriggled a bit to ease the pressure. His tail jerked and twitched, the hut equivalent of nervous pacing. I can manage to keep my head out of the noose if I'm just careful enough, he told himself. Even so, the price will be very, very dear. But I can stand the uncertainty no longer. The privacy field was established, and the walls around him were secure. Durga ran one final security scan, and turned up no possibility of surveillance, or a leak. Activating the comm system, the hut lord routed the signal through the most secure channel. Perhaps Xyzer will not be there, he thought, almost hoping. But it was not to be so simple. The hut was routed from one subordinate to another, each more obsequious than the last. Just as Durga was beginning to suspect that this was some kind of runaround, the haze of the transmission coalesced into the translucent figure of the falling prince. Zizor's dusky greenish complexion brightened slightly as he recognized his caller. He smiled affably. Was there a hint of smugness in that smile? Durga told himself not to be paranoid. Now that he'd committed himself to this, the hut lord wanted to get on with it. He bobbed his head at the Black Sun leader and said, "Prize Xyzer, greetings." Xyzer smiled, and his eyes, made even more baleful by the light shining through the image, shifted to contemplate the hut. "Ah, Lord Durga, my dear friend. So many months have passed, over a standard year. Are you well? I was growing worried about you again. To what do I owe the honor of this communication?" Durga steeled himself. "I am fine, Your Highness. But I still have no definitive proof as to the identity of my father's murderer. I have considered your offer of assistance in discovering my father's killer, and would like to accept it now. I wish for you to use your intelligence networks and operatives to either confirm or lay to rest my suspicions." "I see," Xyzer said. "This is most unexpected, Lord Durga. I thought you were under a family obligation to discover the killer's identity yourself?" "I have tried," Durga admitted stiffly, hating how Xyzer was fencing with him. "Your Highness, you offered Black Sun's help once before. Now I would like to accept your offer, if the price is right," Durga added. Xyzer nodded and smiled reassuringly. "Lord Durga, have no fear, I am at your service. I must know who killed Uruk. I will pay your price, within limits." Zizor's smile vanished, and he drew himself up. "Lord Durga, you do me wrong. I want no credits in return, only your friendship." The hut stared at the image, trying to read the real message through the prince's verbal sleight of hand. "Forgive me, Your Highness, but I suspect you want more than that." Xyzer sighed. "Ah, my friend, nothing is ever as simple as we would like, is it? Yes, there is something I would request of you. A simple act of friendship. As head of Clan Besadii, you are privy to the planetary defenses of Nal Huta. I would like a complete rundown of the weapons and shields, with exact strengths and locations." The feline prince smiled, and this time there was more than just the suggestion of a sneer. Durga flinched, then forced himself to control his sudden fear and dismay. Nal Huta's defenses? What could he possibly want them for? Black Sun can't be planning an attack, or could they? Perhaps this was just a test. It seemed unlikely that Xyzer was planning something, but there was no way to know for sure. Durga envisioned the broad, river-carved expanse outside his palace, silvery Nar Shada, a permanent sliver on the distant horizon. Worst-case scenario, Nal Huta was no longer necessary to Besadii. his clan could do without the glorious jewel conquered so long ago. After all, they had the Ilesian system. And as for the rest of the clan, the non-Besadii citizens of Nal Huta, well, they were fast becoming his enemies anyhow. There was that little matter of the official censure, and that million-credit fine. Durga glanced at the likeness of portly old Uruk ensconced in its little niche on his dais, then back at the hollow image. "The information is yours," he said, "but I must know." Xyzer inclined his head. "As soon as it is received, we shall do everything in our power to assist you, Lord Durga. Farewell." Durga inclined his head again, as cordially as he could, then cut the connection. His stomach was in knots. He had a bad feeling about this. Xyzer turned away from his communications console to face Gyuri, a genuine smile tugging at the corners of his well-shaped mouth. "That was much easier than I thought it would be. The wedge has been driven deep now, and Durga and Besadii will soon split off from the other huts. I wonder what it is in Durga's slimy heart that makes him betray his entire species just for a taste of revenge." Gyuri gazed at him, serene as always. "My prince, your patience with these huts is finally gaining results. It is fortuitous that Besadii was censured so strongly by the other Khajidics." "Yes," replied the Faline, steepling his hands and tapping his long fingernails together. "Durga has no love for his fellow huts now, if he ever did. His grief and emotional instability will provide us with the key to hut space. That, and the Desalogic penchant for simple solutions to complex problems. You have the proof that Durga requires, Gyuri, do you not?" The HRD's expression did not change. "Of course, my prince." Citizen Green was most helpful in acquiring it and sidetracking the pathologists at the Forensic Institute. "He is a very competent human." Xyzer nodded, and shook his ponytail off his shoulder. "Wait 200 standard hours, long enough for it to seem as though we have conducted an investigation, then you will deliver the material to Durga personally," he said. "When Durga sees it, he will wish to move immediately against Desalogic. Go with him, Gyuri. Assist him, if necessary, in gaining his revenge on Juliak. But no harm must come to Jabba. Jabba has been useful to me in the past, and I expect him to be useful to me in the future. Teroenza, too, has a part to play in our plans, and should not come to harm. Understood?" "Understood," said Gyuri. "It shall be as you wish, my prince." Moving with lithe, swift strides, she left the room. Xyzer watched her go, admiring her. 9 million credits she had cost him, and worth every desicard. With Gyuri at his side, Xyzer was ready to challenge the huts. Perhaps, some day, he would even challenge the Emperor himself. When Han Solo arrived home from the corporate sector, he was welcomed back with open arms by all and sundry, except Lando and Sala Zend. Lando, he discovered, had gone off for a romantic getaway with Dri Renhal, and wouldn't be back for several days. And as for Sala, Han hadn't really been expecting to take up their relationship where they'd left off, but he also hadn't expected her to completely snub him. He saw her once or twice, at a distance, in Shug's space barn, but the moment she caught sight of him or Chewie, Sala Zend would turn and depart the premises. When he asked about Sala, his friends all assured him that she'd been fine during his absence. Had even been seeing several fellows, though none of the relationships were termed serious. She'd apparently worked with Lando for a while, though there was no evidence that Sala and Lando were ever anything but business partners. Jarek had broken up with his girlfriend, and had returned to his normal self, happy to have his friends back. Even Zizi seemed pleased to have the rightful owners of the apartment back again. When Han heard that Lando had returned, he went right over to his friend's flat to see him. They exchanged handshakes, backslaps and a brief hug, Then Lando stepped back to regard his friend. "You look good," he said. "Need a haircut." "I always need a haircut," Han said dryly. "Comes from spending time with Wookiees. To them, scruffy is a compliment." Lando laughed. "Same old Han. Hey, let's go down to the Golden Orb." "I'm buying." Minutes later, when they were seated at a booth, tall mugs before them, Lando said, "So, tell me, where have you been, and how'd you get that scar, buddy?" Han launched into a shorthand description of his adventures in the corporate sector. Even so, they were working on their third round by the time he finished. Lando shook his head. "Wow, sounds like some of the stuff that happened to me in the Centrality. One bad guy after another. Get a fortune, lose a fortune. So, how's my ship?" Han took a swig of Alderanian ale, then wiped his mouth on his sleeve. "Your ship?" He laughed, enjoying the familiar byplay. "The Falcon has never been better, my friend. She'll make .5 past light speed, now." Lando's dark eyes widened. "You're kidding!" "Nope," Han said. "There's an old guy in the corporate sector who can make a hyperdrive whirl on its axis and give you 2 decicreds change. Doc's a master, all right." "You'll have to take me for a spin," Lando said, impressed. "So, tell me what's been happening with you," Han said. Lando fortified himself with a long drink, then said, "Han, there's something I have to tell you. I ran into Bria a couple of weeks ago." Han sat up straight. "Bria? Bria Thurin? How? Why?" "It's a long story," Lando said, and smiled wickedly. "So get busy and start telling it," Han snapped, his expression darkening. "Man, that is one lovely armful, that lady," Lando said, and sighed. In one swift motion, Han lurched forward and grabbed Lando by the collar of his embroidered shirt. "Whoa!" Lando gasped. "Nothing happened. We just danced, that's all." "Danced?" Han let go and sat back down, looking sheepish. "Oh. Come on, Han, take it easy," Lando said. "You haven't even seen this woman in how many years?" "Sorry, pal, guess I got a little carried away," Han said. "I used to care about her a lot." Lando smiled again, this time cautiously. "Well, she still cares about you." "A lot." "Lando, the story," Han said. "Tell." "Okay," Lando said, and launched into a description of his recent adventures aboard the Queen of Empire. By the time he'd reached the face-off outside the shuttle bay, Han was leaning forward, hanging on his every word. When the gambler finished, Han sat back, shaking his head, sipping his ale. "Some story," he said. "Lando, that makes the second time you've stood up to Fett." "That took guts, pal." Lando shrugged, and for once his demeanor was completely serious. "I don't like bounty hunters," he said. "Never have. I wouldn't turn my worst enemy over to one. To me they're on a par with slavers." Han nodded, then grinned. "Good thing Dree's got a soft spot for you, pal." "The thing that turned the tide there was reminding her that she owed you," Lando pointed out. "Well, I'll have to let her know that I owe her one now," Han said. "I just hope you showed her a good time on that little jaunt you took." "Of course," Lando said. "If it's one thing I know how to do, it's show a lady a good time." "So when did Bria tell you she cared about me?" "The whole time you were with Fett, you were ordered to be quiet," Han said, thinking back over Lando's account. "Oh, I saw her again, here on Nar Shaddaa," Lando said. Han stared at Lando balefully. "Oh, yeah? Yeah, I did, Lando replied. Will you relax, old buddy? I just took her out to dinner. She got turned down by Gilliac and Jabba over some commando raid on Ilesia she wanted them to finance, and she needed some cheering up. Lando sighed. She spent the whole time talking about you. Really depressing. Han felt a grin creep over his face. Yeah? He said, trying to sound casual. She did? Lando mock glared at him. Yes, she did. Zender alone knows why, but she did. I've thought about trying to contact her, Han said. But after seeing her that time in Sarnchild's place, well, I know now she was on assignment for the Resistance. I guess a good agent does whatever she has to do to get information. I asked her about that, Lando said. She told me that even though Child wanted everyone to think she was his mistress, she wasn't. And from what I've heard about that guy, he did indeed have some very odd tastes in partners. Huh? Han said, mulling that one over. You say she talked about me, huh? She still cares? She cares, Lando said. If you'd been a merman on the wall, your head would be even more swelled than it is already. He laughed shortly, and finished off his own drink. I told you, it was depressing, pal. Han smiled. Well, thanks. I owe you one for saving her, Lando. You should look her up, if you can figure how to do it, Lando said. I might, Han said, then sobered. Lando, I'm afraid I got some bad news yesterday. What? It's Mako Spince. Seems he got himself into some kind of confrontation out in the Audiobook system with some Nakoid bandits. They found him, barely alive, and brought him back here. He's in the rehab facility in the Corellian section. Shug told me he's crippled. Won't ever walk again. Lando shook his head, his expression bleak. Oh, hey, that's terrible. I'd rather be dead than crippled, I think. Han nodded grimly. Me too. I was thinking, you want to go see him tomorrow? I ought to. Me and Mako go back a long ways. But I'd rather not go alone, you know? Between the two of us, maybe we could kinda cheer him up some? Lando shrugged. Sounds like a tall order, considering the circumstances, he said. But sure, I'll go with you. Least we can do. Mako's one of us. Thanks. The next day, the two friends went to the rehab center. Han had only rarely been inside one, and found himself extremely ill at ease. After querying the clerical droid at the desk, they were directed to a room. Han and Lando hesitated outside. Lando, I ain't sure I'm up to this, Han confessed in a whisper. I'd rather fly a run with imps on my tail. I feel the same way, Lando agreed. But I think I'd feel worse if I went home without seeing him. Han nodded. Me too. Taking a deep breath, he walked into the room. Mako Spince was lying in a special treatment bed. There was a whiff of Bacta in the air, and the scars on his rugged features were mostly healed, though Han could tell his old friend must have been a mess. The Nakoid bandits weren't known for their kind hearts. Spince's shoulder-length hair was spread out on the white pillow. Last Han had seen him, it had been black mixed with gray. Now it was the color of iron, dull and lank. Mako's pale, ice-colored eyes were closed, but somehow Han knew he was awake. The Corellian hesitated, then plunged ahead. Hey, Mako! He called out breezily. It's me, Han. Back from the corporate sector. Lando's here, too. Mako's pale, cold eyes opened, and he stared at his friends with no expression. He did not speak, though Han knew he could. Mako's right arm was damaged, and he'd lost the use of his legs, but there was nothing wrong with his mind or his voice. "Hey, Mako," Lando said. "It's good to see you alive. Sorry to hear that things got so rugged out there in the Audiobook system. When Lando ran out of words, Han jumped in. Anything was better than the echoing silence. "Yeah, those Nakoid are scum. Well, this is a tough break, all right, but hey, don't you worry about a thing. Me and the others, we took up a collection, you know? Plenty there to get you set up with a repulsor chair. Those things scoot right around. You'll be up and around in no time, they say." Han finally ran out of words, and he turned to Lando, questioning with his eyes. Mako still hadn't moved or spoken. Yeah?" Lando said, trying valiantly to keep up his end. "Listen, Mako, is there anything you need? You just ask, and we'll get it." "Right, Han?" "Sure," Han said. He struggled for something else to say, but words utterly failed him. Mako?" he said. "Hey, buddy." Mako's expressionless face never altered. But slowly, finally, he turned his face away from his friends, and the unspoken message was clear. "Go away." Han sighed, shrugged, then looked at Lando. Quietly, they walked out of the room, leaving Mako Spence alone with his silence. Han got a much better welcome from Jabba the Hutt. He went to see the Desalogic leader in the Khajiit's headquarters on Nar Shaddaa. Jiliak's Nar Shaddaa majordomo, a human woman named Diello, looked up when he walked in and smiled welcomingly. "Captain Solo! Welcome back. Jabba instructed me to bring you in immediately." Since Han was used to being kept waiting when he visited Jabba, this was indeed encouraging news. When Han walked into the huge, bare, audience chamber, he found Jabba alone. The Hutt Lord undulated toward him, his stubby arms spread wide. "Han, my boy! It's wonderful to see you. You were gone too long." For an awful second, Han thought that Jabba actually intended to hug him. The Corellian stepped back hastily, trying not to wrinkle his nose. He'd have to get used to the smell of Hutts all over again. "Hey, Jabba, Your Excellency," he said. "Nice to know I've been missed." "None of that, Your Excellency, now, Han." Jabba boomed, speaking, as usual, in Huttese, which he knew Han understood well. "We're old friends, and no formalities are needed." The Desalogic Lord was practically oozing camaraderie. Han smothered a smile. Business must be hurting, he thought. Nothing like being needed, I guess. "Sure, Jabba," Han said. "So, how's business?" Business has been a bit slow," Jabba said. "Besadia, curse them, is trying to build up a shipping fleet of their own to challenge Desalogic's business. And the Imperials have been, unfortunately, all too active lately. Between the Imperial customs ships and the pirates, the spice business is suffering. Besadia is being their typical pain in the butt, eh?" Jabba's chuckle boomed out in response to Han's witticism, but even to Han's ears, the laughter sounded a bit hollow. "Han, Besadia must be dealt with. I am not sure exactly how." Han gazed at the Hutt Lord. "I heard the Corellian resistance wanted Desalogic to back him in a raid on Ilesia." Jabba didn't seem surprised that Han had his own sources for information. The massive head nodded. "We were approached by an acquaintance of yours, Briathern." "I haven't seen her in 10 years, Han said. "I understand she's a rebel leader now." "She is," Jabba affirmed. "And I was very interested in her proposition. However, since my aunt refused to back the Corellian resistance, I am looking for alternatives to bring down Besadia. We must do something." They are stockpiling the best spice, holding it back to drive up prices. Our sources indicate that their warehouses are crammed, and they are building new ones to hold the overflow. Han shook his head. That ain't good. And Jiliak? How's she doing? And the baby? Jabba grimaced. My aunt is well. Her baby is healthy. Why the sour expression, then? Han asked. Her attention to motherhood is admirable, I suppose, Han, Jabba said, but it has meant a greatly increased workload for me. My business interests on Tatooine are being neglected, and it is difficult to keep up with all of Desilogic's concerns. The Hutt Lord sighed. Han, it is getting harder and harder these days to find the time to get everything done. Yeah, I know what that's like, Jabba, Han said. He shifted restlessly from foot to foot. The Hutt, who was in an unusually perceptive mood, noticed the Corellian's restiveness. What is it, Han? Han shrugged. I'm okay. Sometimes I wish you had a human-style chair in this audience chamber, though. Having a conversation standing up the whole time is hard on my feet. He hesitated. Mind if I just park my rear on the floor while we chat? Ho ho! Jabba chuckled. I have often thought that feet must be inconvenient things to depend on, Han my boy. I can do better than the floor. Turning with far more flexibility than Han would have given him credit for, Jabba curled his tail forward and patted it invitingly. Here. Sit, lad. Han, recognizing that Jabba was doing him a great honor, silently told his protesting nose to shut up. He walked over and sat down on the Hutt's tail just as he would have a tree trunk. He smiled, though the reek was awful, this close. My feet thank you, Jabba, he said. The Hutt's laughter at such close quarters was enough to rattle Han's eardrums. Ho ho ho! Han, you amuse me almost as much as one of my dancing girls. Thanks, Han managed, wondering how soon he could decently get up and leave. Jabba was curled around so he could speak to Han nearly face to face. So, said Han, what did you think of Commander Thurn? For a human, she seems quite intelligent and competent, Jabba said. Jiliak declined her proposition, but I found it of interest. As I said, I haven't seen her in years, Han said. How'd she look? Jabba chortled, licking his lips. I would hire her to dance for me any day, my boy. Han grimaced, but was careful not to let Jabba see. Yeah, well, she might have something to say about that. You don't get to be a commander just on good looks. Jabba sobered. I was impressed with her. I believe her proposition may be feasible. What was she proposing, exactly? Han asked. Jabba outlined the basics of the Corellian Resistance's plan. Han shrugged. They need some good pilots to get through that atmosphere, he said. Wonder how Bria's planning to handle that? I do not know, Jabba said. Tell me, Han, approximately how many guards did each Elysian colony have when you were there? Oh, it ranged from maybe 100 to a couple hundred per colony, depending on how many slaves they had working the factories, Han said. Lot of Gamorreans, Jabba. I know you Hutts like them because they're strong and they'll take orders, but let's face it, as a modern fighting force, they're pretty pathetic. Most of the males are too obsessed with using those antique weapons of theirs on each other. Their clan battles spill over into their jobs. The sows are better, smarter, clearer thinking, but they don't hire out as mercs. So you believe that a modern force of rebels would have no trouble capturing those colonies? Han shook his head. It would be a piece of cake, Jabba. The Hutt Lord blinked his bulbous eyes. As usual, Han my boy, you have been valuable to me. I have a load of spice that is ready to ship. Are you and your ship ready to go back to work? Han, recognizing the implicit dismissal, stood up. He could feel the oily residue from Jabba's skin on the seat of his pants. Great, I suppose I'll have to write this pair off, he thought. I'll never get this stink out of him. Sure we are, he said. Chewie and me are ready. The Falcon is faster than ever. Good, good, my boy, Jabba boomed. I'll have someone contact you about the pickup this evening. Han, good to have you back. Han smiled. Jabba, it's good to be back. Kibik the Hutt stared at his cousin's hollow image in consternation. What do you mean the Tlandil have brought their mates here? He asked. Nobody told me. Durga, leader of Besaidii clan, glared. Kibik, you wouldn't notice if there was a Tlandil female perched on your tail. They covered their tracks well, and it was nearly a week before I found out they were gone. Do you realize what this means? Kibik thought hard. It means that the Tlandil priests will be happier, more content. He ventured, finally. Durga waved his little arms in frustration and groaned aloud. Of course they'll be happier, he shouted. But what does this mean to us? To Besaidii? For once in your life, think Kibik. Kibik ruminated. This means we'll have to ship more food in for them. He asked, finally. No. Kibik, you idiot. Durga was in such a rage that gobbets of green goo spattered on the hull of it pickup, making holes appear in his three-dimensional image. It means that we have lost our most important hold over the Tlandil, my retarded cousin. Now that we no longer have their mates here on Nal Hutta, Teroenza and his priests could cut all ties to Besaidii and Nal Hutta. That's what it means. Kibik drew himself up. Uncle Aruk never spoke to me like that, he said, greatly offended. He was always polite. He was a better leader than you will ever be, cousin. Durga managed to contain himself with an effort. Forgive my rash words, cousin, he said, with a palpable effort. I am a trifle overworked these days. I am waiting for some important news regarding my parents' demise. Oh. Kibik thought about making more of an issue of it, but as long as Durga had stopped yelling, he was so relieved that he didn't. Well, cousin, I can see how that would be bad. What shall we do? You'll have to have all the female Tlandil brought to Colony 1 and then ship them home to Nal Hutta, Durga said. See to it personally, Kibik. I want you to be able to report to me that you watched them get aboard the ship and leave. I want you to use your best, most trusted pilot for the task. Send a contingent of guards so there will be no trouble from the females on the voyage. Kibik thought that one over for a moment. But Teroenza won't like that, he said. And neither will the others. I know that, Durga said. But the Tlandil work for us, Kibik. We are their masters. That's true, Kibik admitted. He'd been brought up ever since he reached the age of Hutt sentience that Hutts were the most superior species in the galaxy. But imagining himself giving Teroenza orders wasn't an attractive proposition. Teroenza was sly and tricky. He was the one who always gave the guards their orders. All Kibik had to do when he wanted something done was tell Teroenza, and the High Priest would always do it, promptly and efficiently. But what if he disobeyed this time? Kibik could picture him refusing to send his own mate back to Nal Hutta. And then what would he, Kibik, do? But cousin, what if he says no? Kibik asked plaintively. Then you will have to call the guards and have them take him away and lock him up until I can deal with him, Durga said. The guards will obey you, Kibik, won't they? Of course they will, Kibik said indignantly, though privately he wondered if all of them would. Good. That's more like it, Durga said. Remember, you are a Hutt, a natural lord of the universe. Correct? Of course, Kibik said, his voice a bit stronger this time. He drew himself up. I am a Hutt just as much as you are. Durga grimaced. That's the spirit, he encouraged. Kibik, now is the time to take control. If you delay, the situation will only grow worse. It's possible that Teroenza is actually planning a revolt against Besaidii. Has that occurred to you? It hadn't. Kibik blinked. A revolt? You mean a real one? With troops and shooting? That's exactly what I mean, Durga said. And in a revolt, who is the first to go? The leader, Kibik said, his mind racing. Right. Very good. Now do you see why you must take control before Teroenza can make his plans? While you still have the upper hand? Kibik was feeling threatened now, and he didn't like that. He realized that following Durga's advice and taking control back from the high priest was definitely his best course. I'll do it, he said firmly. I'll tell him what to do, and make sure he obeys me. If he refuses to obey me, I'll have the guards take care of him. Now that's the spirit, Durga said approvingly. Good. You sound like a true Besaidii now. Call me and tell me as soon as the female Tilandatil are on their way home. I will, cousin, Kibik said, and cut the transmission. Kibik promised himself that he'd take care of this matter right now, before he could lose the pumped-up feeling of Hutt superiority. The Hutt lord didn't bother with his repulsor sled, but immediately undulated his way through the administration building of Colony 1 to Teroenza's office. He didn't bother activating the door signal, just barged right in. Teroenza was in his working sling, at his data pad. He looked up in surprise as the Hutt came undulating his way into his office. Kibik! He exclaimed. What is going on? Lord Kibik to you, High Priest! Kibik said. We have to talk. I just spoke with my cousin Durga, and he tells me that you have brought your female Tilandatil here in secret. Durga is most upset. The female Tilandatil? Teroenza blinked as though he hadn't the faintest notion what Kibik was talking about. Where did he get that idea, Your Excellency? Don't try that with me, Kibik said. They are here, and Durga knows it. He has instructed me to tell you that they must return to Nal Huda on the next ship. Summon the guards and have the mates brought here to Colony 1 for shipment off Ilesia. Do it now. Teroenza settled back into his sling, his expression thoughtful. Other than that, the high priest didn't move. Did you hear me, priest? Kibik was feeling almost intoxicated with righteous anger. He drew himself up. Obey, or I shall summon the guards. Slowly, the high priest drew himself out of the sling. Kibik inwardly drew a breath of relief. But Teroenza made no move toward the intercom. Hurry up! The Hutt lord blustered. Or I shall summon the guards to take you away, and then I shall deal with the females myself. No. Teroenza's voice was flat and quiet. No, what? Kibik was incredulous. No one in his life had ever refused a direct order from a Hutt overlord. No. I won't do it, Teroenza said. I'm tired of taking orders from an idiot. Farewell, Kibik. How dare you? I'll have you executed. Farewell? Kibik was completely befuddled. Are you saying you're quitting? Leaving? No, I'm not leaving, Tarouenza said in that quiet tone. You are. His powerful hindquarters twitched, his thin, whip-like tail lashed the air, and suddenly he lowered his head and came at Kibik with a bellow of rage. The Hut Lord was so taken aback that he didn't even have time to dodge. Tarouenza's horn slammed into his chest. The horn wasn't terribly sharp, but so powerful was the force of the high priest's charge that it penetrated for nearly its full meter-long length. The pain was agonizing. Kibik roared in mingled terror and pain and beat at the Tilanda till with his little arms. He tried to swing his tail around to deal a crushing, killing blow, but the room was too confined. Dimly, Kibik felt the Tilanda till's hands shove hard against the solid wall of flesh that was his massive chest, then Tarouenza's horn, covered with Hut blood and ichor, yanked free. Purposefully, Tarouenza began backing away. Wheezing, choking, Kibik tried to back up too, but his back end jammed into the wall. He tried to turn and escape. Tarouenza slammed into his chest again. And again. And yet again. Kibik was gushing blood now from his multiple wounds. None were life-threatening in and of themselves. A Hut's vital organs were buried too deep within their bodies to be easily pierced, part of the reason for the old legend that Huts were immune to blaster fire. They weren't, but a blaster bolt that would fry most beings instantly frequently would not hit anything vital on a Hut, leaving them free to crush their attacker before she or it could get off a second shot. Kibik tried to shout for help, but all that emerged was a gurgle. One of the blows had punctured a breathing sac. He struggled to pull himself toward the intercom to summon help. Tarouenza rammed him yet again. This time the force of the Tilanda till's blow, along with Kibik's growing weakness, caused the Hut Lord to roll over on his side, helpless. Kibik's vision was clouding over, but he could still see enough to recognize what Tarouenza was withdrawing from a desk drawer. A blaster. The Hut Lord struggled one more time to rise, to fight back, to summon help, but he was too weak, and the pain too great. Darkness was hovering, closing over his vision. Kibik struggled against it, but it closed over him like black water at midnight. With cold precision, Tarouenza aimed the blaster and used it to widen and disguise the wounds on the dying Kibik. He shot again and again, until the massive body was a scorched horror, and the final jerks and convulsions were long over. Finally he stopped, breathing hard. "Idiot!" he muttered, in his own language, and went off to wash his horn. While he was cleaning himself up, the Tilanda till decided on the best course. A terrorist attack, of course. He'd say it was that darn woman and her troops. No one would dare dispute his word. He'd have the guards on duty executed, claiming they'd been bought off and were in on the assassination. Just the other day he'd closed the deal to purchase a turbo laser. He'd use this as an excuse to set it up in the courtyard. He knew he'd need more guards, more weaponry. Should he contact Gilliac? No. Tarouenza shook his massive head, drops of water flying from his horn. He had had enough of Huts. He was through with them. He, Tarouenza, was now master of Ilesia. And soon, everyone would know it. Just a few more weeks to consolidate his power. He'd stop paying Besadii, and use the credits to buy weapons. Satisfied with his plan, Tarouenza, High Priest of Ilesia, left his office and the massive mound of dead Hut, and went looking for some guards to execute. Durgal the Hut stared at the screen of his datapad and rejoiced. At last! Black Sun, in the person of Gyuri, Zizor's personal assistant, had just provided him with conclusive proof that Gilliac the Hut, most likely abetted by her nephew, Jabba, had planned Aruk's murder, and Tarouenza had carried it out. Black Sun's evidence was mostly in the form of records of purchases and payments that proved Gileac's link to the Malachite poisoners. The Desalogic leader had purchased enough X1 from them to bankrupt a medium-sized colony. And that X1 had then been shipped straight to Teroenza. There were also records of items that Gileac had purchased and sent to the high priest, valuable items that were now part of the Tilanda Till's collection. So I would not realize he was paid off, Durga thought. Teroenza thought he could hide his pay by taking items for his collection. The hut leader noted that most of those items were not only valuable, but in demand. Should Teroenza ever wish to sell them, he could readily exchange them for many credits on the antiquities black market. Durga noted with interest that Teroenza had recently done exactly that, and with the proceeds from several of these sales, had purchased a used turbolaser. He is obviously preparing for a defense of Ilesia, Durga realized. Any time now, he is likely to declare his independence. Durga's first impulse was to have Teroenza dragged back to Nal Huda in restraints, but with an effort, he made himself think out all the ramifications of such an action. The sacerdotes, or underpriests, would be furious with Besadii on behalf of their leader. Teroenza was popular, especially now that he managed to have their mates brought to Ilesia. If Durga had Teroenza dragged away, the sacerdotes might refuse to perform the exaltation for the pilgrims. And without the priests to give them their daily dose of euphoria, the pilgrims might refuse to work, they might even revolt. Either way, losing the priests would be disastrous for production in the spice factories. Regretfully, Durga realized that before he could have his revenge upon Teroenza, he'd have to make some preparations. Find a new hut overlord for Ilesia, and a popular, charismatic Tilanda Till to act as high priest. The new high priest who would announce bonuses for all the loyal Tilanda Till. And on second thought, perhaps it would be best to leave the Tilanda Till's mates on Ilesia, at least for the time being. All of that would probably take a week to accomplish. And until the Besadii ship carrying the new high priest had landed on Ilesia, Durga couldn't let Teroenza know that he was being replaced. Besadii couldn't take the chance of precipitating a revolt until they had the troops in place to deal with it. Durga decided to move cautiously, keep Teroenza in ignorance until the last moment. Or if Kibik had been forced to have the high priest arrested, they'd have to cover up Teroenza's absence. Perhaps a sudden illness on the part of the high priest would be sufficient? Could Teroenza's mate, Tylena, be coerced into acting as the Besadii mouthpiece in her spouse's stead? In exchange for her own life? And a generous settlement? Durga considered, and decided that she probably could. Tilanda Till were a practical people. It was also possible that Teroenza could still be controlled, but it was hard to imagine Kibik having the wherewithal to do it. Durga would probably have to handle everything himself. Or he might send Zir to attend to it. Durga wondered how Kibik had fared in his conversation with Teroenza yesterday. His cousin hadn't called back as he promised to, but that didn't mean anything. Kibik's attention span was short, and he forgot promises. A flashing light attracted Durga's attention, and he saw that his comm system was signaling an incoming message. The hut leader accepted the call, and watched as the image of Teroenza coalesced, almost as if Durga's thinking about him had conjured him up out of thin air. The high priest bowed low to his hut overlord, but Durga didn't miss the flash of something akin to smugness, in his protuberant eyes. "Your Excellency, Lord Durga," the high priest intoned. "I bring most distressing news." "You must brace yourself, my lord." Durga glared at the image. "Yes?" he said. "There was a terrorist attack here early this morning, just after dawn," Teroenza said, wringing his little hands in distress. "It was that Briaduran and her band of Karelian resistance fighters. Red Hand Squadron, they call themselves. They stormed the administration building, firing wildly. I regret to tell you that your cousin, Lord Kibik, was caught in their fire and killed. Kibik is dead? Durga was taken aback. He hadn't really expected his cousin to be able to wrest control of Ilesia away from Teroenza, but he never expected Kibik to be killed. Or, more accurately, murdered. Durga knew Teroenza's story about Briathern was a lie. His sources had assured him that Red Hand Squadron was clear on the other side of the Outer Rim, and that they'd hit an Imperial outpost just yesterday. No ship in the universe could have reached Ilesia by dawn. So Teroenza was lying. However, the High Priest had no way of knowing that Durga knew he was lying. Durga considered how best he could use this information to his advantage. As he did so, he put a hand up to his eyes and bowed his head, feigning a grief he didn't feel. Kibik had been an idiot, and the universe was well rid of him. But Teroenza has sealed his own death warrant by this, Durga thought. As soon as I embark for Ilesia with his successor, he is a dead Tilanda Till. In a hushed voice, Durga gave Teroenza instructions regarding how he wanted the body to be shipped home. It is plain, Durga concluded, that we must get you better guards there on Ilesia. These rebels must not be allowed to raid with impunity. Teroenza bowed again. I agree, Your Excellency. Thank you for saying you will send us help. It is the least I can do under the circumstances, Durga said, forcing himself to keep sarcasm from permeating his tones. Can you manage for a few days without a hut overlord? I can, Teroenza said. I shall exert every effort to make sure business runs as smoothly as ever. Thank you, Teroenza, Durga said, and cut the transmission. He then spent several minutes giving Zir instructions on how to find a replacement for Teroenza. Fortunately, Zir was a capable administrator, able to follow orders. Then, and only then, did Durga turn to the figure who had been standing in his office, patiently waiting, while he attended to business. Forgive me, Lady Gyuri, Durga said, inclining his head to the lovely young human female. I nearly forgot you were there. Most humans are incapable of waiting so patiently. They fidget. Gyuri bowed slightly in turn. I was specially trained, Your Excellency. Prince Zizar does not like fidgeting in his subordinates. Indeed, Durga said. As you can see, I have reviewed the information you brought, and it confirms my suspicions. Also, as you have seen, my revenge upon Teroenza must wait for a more suitable time. But I intend to confront Gilliac immediately, and challenge her to single combat under the old law. The old law? It is seldom invoked these days, but it is an ancient Hut custom that, given sufficient provocation, one Hut clan leader may challenge another to single combat without legal repercussions. The victor is presumed to be in the right. I understand, Your Excellency. Prince Zizar informed me that this was likely to be your reaction, as befits an honorable Hut. He instructed me to accompany you, and to do everything in my power to facilitate your search for justice. Durga stared at her, wondering what one slightly built human female could expect to accomplish against either Huts or hordes of Desiligic guards. You would go as my bodyguard? But... Gyuri smiled slightly. I am Prince Zizor's primary bodyguard, Your Excellency. I assure you that I can protect you from Gilliac's guards. Durga was tempted to say more, but something about Gyuri's demeanor stopped him. He knew she was Zizor's primary aide. It made sense that she would also be an accomplished assassin. She must have abilities that weren't readily apparent. Certainly her manner was nothing but confident. Very well, Durga said. Let us go. They boarded Durga's shuttle, and the trip to the Desiligic Enclave took less than an hour by suborbital flight. They landed on the island that contained Giliak's winter palace, and was the current home of the Desiligic clan. Durga, with Guri at his side carrying a large box, slithered toward the entrance. Durga Bisadii Tai to see Giliak Desiligic Tyran. I'd bring a gift and request a private audience. The guards scanned both visitors and verified that they were unarmed. After a quick call, they were waved into the palace. The major domo, a Radian named Dorzo, accompanied them to the huge, almost bare, audience chamber, then stepped inside, bowing. Lord Durga of Clan Bisadii, he announced. Through the portal, Durga could see Giliak doing some kind of work at a datapad. At the sight of his enemy, rage flooded the young Hutt's body. He quivered with bloodlust. Giliak deliberately kept them waiting for nearly 10 minutes. Durga tried to emulate Guri's stillness. She really was a most unusual human, he decided. Finally, Giliak nodded at Dorzo, then the Radian bowed to the visitors and proclaimed, Her Supreme Excellency Giliak, leader of the clan Desiligic and protector of the righteous, will see you now. Durga started forward, with Guri pacing gravely beside him. When they reached Giliak, the huge Hutt matron did not speak. Since, by custom, Durga could not speak until spoken to, because he was the visitor, again they waited. Finally Giliak's massive bulk shifted. Greetings to Bisadii, she said. You have brought a gift, and that is fitting. You may present it to me. Durga nodded at Guri, and the human advanced on the Desiligic leader and laid the box before her, as the Desiligic leader hovered on her repulsor sled. The younger Hutt waved at the box. A gift for your exaltedness. A token of Bisadii's esteem and our hopes for your future, O Giliak. We shall see, rumbled Giliak. She tore at the wrappings, and then drew forth a large, very valuable piece of art. It was a death mask from the islands of the remote world of Languna. The natives carved these death masks and decorated them with semi-precious gems and inlays of silver, gold, platinum and iridescent shell casings from their warm seas. Giliak turned the mask around in her tiny hands, and at first Durga thought she did not recognize its significance. The Bisadii leader spared a glance to Guri, and, as they had agreed upon, the woman turned and headed for the exit. She would wait there for him, and make sure he was not disturbed. Durga turned his attention back to Giliak, ready to enlighten her as to exactly what her gift meant. Then he saw her entire huge body begin to tremble. She glared at Durga. A death mask from Languna! Giliak bellowed. And you call this a fitting gift? With a powerful swing of her small arm, Giliak tossed the piece of art into the air, then used her tail to bat it clear across the audience chamber. Striking the wall, it shattered, raining down in pieces. I call it entirely fitting, Giliak. Durga gave no ground. He recited the formal words. Today I, Durga Bisadii Tai, discovered that you killed Arak, my parent. I challenge you under the old law. Prepare to die. Giliak bellowed in rage and swung herself off her sled. You are the one who will die, upstart! She growled, and sent her flexible tail swooping up and around. Durga dodged, but not quickly enough. The tail slapped his back, bruising him, almost knocking his wind out. With all his strength, Durga launched himself toward Giliak, butting her as hard as he could with his chest. Giliak was nearly twice Durga's size. She was a middle-aged Hutt who was reaching the corpulent stage. Durga had one advantage: his youth gave him speed. But if she caught him with her full weight, even once, the battle would be over, and he knew it. Bellowing like two prehistoric leviathans, the two Hutts slammed at each other, sometimes hitting, often missing. They hurled themselves against each other's chests, wrestling with their undersized arms, as they sent their tails slamming into everything nearby. Dorzo had long ago taken to his heels and gotten well out of range. Kill, kill. Kill, kill, kill. Durga's mind shrieked at him. He was consumed with rage. Jiliak slammed him with her tail, nearly sending him rolling over, then launched herself at him with a roar. Durga barely managed to wriggle out of the way before he could be crushed beneath her massive midsection. The younger hut dealt her a hard slap across the side of her head that sent her reeling. She came back at him with a tail slap that missed, making the entire room shake. At first, Jiliak howled curses and threats, but within a few minutes, she began panting too heavily, and saved her breath for battle. The Deseligic sedentary lifestyle was catching up with her. If I can just outlast her, Durga thought, and realized that was a very big if. Han Solo had been going over shipping manifests for the mines on Kessel with Jabba when he, Chewie and Jabba all heard a loud thud, followed by a bellow, then another series of thuds and muffled crashing sounds. Human, Wookiee and Hutt looked at each other, startled. "What's that?" Han wondered. "My aunt must be having one of her temper tantrums," Jabba said. Nearly a decade ago Han had witnessed one of Jiliak's notorious tantrums, so he had no trouble believing that. He started to go back to work, when two bellows reached his ears. One right after another, in two different voices. Jabba reared up in alarm. "Come on!" Han and Chewie jogged beside the hut as Jabba led them toward the sounds. He was amazed at how quickly huts could move when motivated. When they reached Jiliak's audience chamber, a beautiful young blonde woman was standing in the doorway. Han looked over her shoulder, and saw Jiliak locked in mortal combat with a much smaller hut. The newcomer had a disfiguring birthmark that spread over his eye and down his face. The two creatures were bellowing and straining as they butted their massive chests together. As Han, Chewie and Jabba approached, the woman shook her head and put up a hand to halt their progress. "No," she said. "Do not interfere. Durga has challenged clan leader to clan leader, under the old law." To Han's surprise, Jabba did not bat the woman out of his way and go to his aunt's aid. Instead he inclined his head in the hut equivalent of a bow. "You must be Giri," he said. "Yes, Your Excellency," she replied. Just then a group of guards came stampeding up the corridor, force pikes ready. Jabba whirled to block their way. The Gamorreans blinked at him in dull surprise. "My aunt is having one of her temper fits," he said. "You are not needed." The leader of the guards looked doubtful, but Jabba did not move, and he could not see for himself what was going on. He hesitated, his porcine snout quivering with the urge to fight. "I said you are dismissed!" Jabba bellowed, waving his arms at the guards. They turned, grunting and snorting, and went trotting back down the hall. Han glanced into the audience chamber, and saw Jiliak bring her tail down with stunning force. The smaller hut barely managed to dodge out of the way in time. The Corellian looked at Jabba. "You don't want to stop it?" Chewbacca echoed Han's question. Jabba blinked at them, his bulbous eyes full of cunning. "Durga is the leader of Besaidii clan," he said. "Whichever of them wins, I win." "But," Han stammered, I thought you were fond of your aunt." Jabba looked at him as though he were a retarded Gamorrean child. "I am Han," he said gently. "But this is business." Han nodded and glanced at Chewie. He shrugged. "Sure. Business." "And Han?" "Yes, Jabba?" The hut leader waved Han away. "This is no place for a human, lad. Wait for me at my palace. I will join you later." No place for a human? Han wanted to say, but what about her? He glanced at the beautiful woman, and their eyes met. Han stared at her for a long second, and realized that there was something not right about this woman Jabba called Giri. She was perfect, but, after looking into her eyes, Han realized that all his instincts were telling him to give her a wide berth. He would no more have put his arms around her than he would have cuddled a deadly viper. Yeah? He said. Later, Jabba. Come on, Chewie. Turning, Han and the Wookiee hurried away without looking back. Durga was getting desperate. Despite his best efforts to wear Jiliak down, exhaust her, the older Hutt was still fighting with grim purpose. She was much stronger and heavier than he was, and if just one of her blows landed full on, Durga knew he'd be little more than a grease spot on the floor. They rammed each other for the umpteenth time, their chests crashing together with such force that Durga cried out. He was bruised over every centimeter of his body. He felt like a piece of dough, pounded and rolled out to make flatbread. The long fight had taken them clear around the huge chamber, as the smashed furnishings and the holes in the walls testified. Durga suddenly realized they were approaching Jiliak's sled. She must have realized it, too, for suddenly she disengaged, and wheeling around, she glided toward the repulsor sled at her fastest speed, wheezing and sobbing for breath. Durga was right behind her, overhauling her. It was obvious to him that Jiliak intended to mount the sled, then use it as a battering ram against him. If she got atop it, he was finished. He caught up to Jiliak, heading for the controls, only to gasp and dodge as the Desalogic leader swept her tail in a hard arc under the sled, aiming for his face. Durga reacted without conscious thought. Rolling forward onto his chest, bracing himself on his hands, he flipped his tail up over the top of his head. Aiming carefully, he aimed the tip end of his tail on the way down, sending it slamming into the power on button on the sled, depressing it. The repulsor sled fell like a stone, straight down onto Jiliak's tail, pinning it firmly. Jiliak screeched with pain, struggling to yank her tail free. As he rolled back upright, Durga realized that she wasn't going to manage that. Wriggling backward, he positioned himself, then brought his tail down on Jiliak's head with all his strength. The Desalogic leader screamed. Durga slammed into her head again. And again. It took 5 hard blows to drive Jiliak into unconsciousness. Die, he thought, walloping sodden flesh. Die, he bellowed. Die. He wasn't sure when she died, actually. At some point Durga became aware he was pounding mindlessly on what was now a bloody, crushed ruin of flesh and brain matter. Jiliak's eyes were smashed holes, and her slimy tongue lolled from her mouth. Durga forced himself to halt, to look around. At the entrance to the room, Giri stood beside Jabba. Somehow Zizor's assassin had prevented the guards, and Jabba, from entering. Whatever the young woman was, she was more than she seemed, Durga decided, his mind dull with exhaustion. Moving as though he were 900 years old, Durga managed to haul himself onto Jiliak's sled and activate it. He was too tired to even wriggle across the room. He barely had the strength and mental wherewithal to guide the sled. He glided across the audience chamber, leaving the dead Jiliak sprawled in his wake. When Durga reached the entrance, he paused to confront Jabba. The Besatii figured that at the best of times, he might be evenly matched with Jabba. At the moment, there was no way. Giri stepped forward to bow slightly, respectfully. Congratulations on the successful outcome of your challenge, Your Excellency. Durga turned to regard the woman. Giri. You are Prince Zizor's assassin, correct? I serve the prince in whatever capacity I may, she said composedly. Could you kill a Hutt? Durga asked. Most certainly, she replied. Then kill Jabba, Durga said. Guri shook her head slightly. No, Your Excellency. My orders were to help you effect your revenge against Jiliak. That is accomplished. We will leave now. Durga made an abortive move toward Jabba, only to have Zizor's assistant step between them, her unspoken message very clear. We will leave now, she repeated. Jabba moved aside to let them pass as Guri swung herself up nimbly onto Jiliak's repulsor sled. Hearing the pound of running feet, Durga saw guards running toward them, but Jabba stopped them in their tracks with a raised hand. I dismissed you earlier, he said. Now leave. The guards obeyed with alacrity. Jabba looked at Guri. I did not want to lose them. They are an effective defense against most invaders. Guri nodded and sent the sled gliding away. Durga glared balefully at Jabba, but the last of his strength was gone. He could only slump atop the sled, too exhausted even to savor his victory. Jabba slowly approached his aunt's massive corpse. He could scarcely believe she was dead, and he knew he would miss her. But, as he told Han Solo, this was business. For the good of TRILOGY as well as his own. The sight of the ruined, shapeless head actually had the power to turn his stomach. Jabba knew he wouldn't be hungry for a while. He considered for a moment, wondering what should be his first actions, now that he was the undisputed leader of TRILOGY. He'd likely be summoned to appear before the Hutt Grand Council, but once they'd heard that this was a clan leader challenge under the old law, there would be little they could say. And if asked, Jabba would tell them Jiliak had indeed caused the ruck to be poisoned. Without warning, Jiliak moved. Startled, Jabba jerked upright, incredulous. She's coming back to life. She'll be angry. No. His heart stuttered wildly in shock. What could be happening? There was no doubt his aunt was dead, no doubt at all. The massive corpse moved again, and then Jiliak's baby slithered out of her abdominal pouch. Jabba relaxed. I should have realized, he thought, embarrassed by his momentary superstitious fear. The little grub-like creature scooted forward, waving its little stubs, gurgling mindlessly. Jabba stared at it malevolently. He knew he would be confirmed leader of TRILOGY no matter what, but why leave any loose ends? Slowly, purposefully, he slithered toward his aunt's helpless offspring. The day after Durga defeated Jiliak, the Besadii leader was so stiff and sore that he could barely move. However, he managed to conceal his pain when Taroenza called him, telling him that Kibik's body had been shipped home, per Durga's orders. Your Excellency, the High Priest said, I need more guards, and therefore I have taken the liberty of hiring some, at my own expense. It is my hope that Besadii will reimburse me, but I must have additional protection. These rebel raids cannot be countenanced. I understand, Durga said. I will attempt to get more guards. Thank you, Your Excellency. When he cut the connection, Durga turned to Guri, who had just been taking her leave of him. He is getting ready to make his move, Durga said. He is preparing to make his break with Besadii. Guri nodded. I believe you are correct, Lord Durga. Since the Ilesian troops may well be loyal to Taroenza, Durga said, I need some way to keep the High Priest in line until I can replace him. Thus I have a request for your master, Prince Xizor. Yes, Lord Durga? I ask you to convey to him my request that he grant me some military aid. If he would send troops to Ilesia, that would ease the transition, allow me to get rid of Taroenza, while keeping the sacerdotes and pilgrims content. I know that the prince has extensive resources and several mercenary units at his command. With an effective, modern fighting force on the planet, there is no way that Taroenza's guards would dare mount an armed challenge. He faced her squarely, despite the pain of his bruised body. Will you ask him for me, Gyuri? Explain the situation? I will, Gyuri said. However, His Highness rarely dispatches troops except to protect his own interests. I know that, Durga said dolefully. He didn't like what he was about to say, but better this than to lose everything. In return for his support, tell your prince that I will offer him a percentage of this year's Elysian profits. Gyuri nodded. I will convey your proposition, Lord Durga. You will be hearing from His Highness. She bowed slightly. And now, I take my leave of you, Your Excellency. Durga nodded as well as he could with his aching, stiff neck. Farewell, Gyuri. Farewell, Lord Durga. Briathun was working in her office aboard her marauder corvette, Retribution, when Jace Pale appeared on the holocom. Commander, we have an incoming message for you, your private code, on a very secure channel. HQ? She said. No, Commander. This is a Civ transmission. She raised her eyebrows in surprise. Really? Not many outsiders had her private code. A few of the intelligence operatives, Barrett Mizorium and others of his ilk, but they would hardly contact her this directly. Well, patch it through to me here, please. Moments later, a small image formed atop her comm unit. Bria stared in surprise. A hut? The only hut who had her private code was Jabba, so this must be he, though huts looked alike to her, especially in a fuzzy hollow message. She spoke to the image. Jabba? Is that you, Your Excellency? It is I, Commander Thurn, the hut replied. Yes, well, to what do I owe the pleasure of this call, Your Excellency? The hut leader inclined his head slightly. Commander Thurn, I ask that you come to Nal Huda immediately. I am now the leader of Clan Desiligic, since my aunt's unfortunate demise. We must talk. Bria caught her breath. It had been only a month since her interview with Desiligic. And now Jiliak was dead? She decided she didn't want to know. Bowing her head respectfully, she said, I will come immediately, Your Excellency. I take it you wish to reopen our negotiation regarding the Elysian enterprise? Yes, said Jabba. I have begun placing operatives on Elysia to take care of the T-Land Atil. I am ready to proceed with the Elysian raid. It is time to put an end to Besadiai's economic tyranny. I'll be there in 2 days, Bria promised. 5 days after Jiliak's death, Han Solo and Chewbacca visited Han's favorite tavern in the Corellian section of Nar Shaddaa. The blue light didn't serve food, only liquor, and it was just a little hole in the wall, but Han liked the place. There were hollow posters on the wall that depicted famous landmarks on Corellia. And the management served Han's favorite brand of Alderaanian ale. The bartender, Michigan Flynn, was an aging Corellian who had been a smuggler until he'd accrued enough credits to buy the bar. Han enjoyed hearing his yarns about the old days, though he had to take everything the old geezer said with a big grain of salt. After all, who ever heard of sentients with strange powers who could leap 10 meters into the air and turn somersaults, or project blue lightning from their fingertips? Han and Chewie stopped by there most evenings. This particular one, they were standing at the bar, side by side, sipping their drinks, listening to another of Michigan's tall tales. The Corellian was dimly aware that someone came in during the story and stood beside him, but he did not turn to glance at the newcomer. Michigan's tale was a long one, wilder than ever, about a sentient tree that had once been a powerful sorcerer, and a race of beings who transferred their essence into battle droids in order to become the perfect fighting force. Finally Michigan ran down, and Han shook his head. Michigan, that was a real doozy. You ought to write all the stories down and sell them to the TRILOGY producers. They're always looking for crazy stuff like that for their shows. Chewie voiced an emphatic agreement. Michigan grinned at Han, then began polishing a glass industriously and addressed the newcomer. And what will you have, pretty lady? Han reflexively glanced to his right to see the person Michigan was addressing, and froze, startled. Bria! At first he told himself he was seeing things, that it was just a chance resemblance. Then he heard her speak in that low, slightly husky voice he remembered. Just some Vichy water, please, Michigan. It's her. Bria. It's really her. Slowly she turned her head, and their gazes locked. Han's heart was hammering, though he was pretty sure his face was under control. All those sabacc games had taught him something. She hesitated, then said, Hi, Han. He wet his lips. Hi, Bria. He stared at her, then a sudden movement from Chewie made him remember his partner. And this is Chewbacca, my partner. Greetings, Chewbacca, she said carefully, speaking in almost passable Wookiee. Obviously she'd been coached by Rauriching. I am honored to meet you. The Wookiee voiced an uncertain greeting, obviously wondering what was going on. Han said. Long time no see. She nodded gravely at the ridiculous understatement. I came to see you, she said. Could we sit down and talk for a minute? Han's emotions were mixed, to say the least. Part of him wanted to take her in his arms and kiss her until she was breathless. Another part wanted to shake her while screaming curses and accusations at her. Still another part wanted to just turn around and walk away, prove to her that she meant nothing to him, nothing. But he found himself nodding. Sure. As he moved to pick up his mug, Chewie laid a hand on his arm and growled softly at him. Han gazed up at his partner, grateful for Chewbacca's sensitivity. He would rather talk to Bria by himself. Okay, pal. I'll see you at home later on. Chewie gave Bria a nod, then left the blue light. Picking up his mug of ale, Han led the way to a booth in the rear of the dimly lit, nearly empty bar. Watching Bria approach and then slide in opposite him, he got a good look at her for the first time. She was wearing tan fatigues, military in style, though they bore no insignia or indications of rank. Her hair was pulled up and slicked back in a severe style. Han couldn't decide whether it was cropped short or just worn in a tight bun. She wore no jewelry. A well-worn Blastech DL-18, Han's own weapon of choice, was the heavier Blastech DL-44, in a tie-down holster rode her right thigh, low down, the way he liked to wear his own. Her gunbelt was studded with extra power packs and bore a vibroblade in a sheath. From the slight bulge in the top of her boot, Han was willing to bet she had an auxiliary weapon cached there. As she sat there, regarding him, Han struggled to find words, but all he could do was look at her, hardly able to believe she was actually there, that this wasn't some dream or nightmare. She was staring at him, too, her eyes searching his features. Bria started to speak, stammered, and then took a deep breath. I'm sorry, she said, for startling you. I should have said something, but my mind went blank. There didn't seem to be anything I could say. You came here looking for me? Han asked. Yes. When I saw your friend last month, he said this was one of your favorite hangouts. I took a chance you'd be here tonight. You're here on NAR Shada on business? Yes. Staying in those rooms above the Smuggler's Rest. She smiled wryly. It's even sleazier than that place we stayed that night on Coruscant. Han's dazed brain was slowly beginning to function again, and his anger was building. He remembered that sleazy little hotel on Coruscant. That had been their last night together. He remembered falling asleep, and he remembered waking up alone, abandoned. Suddenly his hand shot out, and he grabbed her wrist tightly, feeling the shock of touching her flesh throughout his body. Her slender bones felt so delicate in his hand, as though he could just snap them. And he was almost angry enough to try. "Why?" he said. "Why, Bria? You think you can just walk back up to me a decade later? You got a lot of nerve." She stared at him, her eyes narrowing. "Han, let go of me." "No," he gritted. "I'm not letting you go running off and leaving me with no answers this time." Han wasn't sure exactly what she did, some unarmed combat trick, but there was a sudden twist, a jab and a nerve, and abruptly her hand was free, and his own was throbbing. He looked down at it, feeling his eyes widen and then back up at her. "You've changed," he said. "You have really changed." He wasn't sure whether it was a compliment or an accusation. "I had to change, or die," she said flatly. "And don't worry, I'm not going to jump up and run away. I need to talk to you, and that's exactly what I'm going to do. If you'll listen." He nodded grudgingly. "Okay. I'm listening. First of all, let me tell you that I'm sorry for the way I left you. I'm sorry about a lot of things in my life, but that's the one I regret most," she said. "But I had to do it. Otherwise you'd have never made it through the academy." "Fat lot of good it did me," Han said bitterly. "I got cashiered less than a year after getting my commission." "Cashiered and blacklisted. For rescuing a Wookiee slave," she said, and smiled at him, a smile that made his heart lurch. "I was so proud when I found that out, Han." Han wanted to smile back, but the anger was still in control, and he found himself saying, "I don't want you to be proud of me. I owe you nothing, sister. I did it all on my own." He could tell that jibe hurt her. Color stained her cheeks, and her eyes flashed. Then, for a moment, it almost seemed as though she were fighting back tears. Then her face was under control again, cold and chiseled. "I know that," she said quietly. "But I was still proud." "I hear you got a real thing for Wookiees yourself," Han said, and the edge in his voice was sharp enough to draw blood. "Or so Katara and Rhalara told me. You were there? On Kashyyyk?" She smiled. "I helped to organize the resistance group there." "Yeah, I hear you're some kinda officer in the Corellian resistance," Han said. "I'm a commander," she confirmed quietly. Han slanted her a look. "Well, now, that's impressive, ain't it? For a scared kid who never fired a blaster, you've come a long way, Bria." "I just did what I had to along the way," she said. "Promotions come fast in the resistance. You should think about joining up, Han." It was said lightly, but some nuance in her tone told Han she wasn't kidding. "No thanks, sister," he said. "I've seen the imp forces up close and personal. No way your rebellion's got a chance against them." She shrugged. "We have to try. Otherwise the Emperor is going to swallow us all whole. He's evil, Han. I think he engineered that whole business with the Battle of Nar Shaddaa just to get rid of Sarn Child." "Oh yeah," Han said. "Good old Sarn Child. Darling Child, wasn't it? You made such a cute couple." She winced at the sarcasm. "As I explained to Lando, that wasn't what it looked like." "It looked pretty bad, Bria," Han said. "Not one of my better days, you know? To see you there cooing at him." Her lips tightened. "I was on assignment. I know how it looked, but Child wasn't interested in me that way. I was lucky. But I've done things for the resistance I didn't much like, and I'll do them again if I have to. Whatever it takes. Han was mulling over what she'd said. You really think the whole invasion of Hutt space was something the Emperor engineered? But Shao did it. How is that possible? I was with him, Han, and something very strange was going on, believe me, Bria said. Shao changed, Han. It was scary. Between 1 month and the next, he became a different man. Suddenly he was plotting to take over Hutt space, and started talking about overthrowing the Emperor. Han shook his head. That's crazy. I know. I can't account for it except. She hesitated. If I tell you, you'll think I'm losing it. What? Tell me. She took a deep breath. They say the Emperor has abilities. That he can influence people to do things. Some kind of mental influence. Like mind reading? I don't know, she said. Maybe. I know it sounds impossible, but that's the only explanation I can come up with that makes sense. Child was popular and ambitious and corrupt, and he posed a threat to the consolidation of power. So the Emperor just encouraged Child's ambition until he destroyed himself with that assault on Nal Huda. Han frowned. What about Greelanx? How did he figure into the plan? And who killed him? I kept expecting them to pin it on me, but they just hushed it up. I never heard anything about it on the news. Han repressed a shudder at the memory of standing in that locked room next to Greelanx's office and listening to that loud, uncanny breathing, that heavy, ominous tread. Bria leaned forward, and unconsciously Han did too. Her voice dropped to a whisper, a bare thread of sound. They say it was Vader. Han was whispering too. Vader? You mean Darth Vader? She nodded. Darth Vader. He's the Emperor's. She hesitated, searching for a term. Enforcer. Han sat back. He'd heard of the guy, but he'd never encountered him. Huh, he said. Well, I'm just glad they didn't try and finger yours truly. Bria nodded. Rebel intelligence later discovered that Admiral Greelanx was under Imperial orders to make the attack fail. The Hutt bribe was incidental. My guess is that it was all a setup from the beginning, part of an Imperial plan to discredit and eliminate Child. And to hurt Desiligic and the smugglers. You'll notice that Besatii, who supplies the Empire with slaves, wasn't affected. Han thought it over. It still sounds crazy, but you do hear things about the Emperor. Spooky things. I always just dismissed them as people being hysterical. He laughed shortly and took a swig of his ale. Pretty scary, if it's true. She shrugged. Neither of us will probably ever know. But this is ancient history now. Not what I came to talk to you about. Han and I. Bria's low-voiced conversation broke off as a couple of smugglers slid into the booth opposite theirs. Han looked around. Place is filling up, he said. Want to get out of here? She nodded. Han followed her out onto the street, and they walked briskly, without talking, until they were on a quieter side street. The glide walk was broken, and there were few sentients around. Han looked at her. You were saying? She looked over at him. Han, I need your help. He recalled what Jabba had told him. With the assault on Ilesia? She nodded and smiled. Quick as ever. Yes. Jabba's bankrolling us. We're going to take the whole planet, Han. Now it was Han's turn to shrug. Not my problem, sister. I've changed too. I ain't in the charity business. I only play for profit these days. I don't stick my neck out for anyone. She nodded. So I hear. I'm not asking for charity. It's profit I'm talking about. More credits than you'd make on 100 smuggling runs. What do you want from me, then? Han realized that his anger at her was building, though he wasn't quite sure why. It was almost as though he'd have been happier if she had asked him to help her for old time's sake, or something. But that didn't make any sense. The Rebel Alliance is still very new, Han, she said. Our people have guts and loyalty, but most of them aren't seasoned fighters. My own Red Hand squadron has experience, but we can't handle this job all by ourselves. Han stared at her in surprise and more than a little unease. Red Hand Squadron? You command Red Hand Squadron? She nodded. It's a good group. We've seen some action. I've heard of it, Han said. I've heard you give no quarter to slavers. She shrugged and didn't answer. Anyway, as I was saying, the Resistance needs help to get us down through the Elysian atmosphere. Experienced pilots to guide our ships in. Maybe some help with the fighting, but let's face it, you've seen the Elysian defenses. A bunch of Gamorreans and other losers who sleep on duty. It's not the ground assault I'm worried about, it's their blasted atmosphere. The Corellian Resistance has already lost one ship there. Han nodded. He was mad clear through, but he was hiding it well. He wanted to hear the whole thing before he let her have it. That atmosphere is tricky, all right. But the average smuggler pilot has dealt with worse. So, you need pilots to guide your ships in, maybe provide some armed backup. In return for what? Spice, Han. You know that Besatii has been stockpiling it. Choice Andrus, Ryle, Carcinum, and of course, Glitterstim. They've been trying to drive the prices way up, and there are warehouses stuffed full of it. We'll split the take with the smugglers. Han nodded at her. Go on. She looked at him. And for you and me, there will be Teroenz's treasure room. Picture how much he's added over 10 years. Hundreds of thousands of credits worth of antiquities. He's bound to have maybe 1,000,000 credits worth of stuff, maybe 2. Think about it. How many troops do you have? I'm not sure yet. I have to report back to our command ship for this sector. We've asked for aid from any resistance group that wants to help, particularly the Bahans and the Celestins. There are a lot of Celestins and Bahans on Elysia. We figure they may want to be part of the rescue. And you're going to free the slaves. We'll take them along with our share of the spice. And before we leave, we'll reduce those factories to slag, along with everything else. We're going to shut that hellhole planet down for good. Han considered. What about the priests? The exaltation could be a powerful weapon. I've seen it knock people on their butts who weren't expecting it. She nodded. Jabba's taking care of them. They'll be assassinated before we ever land. Han looked at her, and felt cold rage wash through him. How dare she? Come back and ask me to get involved with her little revenge scheme? You'd better get your timing down pat. Yes, she agreed. This will be the biggest military operation the new alliance has ever tried. We hope to get recruits from it, as well as the spies. Financing a revolution is an expensive proposition. Ambitious, Han said dryly. Why not just attack Coruscant if you want to commit suicide? It's doable, she insisted. Elysia isn't that heavily guarded. Han, you were there. Remember? Oh, I'm sure we'll encounter some resistance, but my people can deal with that. Your friends can stay out of the shooting until we secure the place. The combat experience will be good for our troops. If we can pull this off, it will be an example to inspire other planets to join the alliance. Our only hope of defeating the Empire is if we unite. Han looked at her. And this is why you came to me. To get me to contact the smugglers for you, encourage them to join up with the resistance for this little mission. Lando told me that you and Mako Spence are people they'll listen to. I knew you. I don't know Spence. Han finally let his impassive mask drop and glared at her. So what you're saying is that you dumped me 10 years ago, ignore me that whole time, and then you come back thinking I'll help you put my friends' lives in danger. I don't trust you, Bria. I've heard about Red Hand Squadron, all right. You ain't the woman I used to know, and that's plain. I have changed, she said, her eyes holding his. I admit it. So have you. Lando told me you still cared about me, Han said coldly. I think you were lying to him, planning even then to use me. You don't give a hoot about me, about anything we used to have. You only care about your revolution, and you don't care who you walk over to reach your goal. He snorted. And all that bilge about Sarn Child, sure. Right. You expect me to believe a man like that would keep you around if you weren't. Han finished with a word in Radian used for the lowest class of streetwalker. Bria's mouth dropped open and her hand found the grip of her blaster. Han tensed, ready to go for his own, but her eyes suddenly flooded with tears, and he knew then she wouldn't draw. How dare you? I dare a lot these days, sister, Han said. And I say what I think. I dare to think you're a real lowlife coming back here this way. You can forget sucking me in again with your pretty face. I've changed, all right. I've gotten smart enough to see right through you. Fine, she said, blinking back the tears. You just turn your back on both me and a fortune. I don't call that smart, Han. I call it stupid. And the idea that a drug runner is putting on moral airs is really laughable, you know? I'm a smuggler, Han shouted. We have our own code. Yeah, running drugs for huts. She was yelling too. You and Jabba! Birds of a feather. The idea that she would class him with the huts was the last straw. Han spun around and started to walk away. Fine, she cried. I'll go see Mako Spence, that's what I'll do. He can't be as dumb as you. Her unwitting pun made Han laugh nastily. Fine, he snarled, not turning around. Have fun getting him to talk. Goodbye, Bria. He strode away from her, his boot heels clicking against the permacrete, his head high. It felt good to leave her standing there, looking after him. It felt real good. Durga faced Prince Zizor's image on his comm unit. Guri has explained your difficulty, the prince said. I will dispatch 2 companies of mercenaries under the capable command of Willem Cameron to Ilesia. Commander Cameron's Nova Force will help you keep Teroenza in line until he can be dealt with. Which should be speedily, my friend. Thank you, Your Highness, Durga said. As Guri may have told you, I will share the profits from Ilesia with you this year, to recompense you for your help. 15%. The Feline prince's mouth curved down, and he shook his head sadly. Durga, I thought you had some respect for me. 30% for the next 2 years. Durga batted his bulbous eyes in disbelief. Worse than I ever imagined. He drew himself up. Your Highness, if I granted you that, I would be deposed as leader of Besaidii. But if you do not have my troops in place, and soon, you will lose Ailija altogether, the prince pointed out, truthfully. 20% 1 year, Durga said, feeling actual pain as he spoke the words. They will not have to be there long, remember. 30% 2 years, the head of Black Sun said. I do not negotiate. Durga drew a deep breath, feeling the ghosts of bruises and injuries from his battle with Gilliac awaken. Very well, he said sullenly. Zeiser smiled pleasantly. Fine. The mercenaries will embark as soon as possible for Ailija. It is a pleasure doing business with you, my friend. It took every bit of willpower Durga could summon to say, Very well, Your Highness. Thank you. He cut the connection and slumped in despair, imagining what Uruk would say to all of this. I'm trapped, he thought. Trapped. All I can do is try to make the best of it. Han did not sleep well that night. Thoughts of Bria and her proposition raced through his mind like an asteroid on a collision course. I can't trust her, can I? I don't want to see her, do I? He dozed, and dreamed of mounds of glitterstim, which mutated without warning into piles of credits. He leaped into those piles, rolled around in them, shouting joyfully, and suddenly Bria was there with him, and he was holding her, rolling over with her, kissing her in the midst of piles and piles and piles of credits, more wealth than he'd ever imagined. He jerked awake with a gasp, and then lay there, his arms behind his head, staring into the darkness. Maybe I ought to do it, he thought. This might be my big chance to make that big stake. I could get out, make a bundle, and retire. Find myself a nice little place in the corporate sector, and just let the empire go to blazes all by itself. He lay there, tossing and turning, punching his pillows in frustration, until he could stand it no longer. Swinging out of bed, he headed into the fresher, then dragged on clean clothes. He also combed his hair, reflecting ruefully that the haircut had gone beyond the realm of should get one. 2. Want to be mistaken for Chui's cousin? Then, carrying his boots, he tiptoed out through the dark, silent apartment, not wanting to wake Chui, or Jarek, who was sleeping on the couch. He was almost at the door when he stubbed his toe on something unyielding and heard a plaintive electronic bleat. ZZ. Han dropped his boots, swore aloud, then snarled at the antiquated droid, who was babbling apologies in its twittering, querulous voice. Shut up! Han snarled and slammed out the door. He was back a second later to collect his boots, and then gone again. The smuggler's rest was on the border of the Corellian section. Han arrived there before the place was even open, and had to buzz for the night clerk. It suddenly occurred to him that he didn't know what name Bria had registered under, but he'd barely begun to describe her, when the board clerk brightened. Oh, her, he said, licking his lips. She expecting you, buddy? Let's just say she'll be glad to see me, Han said, sliding a credit piece across the counter. Okay, sure. Room 7A. Han went up in the ancient turbolift, and then walked down the dark, noisome hallway. He tapped on the door. Moments later, he heard her voice, sounding wide awake. Who's there? It's me, Bria. Han, he said. There was a long pause, then the locks clicked and the door swung open into the darkness. Come in with your hands up, Bria's voice said. Han walked in as directed, and only when the door was closed behind him did the lights come on. He turned to find Bria wearing a nightshirt that was too short for her, her blaster in her hand. What do you want? Her voice was anything but friendly. Han found it hard not to look at her long, shapely legs. Just wanted to talk to you. I'm reconsidering your proposition. You are, eh? She still didn't look friendly, but at least she lowered the gun. Okay, give me a minute. Grabbing her clothes, she disappeared into the fresher, and came out again a minute later, fully clothed, down to her boots. Han nodded down at her right leg. "What's in the boot?" "Hold up, blaster," she said, with a small, feral smile. "A nice little lady's model." "I see," Han said. He sat down on the edge of the rumpled bed, feeling her warmth still amid the covers. Bria sprawled in the room's single chair. "You go looking for Mako after we parted?" "I made some inquiries," she said, and her mouth twisted. "Found out why you were laughing when you walked away." "Yeah," Han said. "Tough break for Mako. I don't know what he'll do now." He cleared his throat. "Anyhow, I didn't come here to talk about Mako. I've been thinking about your offer. Maybe I was too hasty. Let's face it. I was sore about the way you dumped me. I had to get that out of my system, maybe." He hesitated, and she stared at him. Her hair was hanging in wisps around her face, and Han was glad to realize that it wasn't all chopped off. She must have had it up in a tight bun earlier. She waved at him. "Go on." "So, yeah? Maybe I shot my mouth off a little, earlier," Han admitted. "Wouldn't be the first time." She widened her eyes. "No! You can't mean it." Han resolutely ignored the sarcasm. "Anyhow, it won't happen again. So, I want in. I'll give my friends your proposition, and help train your pilots how to deal with the Elysian atmosphere. I'll bet some of the privateers would also want in. I'll talk to M in return for what you promised me. 50% of Teruenza's treasure room, or 75,000 credits worth of the spice, whichever is more." She considered. "And you'll be civil?" "Yeah," Han said. "I'm always civil to business partners." "And that's all this is?" "Just business." Bria nodded. "It's a deal." She leaned forward and offered her hand. "Just business." Han took it, reflecting that she had a grip many men would envy. "Okay." Durga activated his comm system, and keyed in the codes his parent had given him years ago. He wondered if they'd still be the correct ones. This was a very important call. The connection took several minutes to establish, and it was not a good one. His party must be a long way from the outer rim. Finally, the picture coalesced. The hollow image of the most famous bounty hunter in the galaxy appeared, wavering, all the edges fuzzy. But Durga could hear Fett's mechanically filtered tones clearly. "Boba Fett, it is I, Durga, Lord of Besaidii," the Hutt said. "Greetings, Lord Durga." The flat voice conveyed nothing, not interest, surprise, or eagerness. "Nothing. I am a long way from the outer rim." "What is it?" "I wish you to take on a priority bounty," Durga said. "The situation is very delicate, potentially volatile. That is why I need you. I know that you perform exactly as you specify you will. There can be no mistakes in this case. I need the best." Boba Fett inclined his head. "You are willing to pay the extra for a priority bounty?" "I must be adequately recompensed for turning my attention away from other assignments and concentrating solely on yours." Yes, I am," Durga said. "The bounty is on the High Priest of Elysia, Teruenza. I am willing to pay the sum of 200,000 credits." "Not enough." 300,000, Boba Fett said. "And I will head back for the Outer Rim immediately." Durga hesitated, then nodded. "Very well. The timing here is crucial. I wish to have you bring me Teruenza's horn as proof of his death." But you must wait to make the kill until I have left Nail Huta and am within 5 hours of landing on Ilesia. You must kill Teruenza in such a way that none of the other Tilanda Til will know of his death for some hours. Otherwise, if the other priests discover that their leader has been killed, they may try to stage a revolt. Understood? Affirmative. Contact you and confirm the timing before making the kill. Make sure no other Tilanda Til realize that he is dead. Correct. Durga then recited his ship ID codes, and Fed assured him that he had them. I would like to remind you of the terms regarding a priority bounty, Fed said. I will concentrate on reaching the target you have specified, and will take no other bounties until I have delivered the High Priest's horn to you. And the priority bounty for Teruenza is 300,000. Correct, Durga confirmed. Fed out. The fuzzy hollow image of the armor-clad bounty hunter rippled, then vanished. Durga then activated his comm for local frequencies, so he could check in with Seer. His hut lieutenant had assured him that he had narrowed the search for Teruenza's successor down to 3 Tilanda Til. Durga would go to interview them personally, and select the new High Priest of Ilesia. Durga ruminated about how pleasant it would be to have the bloody horn of the High Priest in his 2 dainty hands. Perhaps he'd have it mounted, and hang it on his wall. Over the next 2 days, Bria Thurn and Han Solo traveled around Nar Shada together, recruiting smugglers and privateers to serve as pilot guides and, in the case of the privateers, potential backup for her Ilesian operation. They stressed the easy pickings to be had on Ilesia, the wealth of spies stockpiled by Besaidii. Both were careful to stick by their just business agreement, but Bria sensed a growing tension in Han, and knew that it reflected her own feelings. He told her about what he'd been doing for the past 10 years, and she told him a little about her life with the Resistance. She explained to him that after leaving him on Coruscant, she'd wandered from world to world, constantly fighting her craving for the exaltation. 2 times I actually bought a ticket and stood in line to board a ship back to Ilesia, she said. And both times when it came down to it, I just couldn't. I stepped out of line and went off and collapsed. Finally, she'd found a group on Corellia that had helped her deal with her addiction, helped her realize why she felt so empty, so driven. It took me months of hard digging into myself, she said. Months to figure out why I wanted to hurt myself. I finally got it through my head that just because my mother hated and despised me for not being what she wanted me to be, I didn't have to hate myself. I didn't have to destroy myself in some twisted attempt to please her. Han, remembering Bria's mother, gave her a sympathetic glance. I used to feel cheated that I'll never know who my parents were. That is, until I met your mom, Bria, he said. There are worse things than being an orphan. She gave a shaky laugh. You are right, Han. Many smugglers and privateers were very intrigued by Bria's proposition, and they signed up droves of them. It didn't hurt that Jabba was backing the enterprise and urging those who piloted for him to go. Many of the pilots who'd worked for him in some capacity were agreeing to be pilot guides. All the while, the Rebel Alliance was assembling ships out in space so the captains and ground commanders could be drilled on the battle plan. After Bria and Han had recruited enough smuggler captains so they'd have at least 1 smuggler per group of Rebel assault ships, they took the Millennium Falcon to rendezvous at the Rebel Deep Space Coordinates, a spot well off the regular shipping lanes, but within 1 easy hyperspace jump of Ilesia. Bria was fascinated by the Falcon and suitably impressed by her speed and armament. Han enjoyed showing her around his ship, pointing out all his special modifications. In preparation for this ground assault, he'd finally gotten around to getting Shug and Chewie to help him install that belly gun he'd wanted for so long. Since this was a ground assault, there was a good chance that it would come in handy. When the Falcon was on an approach vector to dock with the Retribution, Bria smiled at Han. "You showed me yours, now let me show you mine," she said. Han laughed, and it was the most relaxed moment they'd had since they'd met. "Beautiful ship," he said, admiring the Marauder corvette's clean, streamlined silhouette against the starfield. They were greeted when they disembarked by the captain of the Retribution, Tedris Bjaaland. Han regarded him in astonishment. "Tedris!" he exclaimed, staring at the tall, balding man in the rebel uniform. "How in the galaxy did you get here?" Bria looked from one to the other. "You know each other?" "We sure do," Han said, pumping Tedris's hand and exchanging backslaps. "Tedris and I graduated in the same class in the academy." "It's a long story," Bjaaland said. "After what you said to me that time aboard the Destiny, I couldn't help thinking more and more about how the service was getting as corrupt as the Empire." And then, his bony features twisted. "Han, I'm from Tishapal, remember?" Han had forgotten. He stared at his old friend, realization slowly dawning. "Oh, Tedris. I'm sorry." "Your family?" The Corellian had met Tedris's family during graduation. "Killed during the massacre," Tedris confirmed. "After that, I couldn't stay. I knew I had to fight them any way I could." Han nodded. Bria took Han on a tour of her ship. He was seeing yet another side of her, and, as an ex-military man himself, was impressed by the discipline and alertness of her troops. The sentients of Red Hand Squadron obviously revered their commander. Han discovered that many of them were ex-slaves, people willing to give their lives to the mission of freeing those in bondage. Bria took Han to meet with other rebel commanders, and they attended several planning sessions for the raid. The Bathans were providing security, and the Celestins had sent 10 ships and nearly 200 troops. In the years since Han and Bria had left Ilesia, Sullust had lost many citizens who had gone to Ilesia to become pilgrims. In addition to many ships from the Corellian resistance, there were troops from Alderaan, though much of the Alderaanian support was in the form of medical personnel, transport pilots, and other non-combatants, and Chandrila. It was hard to convince the Alliance that this could be done, Bria confided to Han. But it's become brutally apparent that our troops need combat experience. I was able to convince HQ that this raid would help the troops gain the confidence to start going up against the Imperials. All of the rebel ships from the Outer Rim had been detailed to the raid. Han surveyed the gathering fleet, and conceded that maybe they did have a chance. He wound up giving a number of briefings to the rebel pilots, who'd be flying the rebel assault landing shuttles into the Ilesian atmosphere. During his first such briefing, Han ran into yet another old friend. "Jalis!" he exclaimed, as the small, droopy-jowled Celestin trooped into the Retribution's briefing area. "What the heck are you doing here?" Jalis Nebel pointed to his ragtag rebel uniform. "What does it look like?" he squeaked. "The Ilesian dream is now a dream of freedom, and she's served the rebellion well for several years now." Han introduced Bria to the Celestin, and she was pleased to at last meet the brave pilot who had saved them from Helot's shackle. The three reminisced about the past, and their daring escape from the slave planet. Both Jalis Nebel and Han were impressed to hear that Bria's group had taken Helot's shackle, now renamed Retribution. The reconditioned Retribution would be flying with the Resistance on this raid, carrying assault shuttles and backup troops under the command of another rebel commander. As Bria watched Han interact with the rebel commanders and other mission personnel, she realized that she had never been happier. Han seemed to enjoy the chance to return to the old military lifestyle, eating meals in the galley, joking and talking with her troops. They were respectful of his knowledge and his military background as an imperial officer, especially after Tedros Jalin recounted some of Slick's wilder escapades during their academy days. She found herself hoping that Han would realize that the Resistance was where he belonged, with the Resistance, and with her. Every moment they were together was like coming home, she thought, though she was careful to keep her, just business, distance. All the while, she wondered what Han was thinking about her. At the end of their second day with the gathering rebel fleet in their deep space rendezvous, Bria received a message that she was needed to meet with some potential allies from the Resistance on Ord Mantell. Han offered to take her there in the Falcon, proud of the chance to show off his ship's speed, though the first time he tried to jump into hyperspace, the cranky Falcon refused to cooperate. When two elbowax failed to work, Han had to spend several sweaty and embarrassed minutes with a hydrospanner to get his ship to cooperate. Once they were in hyperspace, Bria sat in the co-pilot's seat, watching Han handle his ship, admiring his sureness. "She's a wonderful ship, Han," she said. "I watched you win her, you know." Han turned to her, surprised. "What? You were there?" Bria explained about her trip to Bespin during the Big Sabak tournament. "I was rooting for you," she said. "When you won, I wanted to." She recalled herself, blushed, and fell silent. "Wanted to what?" Han asked, his eyes very intent. "Oh, I just wished I could break cover and congratulate you," she said. "By the way, whatever did you do to that variable to make her so mad?" Han looked at her, then his mouth twitched, and he burst out laughing. "You met Shalimar?"